jumbo jet. It wasn't easy, but nothing is. No. When I feel heavy metal, and I feel that I need when I lie and I'm easy all of the time, but I'm never sure why I need you. Because I need you. I got my head down when I was young. It's not my problem. It's not my problem. Woo! When I feel heavy metal, and I feel that I need when I lie and I'm easy all of the time, but I'm never sure why I need you. Because I need you. Soul for sale. Oh well, the page is out of print. We are not permanent. Temporary, same old story. What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another one in your place? You're the pretender. What if I say that I'll never surrender? What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another one in your place? You're the pretender.
Hello and welcome to the Method Race Wheels Prologue at the greatest off-road race in Australia, the Tatts Finke Desert Race. I'm Kate Peck and this is Keziah Dawn and we are your hosts for the weekend. Keziah, yesterday we had scrutineering and it was going off. So cool to see all the trucks and buggies and bikes out on the track and to be able to get out there and take a really close look at everything.
Absolutely, and it was really fun just to roam up and down. It's not just about the Toby Prices and the David Walshes here this weekend, but it's also about the families, and I really loved seeing there's so many fathers, sons, there's brothers racing together. There's grown brothers, uncles and brothers. It's crazy. It's insane how far it goes.
Yeah.
But there's also, daughters getting involved. I think that's really awesome when it becomes a father and daughter event as well. But it was your first scrutineering out here doing this. So how did you go?
I had the best time. I met so many fantastic people. A few things that I learned was that David Walsh is doing the double, which is super cool. There's a new women's class in the bikes as well, which I'm so thrilled and excited. I've been following so many of the girls on Instagram, and they have just been working and putting in so much prep for this race, as everybody does. It's a once in a year annual event, and so many people work so hard towards it. And that there are more A-grade mullets here than I have money in the bank. So that's just a feast for the eyes. But today is Prologue. This is where the boys and girls really start to show their cards. We really see who's going to be the front-running top 10, and it is exciting.
It is absolutely exciting. And I just want to mention for everyone out there, you mentioned before there's a women's class, and since this women's class has come into the Fink, there is now more than 20 entrants in that one class. And before that, there was maybe 5 or 6 girls. And we had a chat to them last year. They all loved it. They all had such a great time. But I think that opening has really opened the doors for a lot of women to take this on and feel like they have a chance of actually doing quite well out here. And that is so exciting. But as you mentioned, today is Prologue. It's so crucial to get that starting position. But then race day tomorrow, and I'm really excited because I get to see how everyone goes at the end of that first leg. I'll be down in Fink at the end of the day tomorrow afternoon. So see how this all plays out.
Oh, you'll be heading down there, spending 2 nights in the swag, because you're a tougher woman than I am, but an incredible experience for you, and you'll be able to capture all the action that goes down at Fink. And today, myself and yourself will be catching all the action here at the start-finish line, and you do not want to go anywhere because it is going to be insane. All right, I guess we'll head up to the boys.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to hand over to Josh and Dan in the commentary box. Take it away, guys.
Good morning, ladies, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen around the traps. What a morning it is. The sun's not up, it's risen, and it's nice and warm actually, and the cars are currently on their sight lap as we speak. The 47th running of this great event, and who else better to have on board than Method Race Wheels for this morning's Prologue?
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. Now, I like that you say it's warm, because I think it's warm in the commentary box. I'm not sure it's warm out there. About single digits out there. Very cool. The dust is sitting quite low and hanging around, although that'll change as we go on a little bit. Maybe a bit of breeze over the course of the day. We're going to run a reverse class this year, as we have every year. Yep. So 8 o'clock off the line here at the Method Race Wheels Prologue, and it's going to be some good action. As we see the cars floating around, we can see plenty of teams ready to go and do battle with this Fink Prologue track. As Keziah said, it is so important, this Prologue. It's going to be one where they really need to knuckle down, and if you want those top 2 or 3 positions, it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. There's a lot of very fast cars here, a lot of guys that are really dialed in this weekend. They've got a wicked up to 11, all the boost, all the horsepower. We talked about it last night, the 7-litre rule's in now, so all of these, I wouldn't say all of the trophy trucks, but a lot of the trophy trucks have built new motors and are running under the 7-litre rules, and that's bumped us up. I've heard rumours in the paddock of somewhere around the vicinity of 1,000 horsepower NA out of one of these 7 litres. Billet block, billet head, billet everything. We're talking some pretty serious equipment here in the paddock here at Fink this year, as has there been a lot of years. And, it's going to be one of those very interesting races to see how they can put it all down in Prologue.
Yeah, definitely this morning as well with these new engines, and we're going to see how quick they do go out there, and it's going to be interesting to see how many cars do turn it up to 11 and try and get that first position. I know the Robinson boys are really looking to turn it up to 11, and all they're looking for is that pole position this morning. So that will be very interesting to see how they run and see
Josh,
how the car goes.
It's good that you say the Robinson boys. There is 2 Robinsons here. Yep. So Bo, obviously running the truck and has been running the truck for the last couple of years. And the return of T-Rob. Travis is here and in the 13 in a comfortable position in her Jimco. He's actually leading the Australian Championship in points at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see Trav. Trav, notoriously fast here, was one of our record holders of the fastest time ever until Toby beat that last year, I believe. So, yeah, Josh, it's good to have the brothers back.
Yeah, it is. And families all up and down the grid today. There's so many father-son, father-daughter, all those kind of combinations, husband-wife. There's just so many different combinations throughout the field today, and especially in the side-by-sides. That's where we really see a lot of our younger competitors getting their first drive of the car and dad actually jumping into the Navi seat, or mum, or whoever it is. Or, you've got your brothers side-by-side. The Patriot twins are out there this weekend as well. So there's so many different names that we've got to keep our eyes glued on this weekend, and Prologue really is going to teach us what we're going to see over the weekend.
It's so good, absolutely true. And obviously it's the Method Prologue, which is so good. They are a race-proven wheel. They're a fantastic sponsor. They've also got all their merch available at methodracewheels.com.au, and they've actually got some Finke special stuff, which you were rocking last night.
Yes, no, they've got some awesome Finke special stuff. And talking about some Finke specialties, we've got the Finke ambassadors down with Kate.
All right, girls, I'm down here with the ambassadors. I've got Lucy and Sophie with me now. It's a fresh 5 degrees, so you're probably wondering, why am I wearing this short skirt? But you girls look absolutely amazing. But it's not just about looking amazing this weekend. What is your role this weekend? Because I know you're really busy out there.
We'll get to hold up the 5-minute signs and make sure that the buggies and the bikes are all lined up ready.
Yeah, great. And Sophie, because I know it's as I mentioned, it's not just about looking good, but it's really putting out the Finke brand in a really positive way. You have a lot of roles this weekend. What else is going on for you girls?
Through the week, we actually went to the schools and promoted all the safety, like all the safety regulations and stuff that Finke have put in place this year, like staying 30 metres back from the track, obviously not bringing your dogs camping and stuff like that, and controlling your fires as well. So it's all about promoting the safety this year, as well as we help get the buggies and the bikes ready, making sure that they are going out on time, and promoting the brand in a positive way.
Yeah. And have you been to Finke before? Is this your first one? Tell us your history with racing.
Yeah, so I experienced Finke for the first time in 2018. I was an ambassador in 2019, and I've been up here every year since. And this year I'm team leader of these beautiful girls.
Oh, so good. That's why you're so good at chatting. Now, girls, are we having a great time so far? Yeah?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Such an incredible experience, yeah.
Oh, so good. Well, it's fantastic to have you here representing the girls. You remain busy. Enjoy this weekend, and we'll be definitely catching up with you a little bit later.
Absolutely. We
Excellent.
look forward to it.
Yeah, so good. Back to you, boys.
Awesome. And Josh, what I like the most is that those Finke ambassadors, they're real, knowledgeable on the race and that, and they call them bikes and buggies, because buggies are the winners here this weekend, not those trophy truck things, I think.
Well, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, Dan. I know we had this conversation last year. We were poking a little bit of fun at the Pro and Pro Lights, and then as well as our trophy truck competitors. But again, we've got these new Class 8s out here this weekend, so it's going to be interesting. Again, we're going to say it heaps this weekend. It's going to be very interesting to see how they go around this 6.8 kilometre Prologue track, and it was looking pretty rough the last time I actually walked it and had a bit of a look, but I know the team out here have done a heap of work on it, and it's actually looking really smooth from what I've heard from the Robinson boys on their social medias. So yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a very, very quick one. And the thing is with this event and with the way we do Prologue, we have the slower cars go through and chop up the track, and once those big boys get out there, it's pretty quick and pretty rough as well, which does sort of play to a bit of their advantage at times.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting that you talk about that because that's definitely a good point. What's interesting about Finke and the Prologue is the fact that it really isn't the Finke track. It's quite different. It's much more like a fast speedway track or something along those lines. Like it's got a lot of flat, fast corners, which once you get down on the track, it's more like whooped out, bermed corners. So it's interesting because a lot of the guys that have done very well over the years and have gone through the numbers through the race have actually, not like necessarily qualified super good. So it's going to be interesting, but we've come to an era in this Finke Desert Race where qualifying is super important. So you've got to be able to qualify really fast as well as then run that pace down through the whoop. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys go here. It's going to be a great race. It's going to be one of those prologues that I think we're all going to be holding our breath come the end, because like you said, as the way it works is it's the reverse order of classes. So we're going to run some of our limited classes first and run through. And what that's going to do is we're going to see the times drop. I think you're going to see some very fast times out of some of the Class 10 cars, so keep a good eye on them. Then obviously our Pro Lights are going to be blistering fast. Our Class 8, again, we're looking at Smoothie in particular with that number 2, as well as Filthy Phil Lovett. Phil Lovett is running the racer car, so that's going to be cool to see him have a crack too. Yep. He's been running that now for a couple of years, and I really do feel like he's coming to grips with that car. He's doing more seat time, and that's something that you've got to experience, because, when you're talking about something that's got, 25, 30 inches of wheel travel, it is a little bit of a different game to get in. It's not like your street car. It's not your four-wheel drive. You've got to come to grips with the way it handles, the way it turns, that four-wheel drive trophy truck thing. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I know the guys have been doing a little bit of testing with it, but it literally did get air freighted in Smoothie's car only about a week and a half ago. So, and I do believe that I heard a rumour that Bo Robertson has had a little steer of it and was reasonably, very impressed with it. That's the Mason all-wheel drive. So it's going to be interesting to see what Bo does in the future as well, because they're, the Robinsons are always looking for, the top of the line equipment. They've been in a lot of really fast, really good stuff for a lot of years now.
Yeah, and the experience that they bring to this event as well. They've had so many attempts at this race, and unfortunately it's eluded them for so many years. They've had that little mechanical issue or that little niggle, and again, as you said last night, it's that $5 or $10 part that no one thinks is going to break, and then all of a sudden you're 10k out and it goes, and you got to go into limp mode, and you can't control that. So it's going to be very interesting, and even today to see what this Prologue track does, because as we see some of the vehicles continue to come across the line, champion there, Shannon Wrench, coming across the line there. But
and in front of him was Glenn Owen, and that's what I was going to say is we're watching these cars. Brett Martin is coming through now as well. Like, as you look at this list, it's an absolutely awesome lineup of competitors here, and the more you look, the more you realise that this really could come from anywhere, this race. It's going to be a big game in Prologue. They're going to punch it out, and it's going to be very interesting, the Method race wheels. Lighter, stronger, faster, they say.
Well, yes, and they are a great set of wheels. I can tell you, I've seen a heap of them getting around town locally this weekend. With all the interstate travellers, and as well as locally here in the town as well. A couple of people run Method race wheels just because the technology is unmatched out here in the desert at the moment. The amount of R&D these guys are putting in, and all the development they've put over in the States it's awesome. And to have them on board again, it's a big thank you to Method race wheels. You guys are absolute legends for having us on board, and we're going to see how these wheels and how some of these competitors get around this Prologue track this morning.
Again, talking about legends, as I'm coming through up for his sighting lap, Craig Martin, absolute legend of the sport, multi-time Australian champion in that beautifully turned out Alpha race car. That's going to be a car that I'm really looking forward to seeing. Again, they've got a 7-litre in the back of that this year, so a V8 Pro buggy, and running all the motor. It'll be very cool. Those guys, awesomely quick, and a beautifully turned out car. That's actually the ex-Matt Coleman Alpha, and it's done really well. Run actually second here behind Bentley in 2013, that car. So it'd be good to see that have another good crack.
Yeah, definitely will be. And then we look down the field as well, and there's a whole heap of people in Super 1650. There's a whole heap of people in a lot of those smaller classes as well. And as you said, just the amount of Hall of Fame names that we do see up and down the list, as you said, Phil, love it, people like that. And you've got, that's something I didn't mention last night. I'm going to mention it this morning. Dave Fellows, again, he's in, I believe, a Class 8, if I'm not mistaken, this year. Or no, maybe not. I think he's
Class 4.
Sorry, Class 4.
Absolutely.
I apologise. But yeah, he's another champion that has won this event multiple times. So if he can have a good year with the truck, I think he'll be up in the pointy end as well, because he is very quick around this track.
Absolutely, yeah. They've been coming to grips with those vehicle as well and getting it over the years of development, so it's looking faster and faster every year. And Dave Fellows, always a fantastic competitor, like you said, a winner, a champion, so all those things combined make for the right recipe. So yeah, going to be very interesting. Hey, now, interestingly, coming across the line there is AJ, Aaron James, in the 93, and he does have 2 seats in that car this year.
Yes.
So I believe that maybe Tanner James is in the passenger seat of that. It'll be interesting because AJ came second last year in running a single seat, no GPS. He was just driving. So now he's got Tanner in with him, no doubt. They've done some track prep, possibly a GPS. I'll try to catch up with them later and see what's going on there. But hopefully they're in for a real crack this year, because second just driving, that's impressive. He ran an excellent pace last year. It's a big car, has all the suspension travel, so it's going to be good to see how that goes.
Yeah, definitely will be, and to see AJ steer with someone having eyes for him, I think will also be a bit of advantage for him to get out there and not have to worry about not being able to see something or having an issue or something like that. He can now not have to, worry less about it. He's not going to lose as much time if there is an issue or anything like that. But the drive he had last year as he came through the field was amazing, and in a single seater that thing was on song. So it is going to be nice to see how the 2 seats go this year for him, and whether the Navi hinders him or whether it makes him quicker, because as we were talking about last night, some people are just wired that way to not listen. So it will be interesting. I know the Robinson boys, their right foot's wide to the floor, and that's all they know. So there's a lot of different competitors with a different game plans this morning. So going to be interesting, and I think we'll see those game plans roll out throughout the morning. And as we go through our classes as well, you'll see the prep and everyone's thinking behind it go up.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, just while we got a second, the other thing to mention quickly with the Method Race Wheels is that there is a racer program, and that's from Grassroots. So if you're racing out there and you're interested in racing, jump on methodracewheels.com.au and get in touch with those guys, because there is a full program down there. And again, they do support the races, so it's well worth having a look at that option. You can run some beautiful wheels on your race car, and they go all the way through to four-wheel drives, rally racing and whatnot. So lighter, faster, stronger. Again, technology too, something to check out. So again, Method Race Wheels, our major sponsor here this weekend of qualifying, and it's awesome to have them on board again. 3 years in a row for them, Josh. So good.
Yeah, they are definitely an awesome company, and these vehicles, as they continue to make their way through, we continue to see more names. There's Mark Burrows, another legend. Or is that his son racing this year?
That's his son in the Prologue.
That's right.
They actually have 2 cars out here this weekend. Yep. So Mark is racing as well, but that is the Prologue. And this will be Hannah Bentley. So again, we talk about legends. They just roll on through the 418. Now, the only thing we got to check real quick is, because we know that Hayden's Class 8 four-wheel drive racer trophy truck actually had an issue earlier in the week, and unfortunately they could not continue. It was a big enough mechanical failure that there was no continuing. So it'll be interesting to see whether Dad jumps in and does a little bit of work with Hannah, either they're in the passenger seat or in the driver's seat, and they work. We see a number of teams doing that. Holy
wow,
moly.
He's on the bopper this morning, Toby Price.
Wowzers, I'm guessing
what a
that's
sight lap.
Not classed as sighting lap, but anyway, Toby Price, that is very fast. Very quick. But anyway, the moral of the story, wow, he really flew through that.
No, we got woken up there. That was the lovely smell of race fuel in the morning, and Wow, yeah, a good old 6,000 and a half, 7,000 RPM there on the start line. So he's raring and ready to go. I don't think he wants to sit at the back of that line this morning.
Clearly we know what Toby's plan is this weekend. He's going to have a good crack, as you would expect. Again, see, interesting too, because Finke is always an interesting race. You've got guys that are championship contenders. Like we were talking, it's actually interesting. In one camp, we've got OBR. We've got T-Rob. He's there and he's going for the championship, but Finke's Finke, so I'm aware of that. But Bo, absolutely a Finke specialist. Now, don't get me wrong, obviously he still wants championship points. He's run full Australian championships before, but no doubt right at this point, his whole focus has been on Finke this year. So it's going to be interesting to see. And obviously Toby, he's racing over in Mexico in Baja. He hasn't run any other Australian races this year. So really, it's absolutely everything into this because nothing else matters.
No, yeah, and exactly. And like he said last night, him and Paul literally jumped on a plane and made it out here on Wednesday, I do believe, and then got in the car, had a bit of a play around, and really they got to jump in the Can-Am and that was about it. So it's going to be interesting to see how those two go and whether that seat time over in the States will help them or it will hinder them. And as we speak about Paul Wheel, I do believe that's him out on track at the moment, making his way through the sight lap, and you can hear those noises coming through our effects mics at the moment. It's awesome to have those effects mics out there so you can hear the raw power of some of these motors. And as we said, the Class 8s have been allowed 7-litre capacity, so we're going to see a little bit more parity with those motors and a lot less just Chevs and stuff thrown into these bad boys now. There's a whole different array of motors that are being thrown in as we do see Paul Wheel make his way across the line and that famous, iconic start-finish line banner, and as well as the Method Race Wheels banner. As you can see, our side-by-sides are getting lined up and ready to go. And as well, I think I see the Brad Lovell vehicle, the Ford Ranger Raptor. That's something I'm personally excited about this weekend. I'd love to see how that thing goes. The American with his son over from the States making their way out in that production vehicle. So that will be very, very interesting. And you see some of our Finke ambassadors at this point in time. They're getting ready. They're getting the rundown from our officials, just having a chat about the minute board. So that must mean we're getting pretty close to getting these side-by-sides and these vehicles underway this morning. And I'm going to call it this morning. I think we're going to see probably around about a 1 minute. What do we normally see? Around 1 minute 20 around here?
No. Like 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I
50,
apologise.
Something along those lines. If we crack into the 4 minutes, that's very, very fast. So those guys are going to, we're going to see, I think for the start of the day, we're looking at about 6s, and then, we'll jump down. And if we get a 4, somewhere in there, it'd be very fast. A 4:52 or something like that would be a great time. So, and I think it will come probably, well, again, let's start listening. We're talking Travis Robinson, obviously Bo Robinson, Howells is capable of a very fast time. Shannon Wrench is capable of a very fast time. Then we've got all at Gleno. Like there's a list absolutely there, as well as obviously Toby Price. He's going to be right up there, and we've seen him come out and just absolutely crack the leaderboard there. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And there's a heap, just a heap. And you're looking at your extreme four-wheel drive as well. You got Hayden Bentley as well, Phil Lovett, as we were speaking about before, Brent Smoothie up there. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, the storyline out of that vehicle, that number 2 vehicle this weekend, is the navigator is David Walsh. So we're going to see how much knowledge and how much track knowledge helps in one of those vehicles. It will be interesting to see how that goes and see whether David and Smoothie can put it up there and get up there and maybe beat Toby to that double situation.
So out of interest, Josh, coming across here, that's the new Mark Burrows car right there. Yep. Australian built by Monk Fabrication, so that's very cool coming across. So that's actually Mark Burrows there.
Yep, very good. And then, see, you've still got people like Jeff Pickering we haven't spoken about as well. He has been at this race for years on years on years, and he'll be out there to give Brad Lovell a bit of a run in the production four-wheel drive class, and then the Pro class and the Pro Light class is where we really do look at, Dan. I think there's a heap of names there that would run there's a heap. Kent Battle, there's Travis Robinson, Josh Howe, Shannon Wrench, young Jacob Booth out of Alice Springs. He's going to be someone to watch because that young fella is been pretty angry in the desert with the right foot. So I think he's going to give a couple of people a run for their money.
Did you say Kent Battle? I've never heard of her.
I apologise.
Oh, Kent. Yes, Kent.
Yes.
Gotcha. No, absolutely. There's a lot of good names there. There's no question. It's going to be very interesting to see how that race lays out. And again, actually, it's funny. I paid Kent out, but he's been doing really well and going very fast. He's been doing a bit of racing up at the Don River Dash, which is another calendar must. And, very interesting race up there, and he's been doing really well. So those guys have got a lot of experience, a lot of desert time, and they've been racing for quite a while. There's actually some classic footage of him racing his Class 8 back in the day. And then the other one, you absolutely mentioned, gentleman Jeff Pickering, and it's so cool to see. He's actually been a bit quiet the last year. They weren't ready for the Australian Championship in the new Ford Raptor. They had he actually said, I'm sure on his media, he said some safety issues that they wanted to align first, just get finished off before they race the whole championship. But he is here in a Raptor, and I know his statement was that he was very, very happy with the Ford Raptor's performance. Ranger Raptor, that is, obviously, racing in Class 7, multi-time. I think it's 12 or 13 times Australian Class 7 champion. He's been racing for a lot of years, and he's going to definitely put some pressure on a few of these guys here today in Class 7 and further up. I mean, I've got some footage back. We were coming back from pre-running a couple of years ago when he was racing the Pajero. And I tell you what, we were doing 80 down that service road quite comfortably. Well, he was doing 80 down the racetrack quite comfortably in a Pajero. And I tell you what, that's no mean feat in a Class 7. Class 7 has factory suspension pickup points. So, yeah, you can do your shock absorbers and bits and pieces, but really you're pretty limited, and you've got to run the factory bottom end. You can do a little bit of head work, get a little bit of extra performance, tune them up, but really you are very limited. It is probably truly one of the biggest limited classes, that and maybe side-by-side sport, where you are forced to run the non-turbo and they've got limited factory arms and bits and pieces. Because other than that, most of these classes, even Class 5, what we call performance two-wheel drive, is actually really a door slammer trophy truck class. You can have 6 litres, long arms, A-arms on the front, coilovers, all those sort of things. So, really, other than that 7 and that side-by-side sport, most of the classes have some pretty serious modifications.
Yeah, and it is awesome to see that, and I think that's a great analogy to put on those vehicles, because as a drag racing fan myself, I can see that. I can see that as well, and you see Phil Lovett making his way across the line now. It's a very stout-looking vehicle, and again,
Josh, how have we not even talked about?
Wow.
Young Toby Watley's here as well. This is what I mean.
Yep.
Like, the more the cars that come through, the 421 through, that's another guy that you've got to watch out for.
Yep.
I hope I'm not speaking out of school here. From what I see, running the old micrometer over the eyes, he has been a little bit short on horsepower over the years. It'd be great to see him get a really capable motor because, man, he is so damn fast and that truck is so capable. It's a truck that they built themselves in the shed, and once they get really the motor, I think you're going to see them probably push some of the real big names and possibly push him out of the way because, I mean, he is fast. He's another one. Runs the mullet. I think it's all about mullet speed this weekend.
Yep, I think the mullets are going to be very quick this weekend, both in the cars, on the bikes, and in the commentary box. So I think we're all set to go this weekend, I can tell you that. And yeah, excitement levels right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're through the roof as we see one of the Ranger Raptors again absolutely smashed around, and the Robinsons boys' new look on that car this year is it is a bit of a homage to some old liveries on that vehicle. So it's awesome to see that livery scheme out there for them this weekend, and we continue to see these vehicles come through, and the dust is still out there, but it is slowly starting to settle, so it's not as bad as we thought it would be.
Absolutely. Yep, that'll be our final car around. We'll have our sweep car coming through now, and then we are going to get underway with the banner here. We're going to be off the line soon with our side-by-side sports to start off with. Just looking on the line, maybe a little bit of a false start down there. Just get them back on the starting grid.
A little bit too eager.
Hey, why wouldn't you be? It's Saturday here at
Yep.
the Finke Desert Race, and it's about time to get crack-a-lackin'. We are game on. Like you said, the weather is starting to warm up a little bit. I'm not so sure it's not as chilly in those grandstands over there. The Chicane Club is starting to pump. And I tell you what, there's probably no better place to be. You've got the absolutely A spot over there. Got a few cold beverages if that's what you require. Maybe a warm cup of tea at this time in the morning.
Yep, I definitely think it is. I think that's what I would be going for at this time in the morning. Definitely not a cold beveragino this time yet. But these competitors are getting ready and they're roaring to go. As you can see, our officials as well, they're getting ready. They're just having their final chat with the drivers, just letting them know how the light system works down on the start line, so they do get the advantage off the line, so they don't they're not sleeping on the line per se. They get a couple flashes of the ambers, then it goes green, and that means they go racing. So yeah, around about 6.8 Ks around this Prologue track, as we said earlier, and it is going to be very, very interesting. All these cars starting to line up. We'll start off with our side-by-side sports and then make our way into the pro class as well. So we will do our classes in reverse this morning. We'll go from our slower classes to our faster classes, but that makes it a heap interesting because, you know, some of these guys go out and put an absolute stonker of a lap and they sit up there for a very long time, and gets a couple of those boys right up there a little bit worried at times as well.
Well, it's funny that we keep saying boys in the commentary box, Josh, and I understand that, but first off our line is none other than Eden Evans and Emily Brandy. So it's 6637 is going to be off the line. They're out of Bass, Victoria, and they're racing the Polaris XP in King Chrome. So that's Eden Evans. That's Simon Evans' daughter, and also sister to Jackson Evans. So talking about this family story. Here's the sister of the Evans, and they're going to be out and cracking here. The King Chrome guys have been doing a great set of video series of racing this, so if you're interested, go and check some of that out at some time. Obviously not now, because we're about to get underway with racing here at the Finke Desert Race, but Eden Evans on the line now in that side-by-side sport category. Again, naturally aspirated engine. They do not exceed 1200 cc's, but this is basically a class for some of the earlier Polaris XP styles. Lots of the cars now, and that's why they created the two different classes. As soon as Polaris and Can-Ams came out with their turbo motors and bits and pieces, that really did change the game. I know Polaris now have this new XP or Pro coming out, and I think it's going to be very interesting to watch. I think the new manual shift is in development. There's a number of new cars out, and it's going to be very interesting to see where that leads us with the sport, because that's the other thing which is crazy. I went and stood beside Simon Evans' new XP 1000 Pro, and it's a very, very big car. They're very much getting towards, you know, class 10, you know, small pro light sort of style vehicle. So going to be interesting to see where that leads in the future. I think you're going to see some really quick times. They've come a long way in 10 years, Josh.
Oh, well, they definitely have. And looking at some of that historical footage last night, I didn't realise how early they actually did come in to playing out here in the desert. It was around 2012, 2013 that we did start to see these side-by-sides make their way into the competition. So yes, we're on that 10-year period, and to see how much these vehicles have progressed is absolutely amazing, because, you know, a lot of these cars and a lot of people around the sport were very, very skeptical with them at the start. A lot of people were like, why are we letting these lawnmowers out? And I'm not trying to be rude again. I've fallen in love with these vehicles. I've been given the opportunity to drive one of these vehicles, and I can tell you it's the most fun you'll have is behind one of these vehicles. And again, it's developing all these young people into such great racers that in the future, once they get keys to a pro buggy or one of those class 4s or a class 8, they're going to be very, very quick, and they're going to be very hard to catch because they've had so much time in these side-by-sides. And, you know, you can get a kid in there from 16, 15 years of age, and you know, they do 10 years of racing. By the time they're 26, 27, they've had 10 years of racing experience, and they're quick ads.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that experience is absolutely invaluable, and you're right. It's so good to see. I tell you what, our 5-minute board is up now with the Finke ambassadors down there. So we're about to get underway here very shortly under the Method Race Wheels banner. Number of our side-by-sides lined up to start off with, as you said, and then into our Class 7s. Then I believe we're going to be into our Class 5s and bits and pieces, and we'll keep up to date with all of those as they come through. Again, we've got a number of people, the racers down there. We've got the Australian champ, the current Australian champ, Ryan Taylor, down a little bit further, as well as Travis Robinson, who's winning the Australian Championship at the moment. Both of those are guys in the hunt this year, as well as a number of others. Josh Howell's running the full season. Righto, so ladies and gentlemen, we're down on the grid with Kate at the moment.
Eden Evans and Emily Brandel. Oh, girls, first off the line, we've got the 4-minute board there. You're in the side-by-side. Tell us what's going through your mind right now.
Yeah, look, I'm very excited. I'm pretty stoked to be first off the line. Hopefully it's a nice dust-free run for us.
Oh, totally. I mean, that's so important here. The dust can really affect your vision, and vision is so crucial at this track. What number Fink is this for you?
This is number 2 for me.
Oh, wow. And how was last Fink?
Yeah, last Fink didn't go so well. Made it about 120 Ks.
Oh, mate, so we've got some redemption here. Fantastic. And what is the relationship between you two? Are you cousins? Are you mates? Are you what's the deal?
We actually met through racing. So she sat with one of the guys in our class last year, and then she's sitting with me this year because she's finished a whole bunch of Finks and I haven't.
So fantastic. And what kind of prep have you been involved in for this weekend?
Yeah, obviously just getting the car ready. I had some engine issues prior to this, so just rebuilding that, and then, yeah.
All right, Eden. All right, Emily. Good luck out there. So excited for you. Woohoo! Okay, let's move back to P2 off the line with a 3-minute board popping up now. The number 6649. We got a couple of blokes here. Hello, boys. I'll just grab my cameraman. I think he's over there, or maybe we've just wrapped that one. We'll come and grab you. Well, we can just it. What's your name? Yeah. Tony and Jason, my friends in the 6649, you look pretty pumped in there. What's the strategy going into Prologue for you?
Stay upright.
Yes.
That's it. Stay warm. Just stay upright.
Stay warm and stay upright. They're very good messages. I feel like the excitement is something else down here. The tension on the Fink start line, is it something really unique?
Our first go here ever, so
Wow.
yeah, pretty pumped.
So what made you come and do Fink?
I've been wanting to do this for 20 years.
Yeah, fantastic. Any
Yeah.
race elsewhere?
No, we've done a couple in this buggy, but it's all very new to us, so
Yeah, okay, sure. How do you think we're going to go?
I just want to finish.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good strategy. Okay, boys, good luck out there. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. We might as well pop down to the next side-by-side in 6634. The little hidey hole window. Who have we got here?
Hi, how are you going?
Good, mate. How are you doing?
Really good.
You're
Yep.
looking pretty dusty in this cockpit. So how was that pre-run just then? What did you think of the track?
Really showed you how bad the sun is in that dust. You coming back into it, you couldn't see a goddamn thing.
Yeah, totally. And where are you guys from?
Tasmania.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So you made the big trip over the water.
Yes. It was first time in Fink, so we're looking forward to it.
So many first timers here. Did you get any good tips as to how to approach this incredible desert race?
Oh, certainly. They just said go hard and get home.
Yeah, go hard and get home. All right, boys. Good luck out there. Enjoy it. Oh, there goes our first car off the line. Oh, the girls are going. See you later, girls. Good luck. Put it on pole.
Yeah, so good there. The 6637 off the line. And I think what's amazing, Josh, there is that we had 3 different types of cars in that side-by-side, or manufacturers. We've got the Polaris of Eden Evans headed off in that XP. And then behind that was the Yamaha YXZ 1000. That's a manual shift car, which is really super cool. And then right beside it, something I've never seen, a Honda Talon out here racing. They're big in America, but I actually haven't seen one in Australia. They sort of have been only used recreationally. But there you go, there's a Honda Talon as well. So very cool to see 3 different manufacturers on the start line here at Fink running in the side-by-side sport. And again, we're going to see Eden Evans has done a lot of kilometres. I think she downplayed it a little bit there where she's like, oh, I've only done 100 Ks. She's done a lot of racing over the years in different sides and bits and pieces. So here in this Yamaha, hear that manual 6-speed. Oh, I love the way it
wow.
cuts through the gears. So good.
That's awesome to hear. These things seem to be the choice of a lot of our competitors nowadays. They like to get out here, and it is a good way to get into the sport. You know, you're looking at around about $60,000 to $70,000 to get one of these cars race ready. So it is. To say the cost-effective way, I do put quotations over that, because for some of us it is out of the reach of some of us. But for these competitors, they are having a great time. And as you said, I haven't seen one of these Honda Talents before, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes around the Finke track.
Absolutely, very, very cool to see all the way from Tasmania. Well, I think one of the other things that you talk about is the cost of actually moving it around too. The big advantage I see in this side-by-side class is that you can move it on a pretty standard sort of trailer, and tow it with a pretty standard sort of rig. Like, you look at some of these trophy truck setups and the amount of gear that they need to bring, enclosed trailers and big bits and pieces. Like, one of the big advantages I see is that you could literally just tow this behind your Commodore and on an open tandem trailer and go racing. Heck, it might even be light enough that you could probably put it on a single axle trailer. So the moral of the story is, I think that's one of the biggest advantages of this. But I do agree with your assessment. People say it's the cheap way to go racing. There's no such thing as cheap and racing in the same sentence.
No, there definitely isn't, especially when you start breaking parts and getting into the thick of the action, when you really want to be up in that pointy end of the racing. So it does get very, very expensive. But we continue on our start line. Another one of our Polarises on the start line, and that one is Samuel Craymond and Stuart Glover, all the way from Tarawara in Victoria. And I apologise about the absolute butchering of that town name in Vic, but you can tell I am definitely from the NT.
From the Alice.
From the
boys.
Alice.
Yeah, the 6683 now off and away. Again, that's one of those early XPs. That used to be the absolute epitome of side-by-side performance and racing. And now, again, once we get into these pro classes, you'll just see how fast these turbo, long arm, big suspension. They got 3.5-inch coilovers and remote res. It's crazy how far the game has come in a very short time. Now, what you're going to see here is there's actually, I believe it's going to be a 5-minute break for all of these classes, in between the classes, because the way it runs is on theorised. Now, I won't say that it's the fastest to slowest, because we really don't know, but I guess it's going to be interesting to see. They've got that 5-minute break in between the classes, so that Class 7, our fastest Class 7, can run down. Now, I believe that Keziah is on the line with Brad Lovell down there, all the way from America, racing the Ranger.
All right, I'm down here with Brad Lovell. He's all the way from Colorado Springs in the US. This is his first time racing Finke. Brad, what brought you here?
We've been working with Ford on a mission to race the Baja 1000 in this Ranger Raptor, and then come over and race Finke. They're two of the greatest races in the northern and southern hemisphere. So this is the second chapter. We won our class in the Baja 1000, and that's what we're here to do at Finke.
That is an absolutely brilliant story, and I love that you're doing this, and you're doing it with your son, Bayham. What got you guys into doing this together?
Well, we've raced together for a lot of years, and Bayham has a lot of aptitude mechanically, and we work well together. He's a great navigator, so he was my navigator in the Baja 1000. We didn't screw it up, so we got another chance to race it here in Finke.
And today's a really important day for you guys. How crucial is it for you to get that sort of #1 starting position, especially for your class?
Well, we really want to push hard in the Prologue here to get us up in the order. The higher you get up, the less dust there is ahead of you. So this is a pretty fast production vehicle, and we're looking to get to Finke as early as anybody.
That really is the game plan out here. Stay out of the competitors' dust. Well, good luck out there, guys. Thanks for having a chat.
Thank you. We'll see you in Finke.
All right.
Standing by. Let them be clear.
All right, Brad Lovell, absolute legend there. We'll have a little bit of a chat when he's off the line, but at the moment we've got Eden Evans coming through this stadium area, the King Chrome Polaris XP, having a very good crack there.
Yep, the first of our competitors making their way around the stadium section, as we call it here, at the start-finish line, and having a little bit of a rip through there as I look out the side window here, and I'm having a good look, and they're looking pretty quick as we do speak. It's going to be very interesting, but we're going to throw it back down to the start line for another chat with some of our competitors.
I've got Adam Jaya here. It's his first time racing Fink as well. So excited to see all these first timers. Well, Adam, how much prep have you done to get into this?
Yeah, fair bit of prep. Had to do a couple of races first, so having a good time, but...
And tell us a little bit about your navvy.
That's my son, Mitch. This is his third race, so yeah, he's as excited as me.
And in terms of the car, this is one of the sort of more bigger Land Cruiser-y kind of cars we're seeing out here. Tell us about putting it together and why you chose this particular vehicle.
I just wanted something a bit different. We've got Land Cruisers at home, so I wanted to race one.
Brilliant. Well, good luck out there. It's a very important day for you guys, and I hope you do well.
Sorry, Dan.
I was going to say, we're looking at times and lots of different bits and pieces in the commentary box here. Eden Evans is over the line now, running a 6:17. So that's the first time back, and it's going to be, well, she's position 1 right now.
Yep, she is. So she's going to be very happy. But the TDC vehicle now making its way around, and these things are looking pretty stout. They sound good as well, and I've got to say, manual Polarises and those Hondas as well, they sound mint. So I'm pretty happy this morning with these side-by-sides ripping around the stadium section, and then we do have our production cars getting ready off the line. Brad Lovell just about to leave, so we're just waiting on him to get the going instructions. But here we go as they make their way across the line. I do believe this would be Tony Ross now. Let's see what they do as they come across the line. Just wait for that to pop up in our timing screen. But there he goes. Brad is off, and that thing is quick, Dan.
Yeah, turbo petrol V6. Very fast, these Ford Raptors, and again, running in production. So awesome to see. They have had a great run at Baja. And Brad Lovell done a lot of racing over the years. Ultra 4, we were talking to Bailey Cole before in the commentary box. But Brad Lovell has done a lot of off-road racing. He's been in trophy trucks. He's driven stadium short course trucks over in America. He was very heavily involved in rock crawling and early Ultra 4 stuff, one of the original off-road races over there in the King of the Hammers and bits and pieces. Very heavily involved, and it's very cool to see him over in Australia. It shows the size of the Fink now when we've got these legends in America coming over. Now again, this is this Honda Talon coming over the line, so we're keeping a good eye on all our updated times and bits and pieces. So the Yamaha of Tony Rose ran a 6:45 from what I'm seeing. As the V8 Cruiser, ladies and gentlemen,
How cool is that?
If you like cattle trucks and farming equipment, here it is, the 776 off the line. Lee Springs for life.
Yeah, I was just looking at this morning as it went around and was like, wow, that is going to be one rough ride, especially from the Leaf Springs on that thing. I know they can be not the best at times, but, you know, they do have a little bit of upgradability in those cars. So hopefully they have done what they need to soften the blow on some of those big sections. But again, we have these competitors making their way through, and still currently in the first position is Eden Evans with that 6:17 compared to Tony Ross's 6:45, and then a 6:49 from John White in the Talon. So,
and that shows you just how competitive the Evans family as a whole are. Eden is smokingly fast at the 6:17 mark. Now this will be interesting to see how Samuel Crammond's done. He's been racing a lot of years as well around different events. As our other, well, it's an earlier Mitzi Triton. The 797 is off the line now. Great little run there. It sounded very good. Actually don't have any details for the 797. It might have been a late entry there. Because again, we've got Jeff Pickering, Brad Lovell and Adam Jalea.
So just a little bit of a break between our classes now. So we'll have 5 minutes of a break between. So we give our competitors a little bit of time for that dust to settle. And we look at John White's time. That one was Samuel Craymond, who last came through. That was a 7 minute and 1 second time around. So we also get speeds up here in the commentary box. So they're travelling around about 70. I would, maybe miles per hour that might be in, because I would say they're going a bit quicker over the line from my experience.
I think that'd be an average speed. I'm guessing it's kilometre hour average over the 6 kilometres, 6.8 kilometres. So yeah, we do tend to do average speeds over the race. We talk about an average speed where, guys are running up in that 118, 120 kilometre an hour average speed over the course, and that's on motorbikes and cars. So, some of our average speeds are pretty insane, to be honest with you here. I think we talked about with Bailey Cole in the box where he's talking about 50 miles an hour, where we're talking about 80, 85 kilometres an hour average speed at Fink, and we're doing up over that 120, 130. Heck, some of these guys, like Toby's time last year was just completely nuts. He was breaking records and just killing the game. So, are we going to see that again? We talk about the new motor. We've mentioned that a few times. The 7-litre rules should be interesting to see because, something that Bo Robinson needed was more horsepower. That's something that'll fix every man's problem. So it's very good. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, definitely will be. And when we do speak about the speed of these vehicles and the bikes, that's why it is so important this weekend to stand back 30 metres from the track. Again, we're going to start having a bit of a chat about our safety this weekend. I know a lot of the people, before you go out camping for the weekend, you're out here at the start-finish line precinct. So please have a listen to our safety messages this weekend. We really are harping on about it, and we want to see this great event continue to go as we wait for Brad Lovell to make his way through. Always stand 30 metres back from the track. Obey the no-go zones. Never stand on the outside of corners. In the absence of signage, please stand back 30 metres. Obey all directions from all officials and event organisers. And if someone's doing the wrong thing, have a chat with them. Have a chat with one of our officials and rectify it. Let's keep this great event going as Brad Lovell makes his way through in this production vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, you watch this Raptor. It's great to watch. It's awesome to see that an Australian-built vehicle was sent over to the States with an American driving it and his son, father-son duo, and they've brought this car over to Australia now with the help of Ford, and they are smashing it around this awesome, iconic track.
I know someone can correct me in the comments section if I'm wrong, but is this the car that Danny Brown was involved with over in Baja as well? He did drive a Raptor over there, so I believe that this car might have done a leg at the Baja in this vehicle, so actually a couple of Australians racing over in Baja as well.
Yep.
So it's a very cool story, this car indeed. And now to see it here in Australia and having a real crack at the production, I tell you what, he is having a good crack.
Yeah, it's full send mode. It's on the bopper. Let's see what the Ranger Raptor can do. That thing was quick. Put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a production vehicle built here in this country to go racing, and it does go quickest with a 6 minute and 2 second time, averaging a speed of 79 k an hour around this lovely 6.8 kilometre track.
That's cool, isn't it? That's those side-by-sides have a lot of suspension, plenty of power to weight, and for a production car to be that quick around this track. Now, what's going to be interesting to see, obviously the Land Cruiser coming through, plenty of horsepower from that V8, but also Jeff Pickering.
Yes.
Where's Australians' finest run against the crazy Yanks, as we like to say?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. That man is synonymous with this event. He is an absolute legend, and he's been racing it longer than I've been alive. I'm going to put that one out there. So definitely a whole heap of respect as this awesome Rodeo gets out and has a bit of a run now. Yeah,
Perry Compton off the line with Cody Compton in the passenger seat out about Bulwarra, Victoria in the Holden, Colorado 6-litre. It's a very nicely turned out car. Looks very fresh and clean. Can't miss it on the track, that lime green.
Well, here we go. If my older brother is watching, he was talking about the Toyota dominance last night and how his car would make it look good. Well, here you go, Brad. Here's one of these 79 series making their way out there, and it does look like it is having some good times out there, and it's definitely interesting to see one of these vehicles out here and running. I do believe this would be a VDJ 79L, if I'm correct.
Wowzers, that's very technical. I like it.
Yes, I do get all these codes in my head. I do sell parts for a living at this point in time, so I have all these codes off the top of my head, but that's what it does look like, one of those newer versions with the troop on the back. Well, not really the troop, it is a nicer looking version. But off the start line is the Commodore Ute, and that thing looks absolutely awesome. I'm very, very happy with my mullet, flapping in the wind up in the commentary box at the moment. That thing looks like it was built in the shed, and it is going to be smashing through the desert around the weekend as we see this 79 series making its way, as well as the Mitchie making its way back through this awesome stadium section that we have here.
Oh, honestly, is there anything better than a Taliban Tan 76 series making its way over the finish line? Hey, they look good in the desert, don't
it's
they?
quick. Sounds good as well.
7:69 as well out there. So we're just having a look at the updated times, trying to keep you guys up to date as possible. Again, the 797 on track, and well, those classic colours there.
Yeah, very, very old school looking livery there, and it's very nice with the Road Boss Rally support there on the side. So it will be interesting to see how these guys go as Adam Janier, his time comes through with a 7:36 as we go back down to Kate on the start line talking to our competitors as they make their way out.
Got a father-daughter team here in the 210. Hey team, how are you? Is this your first time navigating? What's going on in here?
It's my 4th time navigating.
Oh, fantastic. And are you pretty pumped to be here?
Pretty pumped to be here, pretty keen to get it going.
Yeah.
Yep.
And have you done lots of racing with your dad?
Yeah, I've raced with Dad like heaps of times.
Yeah. And
Yep.
so are you pretty what are you expecting from this weekend?
We're expecting like a really rough track, but we're expecting hopefully just to get there and back. That'll be good.
Yeah,
Yep.
excellent. All right, must be some nice father-daughter bonding.
Yeah, that you could say that.
Yeah. Dad's nodding at there must be some nice father-daughter bonding. All right, good luck out there. We've got the 3-minute board coming up. Let's go down and have a chat to Button 221. We've got a brother-sister duo here. A lovely couple of people. They're pretty young. I think about 2022. Wow, brothers, sisters. This is a really cool experience to do with your siblings.
Yeah, it's so much fun though. I love it.
And how did this come about? Like, when did you start racing together?
We started out the local off-road club at 15 and raced Finke when we were 16 and just always been in it.
Race Finke when you were 16. You probably were one of the youngest competitors then.
Yeah, I was still in my learners at the time.
And what is this like to race in this buggy? Is it the most insane experience?
Yeah, especially with him driving, it is.
You can never trust your brother when you're driving, right? Okay, good luck out there, you two. Enjoy it. Hello, boys. How you going in there? It's amazing. There's nothing here, right? It's all the vision in there, which is so important. How do you keep the dust out?
Helmet blowers and visors down and.
Yeah, great. And where are you guys from?
From Alice Springs.
Oh, brilliant. We've got some locals here. There's quite a few locals, so I'm guessing it's not your first time.
No, we rode quads for years and then we done the side-by-sides and now we're into these.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, good luck out there. Enjoy it. And now we'll just head down to the 217. This is a pretty cool looking buggy. Hey, you two in there. This is the husband and wife team. I think they've got about 10 cameras here. They told me it was for the grandkids. But how do you end up racing together like this? I feel like I would have quite a few arguments with my husband.
Well, this is our 7th year together in the car. So we sort of, I suppose we just really talk to each other. Communicate. If he's doing the wrong thing, I'll tell him.
Right. Where are you guys from?
Alice Springs.
Oh, fantastic. Some more locals. Excellent. And are you pretty happy with your preparation coming into this weekend?
No preparation at all. Totally untested.
Excellent. All right, you two. Well, enjoy it out there. No preparation. Fantastic. Boys, back to you. So cool to hear all these stories.
Thank you very much, Kate. And young Timmy Button in the 221, Kate, he probably didn't tell you, but yesterday while he was at work, he actually drilled a drill bit through his finger. So that man is driving with technically two hands, but one is not in full working order. Poor Timmy Button has had nothing but issues with the engine, and now he goes and gets the car ready to go and drills himself in the hand. So it's going to be interesting to see how young Timmy Button goes.
Gee, he's had a rough trot there, but anyway, that's part of the race as we've got the 210 off the line now, one of our Super 1650 A-arm cars. Going to be very quick here today, the 210.
Yeah, definitely sounds very quick as well, and it's a nice sounding little vehicle there.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of horsepower out of that. It says it has a GSXR 4 1340 in it.
Yeah,
so is it possibly motorbike power? Might be have a GSXR motorbike power plant in that. That was a bit of a thing a little while ago. They used to run Hayabusa motors and all sorts of things in these classes. So be interesting to see what motor's in the back of that. It definitely sounds like it was screaming anyway.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't surprise me if that was a motorbike engine in that one. And then next on the line, as I was saying before, just is young Timmy Button with his sister Elizabeth, his older sister there. So young Timmy's around about 20 years of age, and he's been racing since he was 15, ladies and gentlemen. So he's definitely had a heap of experience out on this track, and hopefully he can put this thing together. I know last year he was so angry with the car that I thought I'd put the mocker on him, and he came in and actually put it on pole for a good little bit there and was very, very quick out, a very good stout time. So new motor in this vehicle. It's a 4AGE blacktop, so the 20 valve version. So he's looking forward to getting that thing up and on song, and I can tell you it's going to be banging off the rev limiter because he doesn't know anything more than 100% throttle.
Excellent. And a Hunter Rivmaster frame, an old beam car. Very cool. Bob Mowbray, one of the legends of the sport, would have put this together at some time or given a kid out. So it's cool to see that it's still racing and still competitive out here in Super 1650. Oh, I was expecting a start there from the green light, but must be waiting on a grid for someone else.
Yeah, definitely just having a look at all the sponsors there on the side of that. Without these sponsors, this car definitely wouldn't be going racing, I can tell you that. I'm not trying to be rude or anything to these young racers, but as we were talking about before, it's not cheap to go racing. It is quite expensive, so a big shout out to all those sponsors on the side of that vehicle for getting this car out there, and young Timmy Button doing all the work to get that car ready to go, because I can tell you right now that's a two-person team in the back of a shed here locally. With a whole heap of different work and different people and different minds going into this vehicle. There's been a lot of different characteristics this vehicle's had to try and had tuned out of. It's not had the best of runs over the years, and Timmy's definitely getting better in it, and I think it's his year this year. So he is patiently waiting on the start line there while I believe some of our timing gets sorted out. So we'll just wait to see what's going on, and as we wait to see the other Super 1650 come back around the stadium section here. So currently still Brad Lovell in first position. His time was a 6 minutes and 2 seconds this morning, so he's still currently leading, followed closely by Ian Evans and Tony Ross. They're your top three currently. So still a heap of action, still a heap of big cars to make their way out here this morning, as we just have a little bit of a lull in the action out here at the start-finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what a great time again to have a talk about some of our method stuff. At the moment, they've got limited edition Think Proven apparel at methodracewheels.com.au. They were selling it at the street party and also last night. So they had some great Think specific gear out there. So, as I look around, I can actually see that some of the Think proven gear. You actually had a spray jacket yourself, Josh. And I guess the key is there that, it is lighter, stronger, faster. And, all the wheels from Method are actually proven with 37-inch tyres.
Yep, they are an absolute legend of a brand, and as their mantra is, it's lighter, stronger, faster. We're going to continue to say that over the weekend because they are such a good wheel, and the support they've given us this weekend has been absolutely amazing. So we really do appreciate Method Race Wheels for coming on board, and Do you like mullets as well, ladies and gentlemen? Because you know what rhymes with mullet? Method. So I'm pretty happy with some of that sponsoring and promo work that I get to put out for these guys this weekend. So I've just heard through the cans as well this morning. We're just currently having a little bit of a lull as there was a bit of an incident out with one of the vehicles. So looks like one of our competitors is now making their way back through. So Timmy was just held on the start line there just while we saw what was going on out on track, and it looks like we'll get him started very shortly. So yeah, just a little bit of issue out on the track, but we're all sorted now, and we'll get this back underway this morning as this lovely, awesome Holland Commodore makes its way, the 564 machine. Awesome to see that out here this weekend, and I'm just trying to see if I can get that one there. I think it's Richard McNay and Aaron Blacksell in that Performance 2-wheel machine in that Holden VY. So it looks like LS motor based on that one. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of a time this one does, and it looks like it's had a little bit of an issue out there on the Prologue track this morning. Just going a little bit slower than it did when it first left the line. So we'll see how his time goes. And it does look like that there is Brad Garrity. So he's back around the track, but again, not going nowhere near as fast as he was. So maybe he's had an off through some of the scenery out there. Trying to have a look at the vehicle and see if there is any characteristics we can pick up on, but I don't think we can see anything too wrong with the vehicle as the VY makes its way across the line now. The 564, and we'll update you with a time on that one once we get it up here in the commentary box. But Brad Garrity currently making his way around with his daughter Courtney in the passenger seat.
So, Josh, what I think you'll find there is it's actually the 545 Perry Compton that has had an issue, and it was a pretty big issue out on track, and they're going to do a loop, and so these guys will all run again, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
when you do get a yellow flag with a car out on track that has had a crash or an incident out on course, that's why these guys will be essentially limping, no, not limping, just driving sedately back in, and they will run again. So unfortunately, we've had an incident on site. That was the green Colorado. Has had a reasonably large rollover. I think most people will probably find that bit of footage pretty quickly on Out of Bounds Facebook page.
Oh, okay.
It was a big one, so but I believe everyone's okay and they're going to keep going. So, but those guys will get to have another run there.
Yep, that is, and that's something that we really do like about this situation as well. If something like this does happen, our race controllers are on top of it straight away, and they make sure everyone does get a rerun of this, because unfortunately sometimes this stuff does happen, and especially when it comes to a big rollover on the track, and sometimes it's not off the track, it's actually on the course, so we don't want vehicles hurtling at full pace towards them. So again,
well, even
great
Josh,
to have.
I don't know if you know this, but it's actually a rule, a CAMS rule, that, and it's just general good management, that the first car has to stop. Actually, the first and second car has to stop unless you wave by. So if you come across a vehicle that is damaged or rolled or in the trees or whatever, it is actually a legal, like a law, a written rule in CAMS that you have to stop and render assistance. So they're very happy. I can tell you personally, we've actually raced. We got a Jimco Pro buggy, and back when we raced, we had an incident happen in front of us. We stopped. We had it on camera. They gave us more than enough time in the race to make up for it. There's absolutely no excuse not to stop. So that's why, again, these guys will get another crack at this track. The only thing is that it's an interesting one, because if someone has a bit of an incident in front of you, does that unnerve you a little bit, seeing that? Does, you know, like sometimes it takes a couple of seconds to get back in. We actually had a run back here. We were behind Jared Melville, and he had a big roll one year back in his little, he was a V8 powered Super 1650 Razorback. It was a silly fast car out of Sunny Coast. Actually, Melville, one of the absolute champs of the sport, and we were pretty close to him when it all went wrong. And unfortunately, that did put us in a bit of a funny position for 5 or 10 minutes. We had to get our head back in the game when that happened. So it's an interesting game that you know, how that affects you and how it changes you. You know, the guys that race, how a moment out on the track gets you back into your game. So, you know, those guys that can sort of brush it off very fast, they're going to be very fast here at Fink.
Well, here we go. The ambers are on, and I do believe that means Timmy Button will finally get his time around this 6.8K track this morning. And I'm going to get very loud and very happy because it is young Timmy Button, the young 20-year-old, the 221, with his older sister in the navvy seat, and a little bit of a wind-up, but there we go. It gets on song, and young Timmy's going to have his right foot flat to the floor. It's going to be on that firewall the whole way round, so get ready for a half-decent time around this Prologue track.
Yeah, very cool. And again, if you're interested in what we're talking about with those, those beam front ends, what we're actually talking about, it's a Volkswagen style front end, torsion bars in there, got swing axles and bits and pieces in the front, and you can see those big coilovers sitting forward and up on the front. So that's what makes it, when we talk about beam cars versus A-arms. A-arms more like quad bikes or new cars where they've got, the McPherson style front end, admittedly very modified. But if you're wondering what we're talking about in the commentary box, that's what we're talking about when we talk about a beam car. And a beam car in the 80s, 90s, like everything was Volkswagen based, lots of things, were based out of that in Mexico and Baja and over in America. A lot of our technology has come over from the States, and we're here racing. And now here's a new A-arm car from Chambers, 269, I apologise. Beautifully turned out little car. You can see they run some lighter tyres. They haven't got that mechanical horsepower to turn the big 37s and that, but essentially still A-arms, coilovers, bypass, shock absorbers, all the good gear. That's going to be a very quick little run.
Yeah, the Super 1650 is all run by Alice Springs locals this weekend. Every single one of them is an Alice local. So that was Rick Chambers, and he's out there running in that 269 vehicle. And then on the start line now, you've got Peter Blouch and Michelle Blouch as well, so the husband and wife team on the start line, and they've been racing this vehicle for a number of years, and it's been around for a number of years as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go out there in that little 217. Does sound good though, and gets it wind up through the gears and is out onto the track. And we have a look to the left of us, and we actually have some live timing and live map viewing now. So we're very lucky up here in the commentary box. We've been pretty spoilt this year. And that dust, it seems to be a little bit of an issue as you see this, that iconic start-finish line banner as the choppers come over. It must mean there's some pretty big competitors making their way down. So, yeah, very, very, very interesting as we make our way through each class. We're going to go back down to the start line with Kiaiza.
All right, I'm down here with Rod and Cody on that start line of the Prologue. Guys, how important is today?
Sorry, what was that?
How important is today?
I missed that, sorry.
No, all good. So Rod and Cody are a father-son team. They're down here giving this a go. Maybe, Cody, can you tell me how much prep has gone into this?
Oh, lots of prep. Haven't done too many races this year, but should be good. See what happens.
All right, well, we'll keep having a wander down here as we get these buggies underway. It's quite cool to see how many families are coming out to do this together, and I love seeing these father and son pairs. Really goes to show Finke is this family event. Guys, who do we have here? How important is today for you guys?
Yeah, it's reasonably important. The actual track itself's pretty wet, so just hoping to get around in a good, smooth, clean run and see how we go tomorrow.
It's all about getting that place and that smooth run. Tell us a bit about your team and how you got out here.
I'm Sam's navigator. I help with the buggies a bit, but yeah, it's a pretty good opportunity, so can't thank him enough, I suppose.
All right, well, good luck out here. I just want to point out these guys. This is Christian and Ashton as well, riding in the Patriot Campers buggy. Two brothers going together. I think we've got a few minutes till this start line. Guys, are you ready? Can you give us a thumbs up?
Yep. Okay.
All right, I'll head back to you guys.
Yeah, awesome racing there. And again, this is those 10 cars that we're starting to talk about. Sam Bentley, Christian Montesalvo and that crew, it's going to be a really good run. So it's going to be interesting to see how those cars go, because I think I'm predicting that they're going to sit on top of the tree for quite a while here this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get these guys off the perch this morning, as that Illumicraft on the start line is starting to get ready and get his head in the game, as it looks like I can see Timmy Button on the screen coming through. Yep, here we go, the young Timmy Button in the 221 in the Super 1650 gets his run at this track. So let's see how quick he has been around the track this morning. And big send in there. He always likes that section of the track as he makes his way around the berm, but he has had a bit of an off there. It looks like one of the panels is swaying around, or whether he's just given that a bit of a bump with the elbow, because it does look very, very tight in there. And as his sister said, it was a very rough ride when it came to him. So yeah, we have a look and see where they are going. Quick little machine, this little Hunter Rivmaster. It's been around the country racing for many years, and a little bit of a slow section there, but he gets it back into the loud pedal. That 4AJE motor screaming.
Now, Josh, was he out at Brekkie Bash? Did he have a run at Brekkie Bash this week?
No, unfortunately, the car was torn apart this time. Normally he tries to get a little bit of run in, but no, unfortunately this car was apart. Engine was being rebuilt. But here we go, young Timmy Button making his way across the line. Nice and quick, mate. Let's see what he has done as the rest of the Chambers cars make their way through now as well in the Garrity's. There you go, Timmy Button does a 6:17.29, so he goes into second position behind Brad Lovell, as I believe it is Brad Garrity in this one out there at the moment.
Now, what's impressive about that is it shows you just how far with the one production, like with Ford Raptor Ranger coming on board, how far it just jumped it up the list, the production four-wheel drive. You know, last year we saw the Super 1650s instantaneously all beating the production four-wheel drives, which was to be expected, to be honest with you. But now that Ford Raptor Ranger, what a piece of gear.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. And you can tell by the time and the average speed around the track, you know, for something that heavy and production-wise for a vehicle, it is definitely interesting to see how quick it did get around the track and how Brad did steer that thing. So very, very interesting as we do see the Chambers car come across the line, the 269. And that was looking very, very good. Yep, Rick Chambers and Patrick Garrity in that one, with the support from Chambers and Thinkwater here locally in town as well. So you got Paul Blouch making his way around the start line as we go back down to Kate on the start line with more of our competitors.
Thanks, boys. I've got Sam Bentley here. Sam, it's a bit of a family affair for you guys here every year, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's good. We've got Dad couldn't quite get here with his truck, but now Dad and Hannah are sharing the drive in the other truck, so it's all good.
Oh, it's so cool. And how old are you, and how many Finks have you done?
I'm 19. This is my third Fink.
Oh, wow. Best results? What have they been?
Last year I got 26 overall, and second in class, so that was a good effort.
Excellent. All right, you two. Well, good luck. Just a couple of young boys looking like they're going to have a pretty rad time out there. Let's head back to the Patriot Campers, because I know this lot have got a pretty strong following on social media, right? I haven't actually got to meet you yet, but tell us how all the prep's been coming in. I know you've been pretty big on the socials and the content, but how are you feeling for Prologue?
We are feeling really good over Prologue. We were out here over Brekkie Bash, so we've had some practice and
And how's all the prep been? Guys, very, very noisy. I know you're about to take off, but how important is the Prologue here?
It is very, very important to get right so you can get up and ahead of all the other cars. So yeah.
All right, boys. Good luck out there. Go kick some ass. Back to you.
Yeah, very cool. And we've got the first of our sports light buggy, the 10s off the line, which was Rod Visser. Got Cody Visser in the passenger seat in that Illumicraft with the 2.4 in it.
Garrity coming across the line on song there. Very, very good from him. So it will be interesting to see our updated times as we get those up here in the commentary box. And Rick Chambers does a 6:24, and no update there for the other vehicle.
I was going to say we're very, very keen to punch out these numbers because it's going to be interesting to see, and particularly when these 10s come through, as Sam Bentley is now off the line. Again, very famous Fink winning father, Hayden Bentley, has won it a couple of times, including in 2013, where he ran a racer in a single seat configuration. Actually came out of 13th that year, which is completely unusual of Fink for a car to come outside the top 10 and then win outright, and he did it with style, to be honest with you, in a racer single seat car. So these boys in a racer class 10, little sports light buggy. So again, with a 2.4 in the back of that thing, I believe. And then out of Port Pirie, South Australia. And then behind them is Christian and Ashton Montesalvo, known as the Patriot Twins, and they are in an Illumicraft little pro-light car. Got the 2.5 litre in that. So NA 2.5, A-arm car. Can see those beautiful radius rolled roofs on all of these new cars. Man, these buggies look so nice out there.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you were still a little bit sleepy this morning or weren't woken up, I hope you are now, because the noise of these vehicles are starting to make me very, very excited. We get those nice, lovely notes of RPM in the morning. We can smell the race fuel, and you guys get to hear that on the live stream and around the track as we do speak as well. So yeah, it is absolutely lovely up here in the commentary box. We're loving life at the moment. The noise, the vibe out here is absolutely amazing. There's a heap of people out here as I look to my left. Heap of people packed into the stadium section here, all having a look at Prologue this morning. So and I can even see a couple of our spectators in the back area there. They're all listening to our safety marshals as well. They're 30 metres back from the track. And ladies and gentlemen, just before you do go out camping this weekend, a reminder, 30 metres away from the track at all times. And please do listen to all our spectator marshals and officials over the weekend. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to go racing. So please listen out. And
hey Josh, this is a super cool car here, the 1063. This is Chris Solid Co. They actually build these themselves out of Julia Creek, and we've raced against these guys in Queensland, and they are absolute weapons. Got box arm, A-arms and bits and pieces. He turned up to a race in Burdekin and had a spare Subaru motor in the back of the Land Cruiser. They are absolute legends, the Solids. They've got a couple of these single-seaters, and it's cool to see Chris out here again having a good crack. The other one that's cool is the 1075, so it's going to be cool to see Josh Gaskin have a good run out of Yalta, Victoria in the Southern Cross Mark V.
Yeah, another one of Australian-built vehicles as well, if I'm not mistaken there, the Southern Cross.
Absolutely, yep. The Mark V got into the A-arms.
Oh, listen to that thing off the line.
Yeah, he's having a good crack there. Like we said, we think that we're going to see these guys really decimate these, probably down into the 5-minute mark and get on that top step at the moment for Prologue. So going to be interesting to see how these guys go.
Yeah, I think these guys are really going to see how quick we can get to this morning. I think they're going to be a real good feeder in to see where they put themselves this morning. And here we go, the first of our sports light vehicles making their way into the stadium section here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Confab Vesser making his way into the section.
Yeah, Rod's definitely going to be one of the guys to watch out for in the 1057, as well as off the line. Hey, Josh, here's a bit of Fink knowledge for you as well. The 1036, big shout out to Lee Wells, who's listening along at home. But this is the first ever Gymco in Australia, right here on the line. And it's also the ex-Paul Simpson car. It won Fink in 1997. So that car has done a lot of kilometres, the 1036.
Single-seater as well.
Single-seater, ex-Paul Simpson car. And again, that's James Tyrrell out of Coldstream, Victoria. 2.2 litre motor in that one as well. So keep a good eye on him. And again, how cool is that to have a previous Fink winning car running in Class 10.
Well, there's a heap of pedigree with some of these vehicles. I can tell you that, as Vesa makes his way to the start-finish line on song, goes through, and let's see what he does and whether he shakes up the timing screens as we get a little bit of a update in the commentary box. Yes, Rod Visser, 5:34 with an average speed of 86.1 as the Bentleys make their way in to the start-finish line section now. So around about the 5:30 mark for these sports lights. So I do think that, Dan, if we do get into some of our bigger vehicles and they are on song, we might be able to see a fall today.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, the 10:59 off the line now, Jason Wilson with Anita Walk in the passenger seat in another Southern Cross Mark II, so Mark V, I apologise, a car. So very cool to see those Australian cars out there racing against the likes of Sam Bentley's Racer, imported out of America, an old 10 car. Have a look at that thing flying through the finish line. Again, we'll keep you updated with all the times as we have them. Obviously, if you listen along at home, make sure you've got two screens going. You can have the race result up on Finke's, the Desert Race page. Sorry for that. But again, the 1088, the Montesalvo twins. That car looks really nicely turned out this year too. I like the way they've changed the colours around a little bit. Definitely pops.
No, they've done a really good job, and with the lead up into the event as well, with all their social media work, these twins have done a lot of work on social media, and these Patriot Campers guys are really getting a couple of young people, like our young community, into this off-road racing, and they're doing really good things. So a big shout out to them this weekend as well. I know the crew are out here this weekend, so it's awesome to see there, and let's see what the two twins do this morning. Shout out to the Patriot Campers crew as well. Another set of young guns making their way around, and they go top of the timesheets with a 5:24 compared to Sam Bentley's 5:29. And Brad Garrity is up there in third position as well with that 5:32. So we're now sitting around about the 85, 86k range. For average speeds, as I see some vehicles catching some air in the back section there, and I can see the start line for our Prologue, and it looks like we've got the first of our Class 8s. The new distinction this weekend is they're allowed to run 7 litres of fury under the front bonnet of these vehicles, and it's going to be very interesting. And
interesting note here, Josh. This is Phil Lovett, ex-motorbike racer, ex-legend, multi-time winner, champion. Let's say everything. What I love about him is he's mad. He is running an open-face helmet like a rally boy in no windscreen on that car. So it's so cool to see Phil Lovett out there having a crack in that four-wheel drive trophy truck. That's a Racer engineering truck. It's actually an ex-Brent Comiskey or a Comiskey Motorsports truck. It was four-wheel drive. They were running it in essentially an exhibition class with a turbo big block in it. Phil bought it, took the motor out of it, put a class-compliant motor in it, and he's out here racing in Class 8. So have a look, Chris, solid across the line now. Again, I believe it's Subaru powered that car, or it used to be at least. It's going to be very interesting to see how they end up. Again, builds all his own cars.
Puts himself currently in 5th with a 6:01.
Very cool.
So not bad at all there for him. And as we continue to sift through these competitors and they make their way through.
Oh, have a look at this. A flying run in that Southern Cross car, the 1075. What a run there out of Josh Gaskin. Again, fantastic footage on the big screen here. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you have a look over on the big TV here live at the track at Prologue. It will be here all weekend. And again, if you're going down the track and getting a good spot, make sure you follow all the rules. Have a great time. Can't wait for you to enjoy the 47th Tatts Finke Desert Race. Again, this is this 1036 now on the screen that we have here. The very first Jimco in Australia. That is some cool information. The ex-Paul Simpson and the 1997 Finke Desert Race winner in the car class.
Yeah, got that Ultimate 9 backing. You'll know them from throttle controllers around the country. They are a very good brand throttle controller. I can tell you I've even got one of their throttle controllers. So yeah, big shout out to them. And as one of our locals gets around that one there is Jason Wilson and Anita Walk. They've been pretty stout over the last couple of years with that vehicle, and we're out at Brekkie Bash having a bit of a go. So let's see how they go around this track. And green light racing for Class 8. Phil Lovett is out and running. Let's see what he can do. Sounds on song though, Dan. I hope everyone's getting that through the effects mic because it sounds so good.
I must admit, there's no better place to be than live trackside. It's a good spot. Oh, I tell you, I was about to say that thing sounds healthy, but that's none other than Brent Smoothie. He's got the number 2 on the roof because he's last year's number 2 in Australian Championship. So it was Ryan Taylor, then this man in his old Geyser. But this is the brand new $1 Million Mason, all-wheel drive. This is 1,000 horsepower. It is a Joe Gibbs motor. It is billet everything. It is carbon everything. If you want it, this has got it. It is one of the most beautiful machines out there, and it's got David Walsh in the passenger seat.
Yeah, let's see what David Walsh can do as a navigator. And listen to that thing roar. I'm going to be quiet.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you've got to love that noise. And Brent Smoothie on song in that vehicle. The number 2 plate. Let's see what he can do. And ladies and gentlemen, last year our winner of Prologue was Toby Price with a 4:42.9. Do you think we'll see a quicker time this year, Dan? Do you think we can get into the 4:30s, those high 4:30s, or do you think we'll stick around in those low 40s? As we continue to look at these vehicles, looks like the 819 now making their way out. Another one of our extreme four-wheel drive competitors.
Yeah, this is what we sort of call our original Class 8. You know, back in the day, this is very much production-based but highly modified patrols. We had, you know, Clayton Chapman used to race in his Triton, and there was a number of these competitors. Sandy playing the Showman Bowman used to be a bit of a weapon around here. One day, hopefully we see him back. But the 819 now out on track. And again, one of those Class 8s, what we call the original style Class 8s. They're getting taken over now by these four-wheel drive trophy trucks. It's going to be interesting to see where the future goes.
Yeah, John Alfred in that one there. So let's see how he does over the course of the next 6.8 Ks. And we look eagerly down the back end there, as you would have seen on the big screen. We were looking down at the back end there to see how those vehicles are going, and Smoothie in the back section is absolutely flying.
Yeah, Walshy wouldn't have told him to take his foot off the gas yet, so it's going to be interesting. Hey, now listen, on the line now we have James Cook, 601. One of the interesting points about this is he is the first guy ever to win a championship round outright in a side-by-side. So this car at up there north in the Queensland round, in round 1 of the Australian Championship, actually beat everyone. So admittedly, that track probably suited it a little bit, Moranbah up there, but the 601, how blistering fast is James Cook? And he's got the 601 on the roof from last year for a reason. He's the class champion, so that car is going to be very quick, that Can-Am X3.
Yep, heap of development going into these side-by-sides, as we were talking about earlier this morning. There's a heap of development going into it, and especially over in the States at this point in time. They're doing a lot of R&D, and a lot of the sporting crews are putting out a lot of new bits and bobs for these vehicles, so they're just going to continue to get quicker and quicker and quicker. And if I look out the back section, it is getting quick and dusty. So let's see what the number 2 vehicle can do.
Well, it should be Phil Lovett in first,
yep,
so it'll be Phil, the blue truck coming in. We're just keeping our eyes split. Yep, it is Phil Lovett in the Racer Engineering trophy truck coming in. So this will be a nice clean run from Lovett. Again, I'd like to think that Lovett's got his game plan on. They're very, very fast, but they're also very, very consistent finishers. He's run this track a lot, rode a motorbike for many, many, many years. Then changed over to the side-by-side class and then built this truck. Again, it is the ex-Comiskey racing truck, but with a lot of work done to it by the team down there at Lovett to make it Australian compliant, an Australian racer. Look at those big trailing arms, the A-arms, the four-wheel drive system. But then again, look at the helicopter come in low. So coming in now is the 2 car into the stadium. So we've got 2 in the stadium at one time, ladies and gentlemen. How good is this as Brent Smoothie makes his way? Look at that four-wheel drive clawing. It's just a totally different animal, isn't it?
Phil Lovett across the line. Let's see what he does. Can he put it on pole for now? But Brent Smoothie's making his way around the stadium section, so it is all on. Yes, a 5:09 from Phil Lovett. So we're getting down around to those 5-minute times and maybe even pop into the 4s with this car right here. But it is slowed down into the stadium section. You get those tighter sections and it's all nice and free flowing. But let's see how they go over these little step ups and downs as they make their way around the berms.
What's
David
interesting,
Walsh.
guys, is Josh, note how this one sits down off the berms. When you see Toby, he's right up on the berms, railing it high. This thing sits down on that hard pack, and look how much go that's got.
Wow, it is going all 4 wheels, 4-wheel drive power. Brent Smoothie, what has he done, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see the time. It's going to be quick. It is a 4:58 from Brent Smoothie. Puts him on the pole sitter for now, but there's still so many massive names making their way around.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the bar has been set. We are running under 4 minutes all day today. This is going to be a very interesting race. 4:58 with a 25, and I tell you what, Josh, that with a 25 might actually make a difference here today. Everyone's going to be trying, and that 4-minute barrier, we're going to be right into it.
So side-by-side pro now making their way out onto the Prologue track. Looks like we're going to have James Cook and Mitch Artichoke from Hazelwood North in Victoria in their Can-Am X3. So this one's a newer version of the vehicles. And these side-by-sides are allowed to have the supercharger and turbochargers bolted onto these guys. So a little bit faster than our sports category we had a little bit earlier this morning. Heap of action still to come to you this morning as we continue to see our Class 8s making their way through. John Alfred in the 819. As Dan was saying before, this is the old school version of the Class 8s. This is what they used to run, more of a production-based four-wheel drive vehicle. As you can see, massive radiator set up on the back of that car, so definitely not going to be needing any more cooling or coolant in that vehicle. It looks like it's got plenty on board, but these vehicles are starting to get really quick. The 699 now making their way out onto the track, and I quickly try and have a look at who that is making their way out. Unfortunately, don't have the info for them. Sorry, Peter Carr and Matthew Windham from Kenhurst in New South Wales, and another X3. So we have quite a contingency of side-by-side pros this year. So they'll continue to make their way around the Prologue track, and we'll see how well their times go. But let's see what John Alfred's got in the 819. Sounds on song. Let's see where he puts himself. Still waiting for that to come through. John Alfred puts himself in 15th, so not the run that he was wanting, but we'll see how he goes on the run down the Fink after everyone gets seated. Still a heap of side-by-sides making their way out and around. Just a friendly reminder to everyone this weekend, please listen to all our safety officials and our safety marshals with all the new spectator safety measures we've brought in this weekend. It's all for your safety and your kids and your family. So please do listen to us this weekend. Always stand 30 metres back from the track. Obey the no-go zones around. It's very clearly signed and bunted. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you see a no-go zone, do not go past that bunting. If you see someone in one of those zones, give them a tap on the shoulder or go and have a chat with one of our spectator safety marshals just to rectify that, because we don't want this great event being stopped. In the absence of signage, remember, ladies and gents, stand back 30 metres as well. A reminder to obey all our officials and our spectator marshals this weekend. And again, if someone's not doing the right thing, reminder, just have a chat with them, have a chat with one of the officials close by, and we can get that rectified. So please help us keep Fink safe for everyone. Don't be the reason this ends for good. The race may be stopped instantly if spectators don't comply. If you are asked to move, just do it, ladies and gents. So please just do listen to those safety messages. We're going to continue to push it this weekend as you see these awesome vehicles making their way off the start line and down along the old Gann line. So very picturesque this morning here in the Red Centre. It's lovely weather, actually. It's starting to get nice and warm up here. And the vehicles continuing to make their way. The 601, that is James Cook and Mitch Order Cook from Hazelwood. And the first start, first contingency of these little side-by-sides will start making their way onto our timing screen shortly. So just a reminder, ladies and gents, if you want to follow along at home and you're interested in seeing the map and the live timing, you can do what we're doing up here in the commentary box. You can have this live timing available to you. You just got to go to the Tatts Finke Desert Race website and have a look there and get the results up and running. And then you can also go to the Rally Safe website, or you can download the app on your Apple or Android device, and you can follow the vehicles across the weekend as the Cook 601 car makes its way across the line. Let's see how the first of our turbocharged and supercharged helped vehicles go. And I believe they've put themselves around the top 10. We'll just get a refresh on my timing. But a heap still coming from these vehicles.
Lots of side-by-sides are going to be running away now, obviously in the side-by-side pro category. Again, some modifications to these ones. Christian Ridge and Nathan Mortimer out of Wandoan, Queensland, Can-Am X3. The 604, Jeff McNevin. Keep a good eye on McNevin. The JSW guys. Loves the rough too. Has run very, very fast up at the Gundy, which is running a 500 this year. But 604 out there, Jeff McNevin, Jake Nicholson. Out of Arundel, Queensland. Another fast racer again. There's going to be lots. Zachary Marsh is on the line with Richard Tassin in the passenger seat. Richard Tassin is a very, very fast side-by-side competitor in his own right. So two fast guys there in the 614 out of Warner, Queensland in the Can-Am X3. This class is very heavily laden between either the Polarises or the Can-Am X3. when the X3 came out, I really feel like it forced Polaris to step its game up a long way, which they have. But in 2017-18, when they came out, the Can-Am was an absolute weapon as the 604 smokes across the track now with Jeff McNiven. Again, just keeping an eye on some of those times there and to see how they sit up. So the 699, Peter Carr is our fastest side-by-side at the moment with a 5:16. Man, isn't that crazy? Only 18 seconds slower than the $1 Million Trophy truck. Like, it is interesting to see how fast these cars and these side-by-side pros have come. Peter Carr, no joke at all, though. Very, very quick here, has run some very good times. Actually, a bit of a bitchman track racer, Peter Carr. He does all sorts of things. Now the 636 off the line now. That's Simon Evans, multi-time Australian rally champ. Has Max O'Brien in the passenger side out of Bass, Victoria, the crazy concreter. He is a concreter, I can tell you that.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the snails and the turbochargers and the superchargers are on song now, ladies and gentlemen. These side-by-sides are starting to rip through, and they're setting some half-decent times as well, as we do have a bit of a speak about them. These little vehicles are definitely a match for some of these bigger cars, and the power to weight ratio. There you go. Look, you've got Peter Carr has just put himself on a 5:16 and in third place, Dan. That's in a side-by-side, mate.
Oh, very quick. And the 6195, James Mogford's up there as well. He ran a 5:21. Oh, and this is what we started talking about, splitting hairs. 5:21 with a 34. And Jeff McNiven ran a 5:21 with a 66. So only 0.3 of a second between Mogford and McNiven. So that just shows you how fast they are. And those side-by-sides are faster than our fastest Class 10 cars. Now, I will say, I do think the Class 10s are going to get their own back down the track, but this is what we talk about. Prologue's so difficult because it's a bit of a different track. You can see just how fast these four-wheel drive side-by-sides are out of these corners as the 617 of Glenn Ackroyd comes fast with Andrew Cassidy in the passenger seat going across the line. But again, all these 10 cars now have the dust of these side-by-sides to make up. So it's so important to be in the right spot.
And that's the thing as well, especially with these little side-by-sides, because there are so many of them, Dan, it is so hard to pick through them and get through that dust, especially if you do have a bit of a mishap this morning and it doesn't go the right way. You can be sitting down right at the bottom of the pack. You know you're faster, but you just can't get past them because you can't pushing that amount of dust. But with the rally safe system and with everything that we do have here, we should be able to hopefully get some of these cars. They'll be able to pick their way through, but it's going to be interesting as we continue to see. Look at the lights flashing on this one on song from the 6166.
Yeah, so Kai Camilleri, who we had a chat to last night out of Queensland, tied to the Comiskey Mining Services team. And then Glenn Brinkman was off the line before while we were having a chat with Dale Moscat. That was the 6104 that took off. The 619's now back in the stadium, Christian Rich and Nathan Mortimer.
Yeah, and we saw Greg Campbell's young fella leave the line before as well. So the 603, that's going to be another quick car. Oh, sorry.
I think that is Greg Campbell
it is
driving
actually Greg.
With Lachlan Campbell in the passenger seat. That's what I believe is happening there.
No worries.
In the 603, and again, those 603. So in these classes, if you see the first number, it obviously designates what class they are, short of Pro Buggy, which only have two numbers or the 9 in front of it. I know that'll be a bit confusing, but it's a big class. But essentially, how you see this 6, that's what we call a Class 6, which is our side-by-side Pro class. And then obviously you've got your net race numbers. But if you've got the 601, that means you're last year's class champion. If you're 602, you're last year's number 2. If you're 603. So Greg Campbell running that 603 number is actually last year's 3rd place in the class, and what a competitive class it is.
Yeah, it definitely is. You can split some of these times with a fine toothpick, I can tell you that. There's nothing in these times. It's getting very, very close up in the pointy end of this Class 6 battle as we do speak. The 695 makes its way off the line, and that there is Alex Davies and Dylan King all the way from Ghana Bargara in WA. Again, you can tell I'm from Alice Springs and haven't travelled very much because I don't know how to pronounce any of these little town names from either WA or Queensland, but I do have a little bit of knowledge when it comes to these vehicles. So, yeah, these cars are making their way around, and look how quick, to see how quick these side-by-sides come through that back section, it's just insane because they were very, very slow back in the old days.
Yeah, well, this is cool footage because this is Simon Evans coming in, multi-time. I believe he won 4 Australian Rally Championships, like as in Colin McRae style Rally Championship. Used to race Subarus and Mitsubishis and all sorts of things over the place, and has done many things. So it's cool to see his skill set, because I tell you what, this is where that skill set really shines, is on this Finke Prologue track. Because whilst it is very rough, we've talked about, I would almost think this is more like a rally course until we get down to the 20-30k mark. You've got these big, flat, fast dirt roads in Prologue. There's plenty of that out there on the track as well, but it's very interesting to see as the 678 is off the line as well. That's Peter Rossi with Jackson Rossi out of Kensington Gardens, South Australia, in a Can-Am Turbo 1000. The South Australian crew. Plenty of dirt races down in South Australia, I can tell you that. But have a look. It is a great run here as they come sooting through here for Simon Evans. The King Chrome car. Again, they do a lot of work on social media and bits and pieces. The King Chrome guys had some great videos. If you want to watch last year, Eden was talking about her issues last year. They had plenty of information there. Here's Greg Campbell coming in on the 603. Again, I believe it's Lachlan Campbell in the passenger seat of that car. Greg Campbell building a lot of race cars. He's got his own designs back there now, racing in these Can-Am X3s. Oh, no, that's not a good start for that car.
Pull-off. The 620 there, that one would be Margin Kiffer and Katie Chandler from Bellas in WA. So unfortunately there, that thing got on song and then it sounded really, really not good. Like, I don't know whether it was crunching gears there or the motor just said bye-bye. But yeah, unfortunately the 620s had a quick stop to their qualifying this morning.
And what's interesting about that, Josh, is probably something to point out, is that if that does happen, they can still get seeded and race. This isn't part of the collective race time. Well, actually, Josh, I'll tell you a little insider's tip. That's actually probably a mistake on their behalf, if anyone's listening. That because now they are going to really struggle to run a good time. They are going to be well back. Probably once you have an issue like that, it's better to turn the car off, go and check it over and make sure everything's right, and just get seated, because they will seed you inside the, the 2/3 or something like that. Whereas now they'll have a lot of trouble in that 620 car trying to get inside. They're probably going to be one of the slowest cars in class.
Yeah, definitely going to make their morning tomorrow a lot harder. They're going to be eating a lot more dust, but you never know with these competitors as well. There might be a couple of boo-boos and a couple of big names fall out of this section as the 6104 makes its way across the line.
Yeah, Glenn Brinkman having a great run there. And they're one of the cars, they've been around a lot of years racing that Can-Am. They've got a lot of development into the suspension and bits and pieces. I think that's a one to watch out for, that 6104. Glenn Brinkman.
Yeah, you still got Peter Carr currently leading the Class 6s at the moment. His fastest time is the 5:16.67. And then next fastest is James Monkford with a 5:21. So, and then, yeah, you got Jeff McNiven there with the 5:21.66 compared to the 34. So as we were saying, those are minute little tenths this weekend, especially in our limited, our closer classes when it comes to parity side of things. It will be a big thing because there will be a couple of tenths, and that may put you 5 or 6 spots up the field.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. The 6187 of Ben Falk and John O'Connor, coming over the line now. And we also saw the 676 of Nathan Shivers and Eddie Shivers out of Canoelands, New South Wales, in their Can-Am takeoff. So that was the 676, which we saw earlier. The 695 now coming back into the stadium, which is Alex Davies and Dylan King. out of Gennaro, Western Australia. Again, another Can-Am X3, as there's a Can-Am X3 off the line, the 6165, which is Benjamin Ward and Micah Fountain out of Turramurra, New South Wales. Big shout out if you're listening from New South Wales. If you're listening from Turramurra, Benjamin's off the line.
Yes, I know a lot of the families, competitors that couldn't make their way to this event this weekend. They'll be watching the live stream live on YouTube. So a big welcome to everyone watching on the live stream. I hope you're having a great time so far. Hope you're nice and warm at home, rugged in and enjoying the racing as we continue to see these Class 6 turbo machines just rip through the line. That's the 695 of Alex Davies and Dylan King from WA. So they'll be pretty happy with that time, I would say, as the 627 makes its way to the start line and gets ready to make its lap around.
Yeah, Justin Ryder with Stephen Teese in the passenger seat there, Riverbend, Queensland. A couple of good old Queensland boys having a crack here in the 627. See a lot of these side-by-sides, no spares, trying to run them as light as possible. And just as I say that, one's with a spare on, because I was going to say, it's interesting, we went through phases with trophy trucks where they weren't running spares, they were trying to run super light, and now we've seen a change where they're back to running their double spares because it's, you know, it's good for traction off the line and bits and pieces. They don't want to mess with their suspension setups and bits and pieces, so it's very interesting to see how it's progressed and people try different things trying to get the very best Prologue they can.
Yeah, there's so many different little factors that you take into account this morning. Everyone's got their different plan and their different running, and they've got their own little sheet that they try to tend to run to. So a lot of these teams will be trying different little things, and they would have been out on the track or out on a little private section of road where they can get these vehicles down and see how they perform and see if there is an advantage to running the wheel or not running the wheel. I think some people have, you know, they tend to go, well, in Prologue I won't run a spare, but down the track I will. So it's different.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And just off the line, there was the 665 of Alex Hanley Brothers Racing. So very cool to see those guys back in racing as well. Now, I believe that we've got another story down on our start line with some of our competitors.
I went for a bit of a wander up the queue because I wanted to find this very special entrant, and I'll tell you in a little second why they're so special to me, but this is Rihanna and Mia Carlson. Rihanna is 20 years old, Mia is her 17-year-old sister. This is their first time racing Fink, and Rihanna and I actually played cricket together when I lived in Darwin, so I'm so excited to see her out there. But Rihanna, how excited are you to get underway today and get your first Prologue in?
We're very nervous, but looking forward to it, so it should be good.
I think if it was me in one of these buggies, I'd be pretty nervous for the first time too, but your family has a huge history, so can you tell us a little bit about what got you into racing?
We grew up with buggies around the bush up in Darwin, and been watching this race for the past 6 years, so and been begging to do it, and then we got the time to do it, so yeah.
Well, girls, good luck out there. I will be cheering for you. You can follow them on Facebook, Carlson Racing 629. I know I've been keeping track of them at 2, but good luck, girls, and I'll go back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Down on the start line, we're getting all these awesome stories about our competitors making their way to this awesome event. So we are looking forward to it, and we really are loving all the stories they do have to offer as well. So there's a heap of action going on at this point in time. And yeah, the side-by-sides are making their way through nice and thick and thin, and they're getting quicker and quicker as the morning goes on.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Did you just say thick and thin? I've never heard that before, but I like it. Zach Gunstone is through in the 689. Now, out of interest, a little bit of information there that I just heard of, again, I've got these little group texts going and bits of information. So we think that 442, I think was the number, 442 with a 9. was Toby's fastest qualifying last year. That's what he won the Method Race Wheels Prologue with. So 4:42. So we're expecting to see some guys break down into some very low numbers. Again, considering that a few of these guys have got some more motor and bits and pieces, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens there. So the 676 through now, Nathan Shivers and Eddie Shivers. And again, another one of our X3s off the line. That's the 693, which is Dylan Basham and Harry Richardson out of Dubbo, New South Wales. So the 693, again, another one of our Can-Am X3s off the line in our side-by-side side-by-side pro here at our Method Race Wheels Prologue. So good to have the crew from Method on board. Again, choose from Method's wide range of styles and colours to not only enhance the look of your vehicle ride, but also provide security and performance. You know, we talk about the big grip technology and all those things going on. Method makes all sorts of vehicles for all sorts of race cars and street cars. I run them personally on my street car, and I tell you what, they are great looking, great performing wheels. So get onto the Method Australia website and get amongst it. The 627 now on the screen, Justin Ryder and Stephen Teese out of Riverbend, Queensland. And we've also got the 653 off the line, which is Troy Besham and Anthony Milsom. The 653 scooting away 6.8 kilometres. They'd almost hold their breath the whole way, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and in these side-by-sides, I don't think you'd have much on the left foot as you'd think. I don't think you'd slow down as much. You'd have that right foot in the firewall pretty much buried for a majority of the track here, and we'll see how this one goes as the 627 makes its way across the line, and we'll see how our timing is for these vehicles. I still believe it is Peter Carr, yes, with that 5:16. He's still on top, along with James Mogford and Jeff McNiven. They're still your top three in class at the moment. So some pretty stout times from some of these side-by-side turbo/supercharged cars. And amazing what these vehicles can do once you put a little bit of boost into them.
Yeah, Josh, but I also think it shows a different era in time too. Like, as the development, the production development came forward, you know, again, Can-Am really stepped in. I believe it was about 2017, might have been 16. But when they released the X3, they basically forced Polaris's hand. They had to go bigger A-arms. They had to get bigger trailing arms. They had to get more horsepower, because there was a period in time there where Polaris was everything. And then Can-Am came in, and I use it very loosely, but they kicked some butt with that X3 when it came out. Polaris have definitely caught up now and are changing the game with their Pro, so it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. And obviously we've also got our Yamahas now, our Honda Talents, all those sort of things going on, so it's going to be great to see that racing. But again, it really is the battle of the forced versus not forced, isn't it? As you said.
Yeah, it definitely is, and these little turbos and superchargers that they do have winding up on these little vehicles, they only make a little bit of boost, so you're not seeing massive pounds of boost being put through these motors, but it is just that little bit of a kick to get you out of the corner a little bit quicker, or get you into a little bit of a better position on the straights as well. So there are a little bit of differing factors compared to your naturally aspirated, compared to your forced induction. And we'll just see how that story plays out this weekend. Got some very, very stout-looking vehicles. The 674 making its way now. That's Graham Colbrand and Aaron Colbrand from Dubbo, New South Wales. So they're making their way in the 657, a very, very good-looking side-by-side. That one there is Kane Jones from Bega in New South Wales. That's a Polaris Turbo S 2021 model, and a little bit of a longer wheelbase in that one. So definitely a different style, a different body style, and it'll be interesting to see how that one goes as well. So there are a different couple of body styles and different couple of manufacturers that do run these side-by-sides. And as we've been saying all morning, there's a heap of R&D that are going into these vehicles, and they're just getting quicker and quicker. And as Dan said, the Can-Ams, they really were dominant from around about 2017 onward from here. And in the world of off-road racing, they were everywhere. They were all over YouTube. They were all over racing channels. They were all over people that, were going grip racing and they wanted to have a little bit of fun. They decided to get on board one of these Can-Am machines. So that's where they really rose in popularity, was that time. And all the exposure they did get out here desert racing, not only in Australia but over in the States as well. I saw them explode over in the States, and the racing over there, especially with their short course stuff in their side-by-sides, is massive.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy for sure. Hey, the 661 of Adam Spicer and Amanda Spicer out of Lucknow, New South Wales, in their Can-Am X3 is off the line. And coming back in through that dust, we're just keeping an eye out. But I know I can see that sticker. I think it's got method on the side of it, mate, so it must be a fast car. There's no question about that. Sooting along very nicely there. Nah, it's got Rob Mack on the side of it. Well, Rob Mack's a fast driver as well, so I love that. It is harder with some of these side-by-sides, particularly with the X3s. There's a lot of X3s out here. If you said the black one with an orange cage, I'm going to struggle, that's for sure. But the 698 out now. Claus McGee and Jason Muchenberg out of Mount Isa, Queensland. The 653 on track in our stadium area. Again, we saw Troy get off the line earlier. He's had a nice clean run through there. Nice clean run. You can see him running high up on the berm. It's interesting to see the guys having a different line choice, trying to work out where they're going and what they're doing. See some of these four-wheel drive cars running right down low. You'll see a lot of the two-wheel drive performance, particularly the trophy trucks, running up very high and having a good crack at those berms. We've even seen a few cars go over the top of the berms over the years. But again, the 653 with a flying finish there. The 629 now, Rihanna Carlson and Mia Carlson. We had that conversation with them on the start line there before. So the girls team is off the line there out of Bakewell, Northern Territory. Got plenty of spots on board. Again, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you grab your event program. It is filled with so much great information. It has all the sponsors, all the teams, all the information. Well, unfortunately, there's Alex Hanley. Now, it's interesting, lad. You were talking about that truck, that core truck that was racing stadium and they converted. That's the Hanley brothers, and there they are on the strap, unfortunately. That's never a good way to start your prologue. Hopefully they can get that sorted and running. As the 6170 is now over the line, that's Anthony Harris and Will Harris out of Bass, Victoria. As the 666 is now off the line, Nick Hyloy and Samantha King out of Douglas, Queensland.
So getting to the pointy end of our side-by-sides at the moment. Still a couple to go through as they continue to make their way through. The 6189 there. And that one there would be, gotta flip the page, Andrew Rost and Matt Legursky from SA. So let's see how they goes, getting up on that berm, and it'll be interesting to see how some of these bigger vehicles do take that section when we get into our pros and our class 4s. It will be a interesting one to see how they take their lines. Leave the line. 6565. And that would be Chris Hadley and Jaden Wintle from Thomastown in Victoria. So those guys are off and on their campaign for the Method Race Wheels Prologue this morning. And if my eyes do perceive me right, we'll have one more side-by-side on the start-finish line. And then we'll have a little bit of a, oh no, sorry, there's still a heap of them. If you look on the start-finish line big screen there, 661, making its way back into the start line now. That's Adam Spicer and Amanda Spicer. So let's see how they go and what sort of a time they put on. Again, your top three in in your side-by-side turbo, so your class 6, sorry. So in first is Peter Carr, second James Mogford, and third is Jeff McNiven. And currently overall in your top three positions, you've got Brent Smoothie and David Walsh in the number 2 vehicle, Phil Lovett in the 897, currently in second. And in third place, yes, Peter Carr in that side-by-side still rounds out your top three. So still a heap of action to come. Still a few more side-by-sides to make their way around, but they are quick, I can tell you that.
Yeah, the 661 doing a flying finish there. Adam Spicer with Amanda Spicer out of Lucknow, New South Wales. So a great run there. The 6183 off the line. Keith McReynolds and Jeremy Salter out of Forestville, New South Wales. So again, if you're listening along at home, hope you're enjoying the beautiful weather that Australia has in winter. Beautiful. As the 698, we talk about it, gets a little bit high up there on the berm. No issues though for claws. Nice clean run all round here at the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're down at the Chicane Club there, I hope you're having a great time. Big shout out to you guys. If you're not in the Chicane Club, sort yourselves out and get down in the Chicane Club, because it is the best views. It's got the beers, it's got the drinks, bit of cane cutters champagne, as us Queenslanders like. Get a bit of Bundy rum into you. Although it's going to be a great day of racing here. Not until 10 o'clock, of course. Oh,
hey,
it's almost 10 o'clock. We're good to go. Moral of the story is it's going to be a great day of racing here in Prologue. Prologue's one of the highlights of the Finke Desert Race as the 698 comes across the line for another flying finish. Again, that is Claus McGee and Jason Muchenberg out of Mount Isa, Queensland. As we see the 629, I believe that's the ladies, Rihanna Carlson and Mia Carlson, 20 and 17 respectively. Years old, I should say.
Yeah.
That's not racing position, that's years old.
Yeah, nothing but respect for these young ladies getting out there. It's their first Finke, and that Rhinos machine definitely does look good on the big screen. And I can tell you, for some first timers, they're doing pretty well in the Can-Ams, and I can tell you a lot of these station people and station hands and helpers, they are either experienced on 2 wheels or 4 wheels in the form of these Can-Ams. I know that a few of the stations around town do run these Can-Ams, so that's where I got the opportunity to drive one. So they're definitely around. There's definitely some skilled people out there that are dodging bulls and cattle, so it's not that hard to dodge a tree that ain't moving.
As Rihanna's across the line right now. Yeah, that is an excellent analogy there. The 629 dodging everything and going for a great run. Rihanna Carlson and Mia Carlson, as we saw the 637 off the line of Paul Colgan and Jason Colgan in the passenger seat of Acacia Hills in Tasmania. The big trip across the straight.
Yeah, Nick Hilo currently in that 666 machine, making his way around the start-finish line precinct, the Prologue track, the little final section, the stadium section, as we call it. A little bit of everything in this section. We try to give them a little bit of a run for their money in their last little bit here. So let's see how Nick goes and Samantha. They're all the way out of Douglas from Queensland, and it's looking pretty quick across the line.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. You talk about the changes to the stadium area as the 685 gets off the line. That is Jason Neat and Chris Johnston out of Ross, Northern Territory. But it has changed a lot over the years. Remember, not so long ago, it was only a couple of years ago, it was really just a big set of S's. You came in, did the big sweep, and then the big sweep, and the guys put in a lot of effort, made this a real stadium area where there's plenty to see from the grandstand seats. So again, great work from the organisers. And this year, the organisers, if you're listening from the commentators booth, we're giving you a big shout out and a pat on the back. Everyone that's got a Viz vest on, a high Viz vest, big shout out to you guys. It was a massive year to get this organised, as no doubt anyone, you know, living in this world in Australia at the moment knows how wild it was to get things sorted, get the permit, everything sorted with what happened a couple of years ago. And we are away and racing thanks to some fantastic people on the Fink committee. So the 6565 is across the line now. Great run there from them. That's Chris Hanley and Jaden Wintle out of Thomastown, Victoria. So a nice clean run there. And again, having a look at the big screen. So awesome to have this live big screen here.
Yeah, big shout out to all our camera crew out and about this weekend, getting these awesome shots, providing to the big screen here at the start-finish line, as well as all the footage going out live on YouTube around the world and here in Australia. So a big shout out if you are watching on the live stream. I hope you're having a great time and enjoying the running.
Have a look at that. Keith McReynolds does not mind a bit of bicycle work there in the 6183 on two wheels there for a little bit around our stadium. No worries though, steer in and keep that throttle down. No problem whatsoever, as the 658 is now off the line. That is John Niskish and Stuart Miles Lang out of Balhanna, South Australia. So John and Stuart there off the line in the 658, having a good crack.
Looks like Keith McReynolds and Jeremy Salter making their way to the line. And there they go. All the way from Forestville in New South Wales in that Can-Am X3. And I can tell you the side-by-side Pro class is littered with these X3s ever since they were brought out back around, as we were saying before, 2017, 2018 is where they really started to explode, and they've been the vehicle of choice here on the desert for a while now. And yes, the other manufacturers are trying their hardest to get some new vehicles out and see what they can do, but I can tell you, Can-Am, they're doing a whole heap of R&D over in the States, and it's really exciting, and especially as well, even Polaris here locally in Australia, they're really trying to push their racing program as well.
Yeah, and I did catch up with Simon Evans down there who races with Polaris, and he was saying that the Pro R comes out very shortly, and that's going to be one to watch. He's done a little bit of development with it, and it is a super, super good bit of gear, so it'll be very cool. And 6:37 now. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a bit of a treat, because this doesn't happen very often. I'm joined in the box by none other than Slippery Muldoon, the man, the myth, the legend, Billy Go Gettis, because you're not racing this year. You were nommed, name's on the book, but unfortunately with everything going on and getting racy, you know, you decided to come out, and you've been involved as in an official capacity.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. Good morning. And yeah, no, we were borderline going to make it with the car this year, and with the setbacks, we were sort of made the call pretty early that we weren't going to push the car to get here. So yeah, me and some locals from the caves come out, and we've just been helping the committee do a few things, and yeah, just making sure the old race keeps going.
Awesome, mate. Well, it's great to have you in the box. There's no question about that. Listen, I'll get you. Let's start talking about some of these race cars. We got the 637 has just come in. That is Paul Colgan and Jason Colgan out of Acacia Hills, Tasmania. Big trip up. Got the 685. Can-Am. We were just talking about how far these cars have come over the last couple of years. Like, hey, listen, we're probably pretty much well known as, running in those pro classes. We used to hate these things. I know that's a strong word, but it was pretty rough about 10 years ago when you'd come up on the back of a side-by-side and it's doing 40 and you're doing 140. But these things now, they're a whole different animal to what we had 10 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, big power gains, big performance gains. The cars are hanging together a lot better than they used to. Their numbers too, and they're doing a great job. The progression just seems to be getting better and better with them, mate.
Yeah, and I think the big thing there, you talked about progression, not only progression of the vehicles. What about the progressions of the races? We're getting a lot of guys now that, they come from a motocross background or whatever background that they're doing. They buy one of these side-by-sides and then, like Phil Lovett's a prime example, steps up into a Class 8 truck, doing really well in that Racer Engineering all-wheel drive truck.
That's right, and like in stepping into that all-wheel drive car, it's going to perform similar to the Can-Am. So, everything driving from all four wheels it's going to be comparable for him. And I see Phil got around nice and clean there before. And so everything's going good for him.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I mean, he's sitting in second outright at the moment. He ran a great time with a 5:09, so that's going to keep him right there where he wants to be. So it's going to be a good race. I mean, it's going to be a very, very interesting race. There's a lot of new cars, a lot of new competitors, a lot of new, old faces that are back. We haven't seen Travis Robinson for a couple of years, and it's good to see, the brothers back at it. And, even that, it's funny, I was going to say before, isn't it interesting? Because the Robinson boys used to be the young bucks, the young, the larrikins, and I know they're still larrikins, but isn't it interesting now because they're the legends of the sport now?
Yeah, 100%, Danny, and great to see Travie back, and good to see the tribute to Brian on the cars. It just looks so classy, and I was actually talking to Greg about it before. It's great to see the group of people that started that really got into the truck side of things around those 2012, 2010 era, pushing on and seeing the young generation come through. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Hey, 658 is out in our stadium area now. So that is John Nisich and Stuart Miles Lang, so out of Ballahana, South Australia, I apologise, but good to see these guys out here racing. And again, it's so good to see all the people that travel all over Australia and even the world now, mate. We've got some Yank competitors, some mad overseas Californians having a bit of a run. It's good because these guys are, it's cool to see those guys go back and talk about the Finke Desert Race. Brad Lovell was actually saying, it's just on the list. He said, the Finke Desert Race is the biggest one behind Baja. So amazing to hear him talk about that, about our little local Australian desert race.
Well, yeah, as you know, we've got to go over the States quite a bit and race with Robert and the guys over there, and they all know about Finke. Like, it's been the broadcasting and the way this race is promoted, and all the hard workers in the committee and the media support that get this race out there. And I think a lot of competitors in the past have been, not they want the race longer, but there's no other race like this. I've travelled around and seen a lot of races, but this is a unique race, being how hard it is, how much you have to really put 110% in, and then you have one little thing go wrong and you're probably not going to win. So it's a different take on an off-road race.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It is a different way, and I actually talked to Bailey Cole before in the commentary box last night, and the way that he was talking about it, and I was mentioning about how it's a sprint race versus a longer race. Like, in Mexico, you can get into a groove. It's 1,000 miles, 1,100 miles. Even those 500s, they do multiple drivers. You're sort of making sure you get there. You got to dodge the rocks, dodge the big holes. They get bogged on course. Getting bogged on course isn't really a concern at Finke. I know it can happen, but it's unusual. Really, the reality of this is it's just a sprint race. You're worried about not knocking a tyre off, not doing any of those things, because now it's got to the point where if you have a flat tyre, it's almost all over, isn't it, for a win?
Yeah, that's across all the classes. You see the Can-Am guys. They're driving their car to make the distance, and you've got great sponsorship teams with Can-Am and Polaris out there. You always see such a professional tent set up down there. The boys are, working hard on those cars. They're all presented so nice. And like you said though, it is a race that you have to get everything. I say you've got to wrap it up in a little ball, do all the hard work, and then just roll her out the door and see what happens.
Yeah, and it's interesting because just as you were talking there, Bill, I was thinking not only the cars that are involved now, Ford is here racing, how cool is that? But the motorbikes, it used to be a bit of a Honda KTM affair back a few years ago, but we've got Sherco, there's Gas, there's all these factory teams now that are running, isn't there?
Well, there's factory teams, and then you've got the sort of the backed tour style riding where people can hire a bike like some Grabo's deal, and you're getting out and you're getting the experience, and I like it because it's really saving people from big injuries, because you've got someone to say don't do this, don't do that. I don't know if most people know, but I lost a good mate in 08 off a bike here at Fink, and he made the rookie mistake of just getting carried away in the dust, and since then I can see the communication from older riders to younger riders to just, hey, there's a process to this, go out and think about it. It's going to take experience to get out there.
It's interesting you say that, mate, because it's a fantastic point. You've actually ridden the race yourself, as well as, we rode it in 2010. And one of the things is what I thought I needed as a new young rider, and what I'd read in the magazine. I thought I knew Fink, but when you actually come and ride it, it's a whole different game. Hey, you got to change your perspective a bit. You got to change your thought process a little bit. So to have a guy like Grabo saying, "Oi, mate, pull your head in, do this. No, the suspension's wrong. No, you've got a wrong tyre or gearing choice." For a guy like that, it's just invaluable, isn't it? You're literally talking to the king of the desert. I know Toby's the new king of the desert, but Grabo, he's one of the kings.
100%, mate, and like you see so many little groups, little offshoot groups that are in the cars, and they've quite often now they've got their kids running as well. So you see the two car teams with the younger kids coming through, like the Bentleys, and now we've got young Ben Grabham, Ben Gartner running the old truck of Gart. So it should be interesting.
I was going to say, so that is indeed Gartz's truck from a couple of years ago, but it's not the Fink winning truck, is it? The old original Thornbill. I think it's the middle truck from when he went away from, because he was building his own trucks. But would he have built that truck in about 2012, 2013, something like that?
Look, for once, I think you've got me on a technicality.
It's okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that one.
But I know it's Ford powered.
Yeah, I believe it's the older chassis, and it's got a full Kero motor in it. So the motor in Greg's is a Dugan's that Kero's been looking after, but the motor in Ben's car is a full Kero motor, and I actually think that Greg's a bit worried because that goes better.
Yeah, it's probably a bit lighter, is it?
Yeah,
the built truck.
I think Greg might have tampered with the throttle position. I think a little bit.
Gotcha.
Slow it down. Put
the block of wood under the throttle.
Yeah.
Yep. Smart man. Yeah, we're talking about Greg Gartner and Ben Gartner, and it's going to be great to watch those guys. Even that truck, we keep calling it the old truck, but I just love that truck. It's such a beautifully turned out machine. It's a great size for an Australian truck, and the fact that they've essentially built it themselves, isn't that a cool story?
It's a very cool thing, and Greg had that. Well, the earlier was it Navarro was the older one. Was it?
He had a couple. He had a Rodeo early.
The old Rodeo,
and I think he had that Thornbill.
Yeah.
I think he finished it, but it was a Thornbill original chassis. He worked with Thornbill, and that was the one that he was the first king of the desert in a trophy truck. They snuck it out from a few big names there, but old Greg Gartner comes through for the W.
That's right.
Yeah. So no, very cool. So he won that in 2011, I believe, and then we had a bit of a streak. Gallard won it in 2012 with a truck. So we had a few trucks, and then it went back to the buggies a bit. And now we're in a bit of an era of truck dominance, aren't we, with Toby?
Yeah.
Is this the third year in a row?
I believe it's coming close. Yeah, I believe it is. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Actually, I think it must be second. And the year before was the rental truck, wasn't it?
Yes.
And he came second outright, but first in class.
Yes, that's correct.
So this year will make him third on top of the box if he gets there.
Yep.
But again, he's got a lot of people champing at the bit there to knock him off that podium.
Yeah. On that note, though, I've been watching Shannon. He looks quietly smirky to me.
Well, we had this conversation on the podcast, didn't we? Something that Shannon Wrench has done, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you this for a fact, is with a lot of his cars, when he first builds them, they come out of the shed, might have a little niggling little bite or something. It definitely happened with his Jimco that he built last time, where that was about 2013, 14, something in there. He disappeared for about 6 or 8 months, comes back and wins absolutely everything as the 6.83 is off the line. But to finish our thought on Shannon, he disappeared, and then he had an era of utter dominance where he won about 3 Australian championships in a row, including a couple of Finks and everything else. Well, he's just done the same with his Jimco Hammerhead. Are we going to see a super fast Shannon here this weekend? And, you know, the other thing that we always talk about with Shannon, I've said this a couple of times, it's funny because we go, oh, and this is no disrespect because Shannon Wrench is the man. I go, oh, Shannon was just a little bit off pace this weekend. He's in 4th. Like, I can't get 4th on my best day, let alone, you know, Shannon Wrench, that's his bad day. So it's very impressive.
Yeah, well, they're very methodical, and I believe that they'll definitely get on. Those cars are doing well in the States, and I think they could surprise some people this weekend.
Yeah, very cool to see a few cars. The other thing that we talked about was AJ is in with 2 seats, so that's one to keep an eye out. He's got someone telling him where to go, and it's not only someone, it's Tanner James. So his son is just as fast as him on the wheel, so that's going to be one to watch. As the 6108 gets off the line, that is Matt Bray and Jackson Bray out of Logan Village, Queensland.
Yeah, I think the big thing, as you can see, the dust starting to move a little bit here. It's going to play into the hands of these later cars to actually get some track position. The qualifying looks pretty dusty this year, so I'm thinking you're going to hopefully this wind just picks up a little bit more. I see the flags there are moving a little bit. So
it was very heavy this morning, wasn't it, Bill? It was settling. It was basically there was a layer of dust, almost like a cloud over the whole venue.
Yeah, that's right, and like all the guys, I actually just spent the morning down there with the lads, just talking to them all, and Dust was definitely at the top of the list. Smoothie went around there before with a pretty stout run in the new car. He did everything right in it, I believe, and picked up a pretty good time. So it's impressive to see him get a very, very nice worked out car around without any issues.
Absolutely, the 659 off the line there now. So that is Warren Ward and Jamie Kraft out of Muswellbrook, New South Wales. So a nice run there in their X3 off the line. It's going to be 6.8 Ks. They'll be holding their breath and holding on. Now, that's a good point there. I wanted to talk to you as a trophy truck driver. It's interesting to see that four-wheel drive because he was really down in the corners, wasn't it? You could see it was pulling around. It's a totally different way to steer once you're in a four-wheel drive situation. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out and him learning that truck. He's no doubt going to get only faster in it.
Yeah, I got to run one of the earlier all-wheel drive trucks that Geyser Brothers made in the US, and yeah, they definitely, you get that same principle from the Can-Ams, the classes that are running at the moment, where the front's pulling around the corner, and you can just attack those corners better. You get off the line, it's so much faster, and Smoothie's only going to get quicker and quicker in that car the more confident he gets. The centre of weight of those cars is one of their, in the Mason trucks, is one of the biggest upgrades they've done, as well as the all-wheel drive, is to get that weight down and on the ground. So yeah, I can see really good things for Smoothie in that all-wheel drive car.
That's awesome, mate. The 606 of Thomas and Mitchell Stevens off the line now. Connor Windrat, New South Wales in the X3. And yeah, it's just so cool to see all the different classes. The other thing that's exciting, we just briefly mentioned it, about the Ford. How fast is that? He's run he's been pushed down the bit now, but it was like a flat 6 minute run out of the Raptor, which was extremely quick there for a while. He was in front of all the Super 1650s and everything, which is crazy out of what is, I know it's slightly modified, but it's essentially a production car that you can go to Ford and buy.
Yeah, and that's some of the good stuff for our sport, and our sport also promotes that style of car. You see the influx of the Raptors and even some of the performance kits they're putting on the Chevy Silverados and stuff like that. You're really starting to get back to the 80s and 90s, where you see the motor vehicle teams starting to stick their neck back into off-road, because it's become with the internet and YouTube, there's so much out there, and every kid knows what off-road racing is now, whereas when 10 or 15 years ago you couldn't bring that up in a conversation without them asking if they were a dune buggy. So.
Yeah, the era of Ivan Stewart and that, where it was all factory backed, and it was cool because there's 6 or 7 Ford Raptors sitting, or Ranger Raptors sitting at the Hilton. They're handing out the keys, they're doing all sorts of things. I I believe that Josh said that they're doing a driver training thing here as well. So, very, very cool that they've got that level and the guys can come out and use them, and, some of those media guys can see what they're about, what they actually do. Because, driving it on a skid pan in Sydney really doesn't show what that Ranger Raptor's all about.
That's right. It just shows you how important this race is and why it's so important to get out here and support it and look after the people that are putting the effort in to run it, because this is our Bathurst. We try to put our best foot forward for this one. It's got the tradition. It's got its own quirks that everyone loves to hate. But when even this qualifying run, there's that many people excited and pinging about, how's it going to go, what's it going to be like this year, and who's going to get a clean run and who's not. So, yeah, it's you get to Friday night and everything goes a bit electric, and away you go.
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely awesome last night. Hey, off the line also was the 6190 of Simon Brown and Sam Ferguson out of Woodside, South Australia. So those guys are away, as well as the 683 now coming back into the stadium. So the 683 is Tom Wadlow and Scott Elvish out of Crafters, South Australia. The 677 off the line now. Les Shivers and Brooklyn Shivers. Now, interestingly, I'm 99% sure they've had an earlier run, so I think that maybe something happened and they're getting a rerun on that run. But we've got now our 5-minute boards up. Oh, and we've got the Baja boss out here, Brent Martin, in the 120. Is on the start line soon, but the 6108 in the stadium at the moment. Again, the 6108 is Matt Bray and Jackson Bray out of Logan Village, Queensland.
So it's an exciting class, this the Prologue class. They really have cars that can perform like the pro cars. They and their drivers are on that ragged point of really knowing how to get every bit out of those motors. It's a good class for everyone. I reckon it's a great starter class for someone who wants to get in and get up to speed and run some really good times.
Well, actually, Bill, I'm actually in trouble with Brent Martin and the Martin Motorsports team. They've been up me about spreading lies because I've been saying that some of these little, VQs have got somewhere in the vicinity of 450 horsepower. So I'm here to set the record straight. You're right. Brent Martin doesn't have 450. He's actually got 501 horsepower. He has much more than I've been telling everyone. So that's the reason why he is so fast in that V12 powered Pro Light that he's got there. So if I'm spreading rumours, I'm spreading good rumours.
In for a penny, in for a penny.
That's
mate.
exactly right. They want to send me messages about trying to... No way, mate. No, he reckons it's about 370 horsepower is the claim. But I think that number's might be a little bit... It might be Shetlands, maybe.
Yes, well, I know if if we make any type of little tiny mistake on qualifying, like you've got one or two of these guys in front of you, and their track knowledge and the way they have to drive these things so well, they're a very hard car to get around in dust and in tight conditions. So yeah, you need to be, if you have any issues qualifying and you get behind one of these cars, you really do have to think about how to get around them. Yeah.
And that's what's so impressive about it. You see these, like you said, the fast Pro Lights with the VQ, because they really, once they get them wound up, they don't want to slow them down. So it's all about that line choice. It's about that corner speed. They do not slow down. So like you're saying, normally you can sort of dive in under brakes. They don't touch the brakes. So you're not diving in under these guys on brakes.
Well, in the two-wheel drive trucks operate the same way. We don't want to check up at a corner and then work, because we don't have the acceleration with two-wheel drive like the pro buggies do, where their weight transfers over the back wheels. We want to try to keep our momentum, and I actually think that's why the trucks struggle so much to get around them sometimes, because they're running a similar race.
Yes.
They're braking early. They're getting on the car through the corner, and whereas a lot of the pro buggies are just relying on that bulk horsepower and just being able to evaporate after they leave the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about that. As the 659 of Warren Ward and Jamie Kraft come across, but that's an excellent point, Bill. I can tell you from driving a pro buggy, like you said, accelerate all the way as deep as you can, brake as hard as you can, get around the corner and then accelerate as hard as you can. That tends to be the style that works very well in a pro buggy. And like you said, it gives you an opportunity to chase them into the corners and bits and pieces. So very interesting point you make there about the differences between, even with that rear motor, like the motor hanging out the back of those pro buggies does change the way they handle, the way they corner.
Yeah, well, in the early cars, the centre mount motor in a buggy was tried, and it didn't really work that well in the early Jimcos and stuff like that because their weight transfer and wasn't as much as the motor hanging out the back. So they sort of had the worst of both worlds in a certain way. But now the hammerhead of Shannon's obviously got a mid-mount motor, but the technology in arms and the technology in suspension now being more plusher and being able to get that drive on the ground, it's an option that's being put back forward. And if you actually look at the all drive cars, they're doing a similar thing. They're putting an engine further back, they're putting it lower, and so you've got two cars they're working on a similar principle.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Hey, the 606 came across the line there, Bill Thomas and Mitchell Stevens in their Maverick X3, so that's a nice run from them. The 684 also on screen at the moment, Franz and Kai out of Yandina, out of Queensland, making the trek, the 684. But yes, very interesting point you talk about the way that some have very much the similar, and then there's some big differences as well, isn't there? So obviously weight is a huge factor once you go to that all-wheel drive, all the gear on board in there. Is Smoothie's car paddle shift or is it a manual shift? How does that work?
Yes, it's got the Mason-matic gearbox in it with the paddle shift. So that's an in-house built gearbox. The obviously next level in shifting and their ability to do it all in-house is a big advantage to get exactly what you want. Sometimes when you build cars, you get this guy's opinion on, you've got an engine builder to talk to, you've got a gearbox guy to talk to, you've got the car builder to talk to, and sometimes that doesn't always mesh. And that's generally why you end up with a more dominating build car, because they've got a lot of those little niggles worked out, whereas someone who's just trying to throw one together, they're trying to go over ground that's probably already been researched with car builders and stuff like that. So the real strong point with Masons, and they seem to be going in really well with the Gibbs motors, so they're combining a lot of their technology together, so that the actual package that you get is out of the box rocket, you know.
Awesome stuff. Hey, now listen, as we were talking, 120 of Brent Martin and Andrew DeSimon was off the line out there out of Blagowie, Victoria, and we have the 135. Malsey is off the line as well. 135, Andrew with Tegan in the passenger seat.
Now Malsey's a great local competitor. He pedals that thing hard. It's a BMW motor in that little sucker, isn't it?
Listen, I thought it was, but it's actually got written Jag, but same. Yeah, those Euros. Yeah, exactly right. It's not an American bit of gear anyway. So it's very cool. Jag 3.5D stroked is what I believe. And again, I've heard rumours that it revs to somewhere near the tune of 11,000.
It does rev to 11,000. And Caro was telling me, he said, why do you want it to do that? He says, because I like it.
Because I can rev it anywhere from 0 to 11. Why not? Yeah, it's very cool to see that off the line. And he's been a good competitor for a lot of years now.
Been toiling for a long time in that same car, and he's normally turns up a really good show here at Fink.
Yeah, and next on line's going to be the 110 of Simon Tucker and Kyle Tucker out of Streaky Bay, South Australia, in that Southern Cross Next Gen. So again, now's the time to really keep a good eye. Tucker off the line. Some of these Pro Light cars are going to be extremely quick. 3.5 litre naturally aspirated V6s. Most of them will be big A-arms. They're essentially a Pro buggy with a limited motor.
That's correct. Yeah, they've got everything that a Pro buggy has. They just got limitations on their engine capacity. This will also be a great demonstration on what the dust is going to be like. So all the guys in the Class 4 and Class 1 are going to be looking out across that plat, wondering what dust they're going to be contending with, because if you've got a white wall in front of you, it's going to definitely be affecting your time. So, Toby's going to be looking like he's going to have to capitalise on his clear dust.
Yes.
And Bo's obviously going to be right behind it. So the first two cars, generally not too bad. I've seen Bo pull some pretty good runs out on the second place off the line.
It's not going to be too hard. He won't have that dust issue that he might be if he was a bit further down the line.
That's right.
Yep. The 101, Ali Howes over the line, our Australian Pro Light champion. We're running that 101. Brian Wardman in the passenger seat out of the Howes Motorsport crew.
Yeah, such beautiful turnout cars. The Howes guys, they really turn up as a team, and and it looks professional. So yeah, hopefully the guys have a good, strong weekend and get a clean run at Prologue and get good track position.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ali's just a really solid finisher, and she runs a great time, runs a great place, and it'd be good to see Josh do really well as well here. I mean, he's done very well, and he stood on the box a couple of times, so, no doubt it'd be fantastic to see Josh have another cracking run here.
Yeah, and I think, like he's just he's more than found his groove. He's got his groove. He's just got to run his race, and he was definitely in our list the other night when we were talking grab it. I got here and forgot 3 or 4 that we didn't put in there, so we're probably in trouble with those.
Glenn Owen and all those guys, absolutely, it's crazy. Hey, have a look at Brent Martin come toiling in here under pace. Have a look at that. Oh, up on 2 wheels there. Oh my goodness, Brent Martin is laying it all on the line. That boy is on the bopper. 123. Now that's Matthew Burrows. He's got some good lineage. That car has some good lineage. So running in Pro Light, going to be very fast there.
That's right, and that just shows the commitment these guys. Number one, if you've got clean air, you want to utilise it. You don't want to waste it, so you really want to tip that in. And then the guys behind them, when they do have clear air, they're going to really, really try to utilise every bit of it. The whole time, though, they've got to watch mistakes and don't end up, just throwing it all away.
Well, you saw
being impatient.
Just there, Billy ran up onto the top of the berm and got in a bit of a situation. Like you said, that slows your momentum, doesn't it?
It does, and in this race, it comes down to every little half a second counts.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Hey, and what a great racing family too. Martin's, Craig Martin's here in the Alpha. Dale's unfortunately not with us. As Brent Martin crosses that line, we'll be looking for an update here very shortly. The 177 off the line as well as 135. Andrew Moles is back in the building. Got that Jag wicked up.
And just, great experience from Molesy. He's been around it. Like he always qualifies well in this. Generally in the top 1 or 2 in the Pro Light class. That's for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Very, very fast. There's no question about that. The 135. We're just keeping an eye out for some times here to see where Brent Martin ends up. No doubt he's going to be very quick there. Came 3rd outright last year. Fastest Pro Light. Andrew Moles will be on a charge too. I believe Andrew Moles has run right up the top as far as top 5 outright in this little Pro Light. Back when it was big U-power, it's only got more horsepower now. The 153 off the line now. Alan Dixon and Zachary Owen. Have a listen to that thing.
That sounds like a very angry Pro Light, doesn't it?
Very angry Pro Light. But again, the 153 off the line. Alan Dixon. Custom cab, custom fab. So they built that themselves. Tucker in this Southern Cross coming in as well.
And as you can see on that last corner when Molesy really come in and stuck it in, like look at the dust that's out the front here. These are all the things that the guys in all the classes from here on at the end of the race are going to be watching it, where these clouds of dust come through, because you can have what appears to be clear air, but you'll get to a crucial part of the track and it'll be white out, and you've got to really work out what you're going to do and either try to slow down or just, if you're confident to push through, you push through. But
Bill, can that dust even reach over to where the whoops are over here in this second section, or it tends to settle before that?
The 2 places is where you get the dust coming back from the cars coming back in on this first corner, the first main corner up the back, not the sweeper, the next one up, and then also down in the trees at the back. Like sometimes that where the trees can hold the dust up, you get in there, you get bogged down, and you just gotta have done the race enough times to have the confidence, because quite often you'll check up and you'll just push through it and you'll go, oh damn, and then but you've just lost too much time.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Hey, Tucker with a cranking run there in the 110. Now, having a look here, Bill, I'm looking at times that Brent Martin has dropped down and he ran a 4:57, which puts him as our fastest car overall so far. And then the Razorback of Andrew Moles has run a 5:01, so only 3 seconds splitting them, which actually means that our top 3 at the moment is Brent Martin in the 120, the 2 of Brent Smoothie, and then the 135 of Andrew Moles Rolls, and then the 601 of James Cook, and then Phil Lovett in the 897. So there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, look, that's not surprising at all. In Smoothie's defence, he's got a new car. He's running around. He's getting used to the car, and yet you've got these guys who've got well-polished machines. They know what they're doing. They come out here. They know they have to qualify hard. Look at this for a finish here. Well done. So yeah, they really are going to be working on track position and pushing really hard where they can, and hopefully getting the luck on this dust.
Yeah, how good is that? Matthew Burrows too in that 123 car, just absolutely having a cracking run there. Again, a guy that's just every time he races in this pro line, he's just getting faster and faster, isn't he? He's getting the seat time. He's got the lineage. Dad's obviously, multi-time Australian champion. Mark Burrows is a complete legend of the sport. Mark Burrows in a new car too, the pro buggy, I apologise.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really exciting to see that, and I think that's probably one that we slipped through on the other night when we were talking about, because if he sets that thing up and runs well, he's definitely he's had the track experience, he's had the wins, he knows what he's doing. So
absolutely. Yeah, the 177 of Mel Brandle coming back into the stadium as the 155 of Jack Weir and Tim Weir head on off the Alice locals. And again, this is going to be a fast commentary chat because that is Matthew coming in the 123. So there is plenty of action. Once we start getting these pro class cars, there's so many fast cars everywhere on the screen, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's, you think you've been here and seen it all, but it just changes every time. Who gets the luck, who gets the who's feeling good in the car and sets things up well, and it just makes so much difference because we're splitting things down to, tenth of a second and half a second, and yeah, it's really going to be an exciting one. I'm really looking forward to the outcome of this outright prologue today.
Absolutely. Let's run through some times here. Running through the 101 of Ali Howells has run a 5:17. Matthew Burrows ran a 5:18. We've got Simon Tucker with a 5:14. That puts him in a great position. So that's the fastest. So at the moment it's Brent Martin in class, then Andrew Moles, then thinking it's Simon Tucker, then Ali Howells, then Matthew Burrows at the moment in that class. No doubt that'll change and swap, but those guys do have the good, clean air. Not as many pro lights here this year a lot of good pro lights, but the class isn't as big as it has been.
Yeah, and it usually is quite a big class. So yeah, we're through those. We've got the 5-minute wait now for the pro cars to come through, and this is going to be exciting.
That is a full class this year. They've really brought an absolute huge number of pro buggies out here this year. So between those guys and the class 4s, there's always a little bit of bragging rights, a little bit of ribbon, a little bit of chat. So it's going to be good to see how they go.
Yeah, I'm bloody like we're going to have Housey here just really trying to capitalise on his clean air. As you look out there now, it's clearer and quicker. But what everyone needs to remember is these things throw so much dirt. Like they throw bucket loads, and it's going to just take longer to clear even with the wind. So.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Bucket loads is right. As the 153 of Alan Dixon storms home, he's got Zachary Aubry in the passenger seat, the crew out of Victoria in that custom car. Now the 175, unfortunately I don't have any information on the 175. Might be a late entry to Finke. It's a nicely turned out vehicle. Patterson written on the side of it, but the 175, beautifully turned out bit of gear. Definitely a very unique design there. Got a little bit, so it's obviously custom. And again, as you said, Howell's on the line now in the 15, a man that knows how to get it done. Actually ran right up on the dust and pushed Toby Price all the way home that year that he came second. So he definitely knows the speed that he needs to run.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, getting a fair few years under his belt now in that car, so he's feeling very confident in it.
Yeah, listen, 182 also there. Angus Mackay and Brody Tickner are the Alice Springs local, and they're another team that have been running this race for a lot of years. So just having a look. So Joseph Patterson, so I just read it's a Fusion 10 car, which makes sense. So that's a Fusion car, possibly might be a Madden car because he was doing fusions for a while there.
I believe so. I think that's what. Yeah, they were fusions, weren't they?
Yeah, so
Sure.
Joseph Patterson, nice run, and we'll just have a look there to see where his time gets through. But again, a lot of fives, low 5 seconds. So he's with 5 seconds, 5 minutes, I meant. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely no 5 seconds happening there. 5 minutes and 35 there for Joseph Patterson in the 175, that Fusion 10 car. And McKay, that's one that we're going to keep a good eye on because Angus is always fast in that. A little Southern Cross. Oh, sorry, that's a Jimco there. As Weir, 155. Lockie and Todd Weir, another pair that have been racing this car for quite a while now and very, very fast in that 155, that Prologue. They've won the class a number of times, that Jimco 2000. So just good to see a few of our others float in here now. So again, it is Brent Martin. No doubt that time will fall with our big pro cars coming now, our turbo rigs, but the 457 in first. Andrew Moles in third outright with a 501 in this class. So, and then Mel Brandel with the 177 has come through with a stonking time of a 504 with fourth place outright. So that's pretty impressive. Out of the top 5, we've got 4 pro lights.
So we're loaded up in the converter here now with Howes, and this is going to be your first pro car out on the track this morning. So look out, guys. You're going to see some dust flying out.
So Jack and Tim Weir now finished the 155, again that Jimco 2000 series. Just see a time there for them. But again, the yellow lights are on for Howell, so all eyes are over there. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. As the 15 now is up on boost. Green lights are away. Big tyres, big horsepower, everything we love about off-road racing. I tell you what, have a look at that Jimco. It is a flying bit of machinery.
Yeah, so these boys won't even be lifting all the way around that corner until they get to that first right-hander up there, and they'll tuck that around. There's a couple of switchbacks, and that's when the corners really start coming in with a few little kickers before them for the run back round to the whoops here. So it's interesting to see when he goes out. And on the line now we have Trav Robinson. It's so great to see Travie back out. Been away from racing for a fair while. Good to see him back in this year.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And with those famous Fink colours made famous by Brian, you know, it's so great that those guys can be out here and running for him.
So Travie had some issues throughout the week just with some stuff back in the shed, but he's been actually spinning the spanners on that himself all week, and not had the best run, but you know he's in a good headspace. I've got a lot of hope for how Trav goes. So yeah, he's definitely got the potential to put that thing right up the top.
Awesome. Well, he's also got none other than the weapon, Andrew Pinto, in the passenger seat with him, so that should be entertaining.
That's what you call having all the optimism in with the car in once, you know, so there's definitely not going to be any slow up from that guy either, so yeah, I'm very excited to see this.
Absolutely, so great to see Trav off the line. Now another cool car off the line next is the 56 of Carl Habe. Wayne Tabby in the passenger seat in that Element Pro buggy. This is going to be one to watch because they've been very fast, and that car dead set works in the rough, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the Element cars. They obviously come up to Don and put on a great display up there, and yeah, we're always very impressed how they go through the bumps. They just seem to geometrically work well. All engineered in Australia, which is a great thing. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they go. Definitely a bit of dust going to be a contender out here for Habe though, as he goes up here to take his first right hand.
Absolutely. Hey, the 132 Pro Light is across the line now as well. Jason Gibbons and Ashley Oldaker out of Hamilton, Victoria, in the Southern Cross Mark IV, little 3-litre 1991 race car. So very cool to see. But the 132 is now home safe and sound with a nice run. But again, Travis Robinson off the line, Josh Howells off the line, Carl Habe off the line. And next off the line, we're going to have the 30 of Glenn Owens. This is going to be one to watch as well. Previous winner.
Yeah, previous winner, great competitor. These cars work really, really well. Another long list of people that are contenders for this race, and if they can pull a clean run off, get a bit of luck with dust, it's going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, all the horsepower there. They love holding on to. It's a very fast Aussie special, Jimco, out of Victoria, out of Warrnambool.
How's just coming down the back straight now.
Yeah, look at that dust fly. He is moving through there, Bill.
Look at that speed. That'll be around that 190 k an hour down that straight for those guys. So
very cool. Next off the line, we've actually got the number 1 car, last year's Australian champion, Ryan Taylor and Kai Floyd, out of Aruna, Queensland, in the AK-47 Tatum. Is an old Harley Letner car.
Yeah, the old Tatum's been around and, run by a hell of a man in the US. Really can pedal, old Harley, and he's doing a great job there with Concrete Motorsports, and now they've got the 2-wheel drive cars, I believe now.
No, they got an all-wheel drive, Mason. They just bought one. Yep, absolutely.
They just got their latest Mason the other day. Yeah, that's correct.
So very cool. But that Tatum, look at that flying. Show him why he's the Australian champion. As Josh Howell's also having a dead set crack in the stadium on our live screen. So there's plenty happening here. Up very high, Josh Howell's on that berm from our vantage point. Oh, listen to it. Let it eat, boys. Let it eat. The 15 making all the horsepowers.
Yeah, using that berm in his favour, just getting that inside wheel locked in. If you can lock those tyres in, you can really lean on these cars and they'll hook up. And round, look at that for the finishing line. Yeah, well done, mate.
Yeah, have a look. That is a great use of all of the track as he goes all the way from the left to the right on that track. As Travi Robinson is in now, the number 13.
Looking at track position, that's to come into that arena at that time, that's definitely not going to be much slower, or might even have him a little bit there, but we'll just see what the time is at the end of it.
Yeah, well, it's a 4:47, mate, so there you go. He's actually knocked 10 seconds off the fastest time, so a 4:47 for Josh Howells in that little Jimco. So that's a smoking time. Sorry, you were talking about Travis Robinson, weren't you, looking at the times? Yeah, sorry, I was talking about the overall time. So compared to Brent Martin, so Josh Howells has knocked him off the top spot with a 4:47, which is silly quick, but I believe Toby ran a 4:42 last year to win the method. Now, obviously, track changes, things are different.
Track changes, and yeah, it's definitely going to be, but it's going to be around that ballpark, and, T-Rob there coming across the line, he obviously would have contended with a fair bit of dust on that one, but we'll just see what numbers he comes with.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful drive anyway, and it's definitely a championship-winning drive, which is so good. So again, Josh Howells puts himself in position 1 there with a 4:47. Shannon Wrench off the line. This is one that we've been talking about a fair bit. Holy moly. T-Rob with a 4:47. He's now in first position.
I told you.
I got to see these splits now. Travis Robertson, 4:47 with an O. Josh Howells, 4:47 with a 4.
It was going to be borderline.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it's done, and it's only going to warm up from here. So T-Rob is back, ladies and gentlemen. 13 is on the top step.
Yep, that's sort of how it was going to go there if anyone could drive. And Travi really picked up a lot of smoothness over the years, and he hasn't raced for a long time, but it's, first race back he pushed that car in every race, just smooth, clean, tidy. Yeah, you can't rule these guys out.
No, he's doing a fantastic job. There's no question about that. The 93 off the line now, AJ. Now, he ran last year as a single seat car. He now has a passenger in with him, which is going to be very good. Tanner James as the 56. Man, that thing sounds strong too, motor-wise, eh? Havies have always had good motors. Oh, Glenn Owen up on the berm. Won't slow him down too much, but he was very high in that 30 car. Again, another Fink previous champion has stood on the box here at Fink. Now we're looking for times. Where does the 56 line up? Where does the 30 when he comes through? man, they have it wicked up. There's all the boost in these motors, in these little 3.5s, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely, and they've got boost settings that they play around with. Most of the guys though, they don't take them up to extremes or anything. They run them at a race pace. You know, you can only get so much power on the ground, and yeah, that's a good strong finish. As Mark Burrows leaves the line, he's just trying to race that dust there across his path, but he'll definitely be putting it down.
Yeah, you can see how difficult that is. That is a lot of dust to contend with. As the ones now in the stadium too, Ryan Taylor, Kai Floyd, having a great run there.
Yeah, Carl pulled a 5:09, so must have had a few little issues there, but still
I was going to say, good positioning. No doubt going to drop a few more positions.
Yep.
But coming out of that top 15, way better than coming out of that top 30.
Oh, hell, yeah. And you know, these cars that are going to go through in this next little bit, they'll definitely have numbers up around there. Or very close to it, but you know, you can be heartbroken by 2 or 3 seconds in this race. Like, you can be in a great position, and 2 or 3 seconds later, you're down in 10th and 12th. You know.
Yeah, and it's hard. We've actually seen it where coming out of 13 has been better than coming out of 8. You know, so it's going to be interesting with the dust. Hey, now the 51 off the line. That's Mikey Zacher in the old Wilson Motorsports Jimco. Very cool car. Mikey's Shock Shop. And also we had Ryan Taylor coming the other way and finishing. That is the 1 car.
Yeah, so Glenn Owens, number 30, come through with a 5:02.
Yep, very quick there. So a 5:02 puts him in 6th place at the moment.
6th position, that's correct.
How fast is it when Brent Martin's still sitting in 3rd outright in his 120? He loves that 3rd seat, doesn't he?
He really does, and that just shows you the commitment that they're putting into those cars, and how they must be carrying their momentum through the corners, because they just don't have this breakout top end speed.
Yeah, the 23 on screen there now, Costello. Again, this is an ex-Kittle Motorsport car, I believe, so beautifully turned out. And Costello's done a lot with it. Kent Battle off the line.
The wild man, Kent Battle, leaving the line from Nortrans up in Townsville. Great competitor, also in an element buggy. Kent's been running really, really well lately.
Absolutely. Hey, now listen, I've got to cut you off there for a second, Bill. Costello just ran a 5:01, so now sitting in 6th. So just moved Glenn Owen down 1 spot to 7th, which we knew was going to happen. Another man on the screen is 33, Shannon Wrench, to see how he deals with it. Shannon and Ian, just absolute legends and competitors, and all the time change the game. This is that Hammerhead Jimco, so we are interested in trailing arm style Jimco. You can see the trailing arms in the video, how it's mid-engine. Very, very different Jimco. It's going to be a game changer if they get it to work and sort it out.
Yeah, the cars were built in the US to take on bigger bumps. Well, that's a quick finish line run there. So obviously getting the motor sorted out in that little sucker, so she's moving well.
Shannon Wrench, what a beast. What a great run there. With a 4:57, puts him in 3rd position.
Look at that.
That's a great run, running down below a 5 for Shannon. That will be a great starting position for the little assassin. The 93 of AJ, Aaron James, with Tanner James in the passenger seat on screen now. Again, we tell the story that he ran no GPS and single driver last year, came through in 2nd. What a madman.
Yeah, the kid's been, he's been racing for a few years now too, and I've even done a little bit of US stuff, so he's getting a lot of seat time, and yeah, good to see the father and son team getting together and going to have a bit of fun here. I was talking to him just before I come up, actually.
Very wide on the outside there. That's why we stopped in the board. He's given it the berries. There's no question about this.
That's what you call using every inch of the track.
Every bit of the track. Now the 25, Craig Martin, off-road racing dynasty legend right here in one of the coolest pro buggies. I love this Alpha. So the 25 off the line now. And Mark Burrow in the 21. This is this new car that we were talking about. Australian built, Australian developed, and Mark Burrow at the wheels. The 21 sounds good, looks good, nice and neat there for Mark Burrows. Got Tom Burrows in the passenger seat. Again, it is a Monk Fab. So a brand new car, Australian built. The guys have been doing a lot of R&D with this car.
Oh, 452. for Aaron James and Tanner James in 93.
Wow, that is very fast. Puts them in third and in a fair bit in third too, which is good. That'll give them a bit of breathing room there.
So just cutting out Wrenchy there.
The number 45 off the line now. That's David Beavers making all the noise in that Porter, I believe that car is. As Mark Burrows powers across the line there. Nice run.
Yeah, those Alphas are beautiful cars, aren't they? Very tough in the rough. They not many of them built. I believe there was.
Yeah, I think there's three.
There's three, I believe.
Yeah, and there's only two left because Robbie Gordon cut one up to make it a Dakar Gordini.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So, yeah, I do believe that there's only two of them left in existence. Harley's old one, he's sold that now, and this one here. And if we're going to be brutally honest, I think Harley'd even agree, this is the nicest one in existence. It's not real beat up. It's a very nice turned out car, and they really look after it at Martin Motorsports. That was a good drive from Mikey Zacher while we were just chatting there about the Alpha. He's on screen again now in that big bright blue Kings car. They've only just imported this from the USA. That car has probably won more Baja Class 1 championships than pretty much any other car. It's done a lot over in Mexico.
Yeah, Wilson Motorsports, huge team, been running for a very, very long time. I believe even your old car was
It's an old Wilson car.
It's an old Wilson car.
Yeah, Joey Bullman had an old Wilson car as well. The OBR boys ran a Wilson car at Baja. So, yeah, Wilson have got a lot of cars over this way, and that's a beautifully turned out car, the 51 and the 31, Kent Battle, all Australian motor, Australian gearbox, only thing, non-Australian shocks, but that's okay. We don't really make shocks, I don't think, at that. I'm sure we do, but that size, you know, that's how it works. And then the Nortrans boys, they're having a cracking run here in their element, and they've been stepping the game up. I mean, they come from that Class 8 racing, and then these guys at the Don have consistently been getting faster and faster, haven't they, Bill?
I think he finally listened to Heath and told him to push the pedal down and stop being a girl, actually. But he's been running well. He did a great job up at Don River this year, and he seems to be getting along with the car really well. It's going through bumps really well, like Elements do. And we're really having a go at crack there. That's great.
Wow, have a listen to that Brinks performance motor.
Yeah, Brinksy does our gearboxes up there in Townsville. A great bloke. Do a lot with performance engines on the street. So.
Holy moly, Kent Battle just ran a 508, putting him in 12th position. That boy's having a crack. He's going to be inside the top 20 this year.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no.
I should say top 20 for Prologue,
yes.
Which is not an easy move.
No.
That's
definitely
a real spot to have a shot. Kent's run up inside that top 10 before here at Fink, and he's going to be very fast overall from that position. Good work.
Michael Zacher pulled a 5.16, puts him in 18th.
That's a good run too. There you go.
Yep.
Brand new car. Michael coming from a Can-Am, long Can-Am actually, where he'd raced for a couple of years, and stepping up into this pro boggy class. That's a good run for a V8 car. The 61 off the line now. Now, I probably didn't get... Now, is that Cooper or... I'm just trying to have a look through our list here really quickly here about who's not. It does say Cooper Weston, but maybe Chris Weston possibly does do a bit of qualifying for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was actually in the car for that one, but yeah, the Weston guys, that car is they're moving some cheaper budget cars, working well, getting a lot of people out in their Aussie built cars for which gets people out in a car that can handle bumps and run strong.
Yeah, there's a number of their rush trucks out now.
Really good rush trucks.
They're in really nice size for Australian tracks.
They can bring people down to the test track, and they can run them around the test track and actually work out whether they like that type of racing or not. So it's a really good program.
Bill, you know, we talk about this with the Geyser Brothers program, and you know, a lot of these programs where they've got big programs, you can pass on that information, can't you? And Weston can say, hey, we've made these changes and these trucks are going better, and they share that love around, don't they? Whereas if you build a completely one-off, you're really on your own out there, aren't you?
Yeah, it was something that I went for, is to have a program where there's a machine that's working well, and it's up to you to get your program working well and your good guys around you, your prep work. There's so much that goes into these races. You've got people giving up holidays, and they treat, well, we all treat this like it is our holiday. honestly, and it literally is. But you've got all the helpers that come along and the people who work on the car late nights at home as well as have a job. So it takes a team to put these together. But if you've got a car that is a set thing where the engine package is correct and the motor's correct and the gearbox is correct, your shock package is correct, you've cut out a lot of your R&D that you don't need to overdo, you know.
Absolutely, mate. You're dead right. Hey, listen, I was just having a look. The 25's come across the line. Craig Martin, that was a flying finish there in that Alpha with the 7-litre. 5:28 puts him in a good spot with 29th start. That Alpha knows its way down in the rough. We also saw Gary Turnbull come across the line there, Jimco Aussie Special, with a 5:14. That's a great run for Gary Turnbull in the 79. Again, Kent Battle, we talked about with that 5:08 to put himself in 12th. That's a top spot for him to be in. You know, it looks like he'll probably prologue out of the top 20 easily there. Obviously, you know, we'll keep our eye on a couple of these very fast trophy trucks that are no doubt going to split this field up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how well the guys are going with the V8. So you've got the Jameses with the V8. Oh, they got a V8. There's a turbo on that one now.
Actually, I got to check that in the They
used to run a V8. I'm not sure. But anyway, you've got Kent Battle running the V8 list.
Yeah, we're still going to run with that. I don't know whether it's a V8 or a turbo car at the moment. But I do think now we're going to throw over. So we've got one of our lovely ladies down there with none other than Toby Price, who's on the line getting ready for his qualifying run.
All right, I got Toby Price here, ready for Prologue. Toby, how important is Prologue at this track? You've raced all around the world. It does look pretty hard to pass out there.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably one of the hardest places to pass in the world because it's such a high-speed race. So it's hard to make ground on guys. So as you can see today, there's a lot of dust. So we were hoping that rain during the week just helped a little bit, but it's turned back to being super important now.
Yeah, and what is key in Prologue here? I mean, obviously you just send it, but what else do you need to consider?
Yeah, that's for sure. You got to send it full gas, and but at the end of the day too, we're going to keep it on 4 wheels, keep the truck in good shape for race day 1. So there's still 2 days of racing. It's not all blown here, but this can definitely make your Finke assault a little bit easier. So yeah, we're excited. Duncan's riding in there beside us in the passenger seat. So yeah, all the way from the States, and one crazy Aussie. So we should be good.
Oh, so good. And just finally, you've got Travis Robertson sitting in P1 at the moment with a 4:47, but you've also got your arch nemesis, ex-arch nemesis David Walsh in a car this year too. You got a bit of competition.
Yeah, I know. It's the bike guys seem to make the switch to the cars. So I think now Walshy understands why I've done this bit of a switch. But yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what they can do. They were holding top spot there for a bit, but Trav's come through. Trav's a tough competitor. It's good to see him doing well. And yeah, I've got his brother Bo, the wild man himself, starting right behind us. So I better not block him and better keep the foot to the floor.
Yeah, all right. You get out there. You send it. Good luck, boys. Enjoy.
Yeah, real good insight there from Kate into Toby's thinking before his run there, Billy. From your past experience running on the track in all that dust, how does it hinder you?
Well, everyone's got the same thing. Well, except for the guy in front, obviously. Yeah. So you there is an element of luck to it, but yeah, having a good navigator is key. Like the introduction of the GPS in our racing here has been I believe one of the safest things we can do, because a lot of the dust issues happen when there's a corner right behind, obviously. So if you know there's a straightaway, and sometimes it's just a hesitation, and then you push through, and it's still a nice big long straight. So you've just lost seconds and seconds, and in qualifying here, if you know your track, you've got it marked on your GPS, you're confident that you can trust your navigator to push through that little puff of dust that's in front of you and still be on the track.
Yeah, well, that is really good to hear there, Billy, and it's great insight as well, because these pro buggies do kick up quite a bit of dust, but then you get into our bigger boys and it becomes even more of an issue, and there's a lot more dust being kicked up with all the power going through those drive lines and stuff like that. So it is, very, very interesting to see how the driver and navigator work together with that, and just to see, exactly whether there is hesitation there or not, or whether some of these people will be trying to hold back.
Well, the trucks are inherently a bit heavier than the buggies too, so they're actually moving. If they're holding more on the ground, they're going to be moving more dirt. So, and the two-wheel drive cars, obviously, they don't have the front wheels driving, so they're going to be a bit of wheel spin there. So, I think you'll see quite a bit more dust. But the top two guys, Toby and Bo, I think they won't be too worried. The guys behind will definitely be concerned about it. But I think a lot of them have run it before. They know what it is. They just got to keep it straight,
Yeah, so Stone off the start line now. That's Corey Stone and Nicholas Sixt in that Tatum Aussie Pro buggy, the 89 machine, making their way out to see what they can do on the Prologue track.
And I see the Western car come in with a bit of smoke and a bit of steam coming out of it, so they've obviously got some issues there to look at before race day. But once again, they in that car they're really pushing low budget, so they're testing the boundaries of easy, so they can move that on to competitors. I really admire what they're doing in the sport. They're really trying to get guys, other than taking just a Can-Am path like everyone else is doing, to try to get them into a chassis car. Because the good thing about a chassis car, I keep telling people, if you buy one and you pay X amount for it, you can hand that on to the next guy that wants to learn, and then you can move up, or you can change sports from there. But having these, it's so crucial in off-road racing to have entry-level cars that, and I've seen it in my time. We had the older trucks to get into. Well, all those now are getting old as hell. So we've got to try to introduce cars that are able to be stepped in and are working and not breaking all the time. You're just not fixing old stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And well, that's the thing. You bring new cars into the country, and there's a lot of R&D that go into it, a lot of braking parts and stuff like that. You do have to develop the car over years, but with that development over the years, you can get those parts into what you need and where you want to go with that chassis car as well, especially. So it is a good thing. They are getting older now, and there is a lot of young people in these side-by-sides in the Super 1650s that are driving really well, and if they've got that opportunity, they'd be up there as well. So it's really, really exciting to see, and I think, as you say, Billy, that's awesome with them producing that.
Well, a lot of people forget the budget is also going racing. So, do you want to go to 2 races a year, or do you want to go to a series? And that's where your pro lights and those are great, because a lot of those guys campaign a lot of races in the year, so they're not ripping up parts. The engines aren't killing the drivetrains as much as the big turbo engines, and that's why, particularly why I like a truck, is because once you prep that truck pretty well, these things are doing 1,000 miles in the US in one hit. They should be doing these races quite comfortably. You shouldn't be out here spinning spanners on them. You should do your prep at home, turn up, drive the damn thing.
Yeah, no, and that's another good insight as well, is that those American cars, they're such a big thing over there, and they do get pushed to the absolute limit over there. And I know a lot of those classes over there, they do have the unlimited classes, so there's a lot of development pushing those cars out at the moment with suspension and engines and combos like that, to see how much you can actually get out of one of those vehicles and get through the terrain quickly. Because as we spoke to Brad earlier about Lovell, was that the track here, is it's so consistent, you can be that quick compared to a Baja or a Mint or something like that. So that's also another interesting thing to take in mind.
Yeah, we're 2 minutes out from Toby leaving, but to answer that, mate, he's the races there, you just get to settle into the races for longer because of the longer periods. You've got your pit stops in the longer races. You've got the opportunity to swap drivers and navigators. So it's a real teamwork, it's about staying in the race for the duration of the day to get. And that's where the guys like Rob Mack they've got it down pat. They're not out making YouTube videos. They're out winning races.
Great to see. And well, the excitement gets to fever pitch here as we see the last of our pro buggies coming through, placing their times in their prologue position. We still have the same top 3 as we did earlier. We've got Travis Robinson, Josh Howes and Aaron James, your top 3 so far, as well as Shannon Wrench. He's there in 4th, and Brett Martin in 5th. So it's great to see that pro line up there in the top 5, but it's about to be very interesting with the Class 4s making making their way out onto the track, and Toby Price, the first to leave. New livery on that vehicle this year with his chopper following him. Also got the livery on it, so we're just under a minute now, ladies and gentlemen, as we look out to the orange lights. It's about to get loud. I'll be quiet so you can hear this awesome motor. Clean off the line there, Billy.
Yeah, so he'll be happy with that. The dust is looking really good for him. And look, Toby knows his way around this track and very smooth driver. A lot of people, one of the biggest questions I get asked is like he's so hard, he'd have to be hard on gear, but he's actually not hard on gear. He's usually pretty smooth with it all, and really tries to push a car across the line even if it's got some issues. But he'll be out like trying to stay on the track as best he can. Clean corners, and Bowie's going to be sitting here ready to do exactly the same thing. So looking forward to it. He's getting around out the back there now. He'll be coming around back to this right-hand corner on the sweeper.
So the next of our Class 4s making their way to try and take this man off the top spot. The Robinsons make their way through, and it's going to be foot flat the whole way.
So this is a Mason truck. it was brought into the country by the Robinsons last year. 2-wheel drive, runs a Dugan's 7-litre small block based off a small block Chevy, billet block, 8-stack intake, running the Albans sequential gearbox in it. So they're a nice bit of kit. The change from Bo's old car to this one, his old car, same size as mine, a bit lighter car. We went that way in around 2012 to try to get the trucks quicker with the 6-litre engines, obviously lighter. Now that we've got more engine to work with, and a 7-litre motor does give you quite a bit more poke, a bit more torque. So we're stepping the size up in the trucks marginally, not to a great detail, but still keeping that powder weight moving.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Deadly Gregley making his way out now here for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. We're at the sticky end of it all now. Greg Gardner making his way out in that awesome-looking Ford F-150. And again, Billy, this man has been up there for so many years with this truck.
Yeah, Greg and I, we love racing each other, and he's one of my favourites. And as a driver, he's spectacular and always clean. I always say there's 2 ways to go around a corner. There's the other people's way and Greg Gardner's way. But just straight impressive. He crossed over into the stadium super trucks there for a while we were doing a bit, and you could just see his speedway background come into it. Can really drift a car and pick up drive. So he's he's definitely one to watch here. You don't want to make any mistakes. And we talk about our little car, our trucks here, obviously being a bit smaller. We've got the Finke killers out here that are designed to win this race, but our little trucks, they're still hanging in there. They're a good little package. It's just a bit wilder and a bit rougher to sit in the things. You just got to have a good look in the mirror before you start off.
Yeah, Toby Watley and Tony Watley out there now in that Rush Loveday build. It's an awesome, again, another vehicle out here that's had a heap of time and a heap of track knowledge, and have, again, been up there in that pointy end. So it will be interesting to see how they qualify this morning.
And that's an Aussie-built Rush truck, so that comes from the local guys.
So here we go, Toby Price making his way through the whoops in that back section, and it's going to be very interesting. A little bit loose there, Billy, as he makes his way through. Let's see what he can do in the stadium section. It's on song, it's looking quick.
Yeah, from that straight, you want to be on the gas as hard as you can to duck in under this tree here and set the car up for this next right-hand corner. And you can see there Toby's just running that cuff on that inside wheel, just leaning on that outside tyre, just so if you lean on it that hard, it won't drift out. You can see it's lifting the inside wheel, and that's just getting straight drive through that opposite side tyre.
Yeah, look look at all the dust being kicked up by this machine now at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how Beau's visibility is coming into the stadium section and whether he will still hold it flat or not, but I know he will. I don't even know why I'm suggesting that he won't. But here comes Toby. It's a bit hard for us to see up here in the commentary box as well as it would be for you. There's so much out there at the moment, and he's come around that final corner, and here we go. Let's see what this man can do. Can Toby Price knock off Travis Robinson for the top spot at the 47th running of the Method Race Wheels Prologue? Let's see what he does. It goes. We're waiting. Number 1, 4:36. Wow.
4:36. That was a great dig. Good corner and kept his pace through there. I see Toby Beau's just coming into the stadium area. Obviously dealing with a little bit more dust, but I think he shouldn't be too far off.
Yeah, had a bit of a panel flapping off in the wind there as Paul Wheels sets off. So that will be also an interesting person to watch. As 2 wheels for Beau there. He's really pushing this car, and it looks like he has. He's had a bit of an excursion, it looks, from the right-hand rear of this vehicle. And what did I say, ladies and gentlemen? This man is going to be angry and driving it with the foot through the firewall. So let's see what he can do this time round. It's going to be close. Is it better than a 4:36.7? That's what he's got to beat to knock off Toby from the top spot. Here we go. Beau Robinson making his way down through the start-finish line. What does he do? We wait for it up in the box, and it's good enough for second, a 4:38. Wow.
That's pretty impressive with dust in your face and a good clean line. He'll be happy with that. Obviously, we would have been chasing the top spot, but that's a great run. Getting back to those panels, sometimes even in the berms, you can, when you're locking that wheelie, the dirt can even grab those rear quarters and pull them off. So, impressive drive there from Beau. And look, we've got Gardner in the stadium area here already, so that's not going to be a terrible run either.
No, it's going to be a good run from the man here, and it was looking a little bit iffy there. He's had a little bit of a run off there, but he's back on song now and trying to get that truck under his control.
So now with the quicker cars coming over the finish line, everyone off the start line is going to be getting double dust. So you're going to be seeing dust from the cars coming back into the stadium area, and that's obviously going to drift across the track. And that's when your luck sort of starts to get a little worse as this arena dust starts to drift across the main track.
Yeah, because they are coming in so thick and fast, and there's not much between these competitors at the moment. Here we go, Deadly Gregley making his way down past the start-finish line. What does he do? It was on song. It sounded good. It's good enough for 6. 4:56.
4:56 there for Greg. That's a great job.
So next off the line was Nicholas Commons and Andrew Commons, as well as Trevor Chandler and Tyler Fitzgerald, as well as Brett Taylor as well.
He's in the stadium area. Obviously an Aussie build truck, built back in the shed at home, so impressive. This kid can really, really send this car. He's been racing for a good couple of years now in this truck, but great to see an Aussie truck go up against the big dollar cars, and this kid can really send it.
Yeah, looks like he is at the moment as he makes his way around this final long sweeping corner. They get it onto the straight section and then see that famous start-finish line section as he goes through. It's nice and quick. A little bit of damage there to the vehicle, but let's see what he does. Pops him up at 7th place with a 4:57, so there's nothing in it between these couple of competitors. Only a couple of seconds, and Shannon Lander off the start line as the Bentley truck now makes its way in.
Yeah, I believe Hayden's driving the car. They had a navigator get crook or something. So I think you'll find that Hayden's in the car with his daughter in the passenger seat at the moment. So the two-wheel drive Bentley car out the track. The four-wheel drive car had some engine issues before the race, so that was an early call for those guys. But yeah, great to see the guys out the track.
Yeah, making their way around the track, and this thing was up there again as well last year, pushing some really good times and some figures as the next of our vehicles makes their way off the line. The Patriot Campers boys. Stout looking vehicle in the 484. That's Justin Montesalvo and Jamie. And Paul Wheel now making his way into the stadium section. So let's see how that goes. Bentley truck was quick. Let's see how that goes for them. 5:16, so 22nd. Not the best run there for Hayden, but we'll see what Paul Wheel can do.
Yeah, I think you're going to find this heavy dust is going to start creating a problem for the guys. And it's going to make it just that little bit harder for them to pull it into those mid fours. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely going to be harder with all the dust in this section at the moment. And really, you can only take your pace notes from the walk around the Prologue track that you're allowed to do before the event. So let's see what Paul can do. It sounds on song again. Wow, that thing was fired up. What does he go and do? It's enough for 11th. It's a 4:58. Wow, so there's really nothing in between these guys. Those points that we were talking about, those tenths a second earlier this morning we were talking about, are actually playing a big role. And the local, Brett Taylor, making his way in now in that awesome Jimco.
Yes, so obviously Paul is who Toby's been racing with in the US, and they've been struggling to get their reliability together. They've been so close. I think the package is going really well, but great to see Paulie out here running the Geyser truck. And yeah, hopefully Toby and him can glue it together for the 1,000 over there. Everyone's been watching, hoping for the best for them. I think they'll nail it. They've got to shake that monkey off their back though. But you know, the team looks clean. They're doing a great job. It's a good car. I think they'll just refine a few things, and I think you'll see some a podium finish from over there. I've got no doubt of it.
Yeah, another big name, Ben Gartner, making his way out now in his F-150, but flying towards the line is Brett Taylor, the local man. Let's see what he can do. It puts him in 21st. That's actually a really good time from him, 5 minutes and 10 there from Brett Taylor. So that was faster than anything he run at the Brekkie Bash. So he'll be happy with that. He got the rear end to come around for him. But there, you were talking about rear ends coming around. The 479 making a little bit of an issue there, but he'll get back on the way.
And traditionally, you've got to do a bit of a skid.
Yes, of course.
I've been known to do an odd skid like that myself, actually.
Yes, I remember some spectacular stuff from you, Billy, in the past, so that's awesome to see. Yeah, this dust really is going to pose an issue to these competitors who are down in this field at the moment. It is hard to see, as I do believe the mill waters make the mild waters. I apologise. I was told last night, mild waters. They're out here racing that awesome HSV look-alike Aussie-built machine, and that thing is really nice. Nicholas Commons making his way through as Shannon Lander now makes his way, if I do believe that is the correct vehicle, and yes it is. So if you remember some very famous footage from last year at the 30k jump, this was the man who did the big oopsie on the roof. So Shannon Lander's also, they call him the wild man here locally, so it will be good to see what Shannon can do this weekend.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him get a decent run. I know it's always disappointing when things don't work out, but yeah, great to see him out here having a good run around.
Yeah, Dean Miller making his way out now in the Triton custom built in the 408 as the Patriot Campers crew make their way through in this Class 4. Let's see what they can do. So Shannon Lander and Shay Lander there, they go 5:33, so position 44th in the end there.
And we've got Patriot in in the stadium area. This is another car that's stepped up to the 7 litre. Taking the last corner.
Yeah, good looking run there from those boys, and we'll see where that puts them. Yep, 5 minutes and 12 seconds, so top 20-ish. And look at this Tisco trophy truck, an absolute belter of a car. Definitely looks real good.
Awesome as we let Billy go and catch up with the boys and the crew. Thanks, Bill, for being up in the box for a little bit, giving us a bit of insight as a trophy truck driver. Damn, those trophy trucks are fast this year. They're always fast. You know, I got to chew me words every now and then. Hey, Ben, having a great run there.
Yeah, looking quick, this 417. That Tisco truck was absolutely flying across the line. What does Mick Ma do? It's a 523, so yep, there is issues as Billy was saying with that dust. It's a bit hard to get through that back section at the moment. I can see it. It is really, really bad out there, but they are slowly getting through there. And as we said this morning, it is that brekkie bash for some people has been really key. They've put themselves in a good spot because they've been able to run before the event and just take some little notes as the Mr. Digger machine, the 455, makes its way out onto the track, and that there would be Michael Doolan in that one, in that Brenthal truck that we were talking about last night. But look at Ben Gardner go in the Optima truck.
Oh, I love that truck. Little built-in-the-shed racer by Greg Gardner. And Ben Gardner having a real crack there, put himself in 23rd with a 513. That Ford singing so nice.
Yeah, Jake Millwater's out, Mildwater's, I apologise, out there now. This thing is awesome. Old HSV body with up on the 2 wheels there, and they've got a new paint scheme on this weekend, so it's looking like a little bit of a retro thing. So, and I love that. That's awesome. So great to see that team out there, and a little bit off centre there, but they'll bring that thing back onto the track, and we'll continue to try and push that thing to go harder. And the other Mild Waters, I apologise, team car making their way out now. HS Holden Commodore, HSV. Jamie Lorner and Anna Lawson in that one. So let's see how they run. It's always awesome to see a little bit of Aussie muscle put on some of these chassis. It's good to see. As he comes through, what does the 424 do? It's good enough for a 524. So good time there from Jack. Good enough for the top 50 so far.
Yeah, this Method Race Wheels Prologue has really been shining here. It's such a show. I tell you what, the fact that Toby ran a 442 to win it, and we got both Toby and Bo down into the 4. Man, a 436, that's completely nuts there. So the 424 off the line. Sorry, not the 424, another one of those. It's the 480, I think that might be, looking at my list. But a good run there, 481 I can see now. Again, those Commodore powered, I believe it was Thornbelt that built a few of those, and then, you know, different chassis kits and bits and pieces floating around. A lot of guys have built it themselves, so very cool to have that car out there. The 408 on screen now as well. Dean Miller and Brad Miller. That's the Ursig Custom Engineering Trophy truck. So Ursig has a couple of vehicles out here running this weekend. And the 408, great looking vehicle. Really low slung and hung back in the cab. You can see it working nicely, the 408. The 477 is on the line now as well. So Jamie Henderson and Charlotte Nordell out of the Gold Coast in that Pro 2 car that's been converted.
Sounds good.
Does sound very good. Plenty of motor in that thing. Got to give it to the V8s. They do sound good. There's no question about that. And for all those turbo lovers out there, at the moment, we've got V8s on the top step. Yep, I'm talking to you, Mick Taylor. You can say what you like about V8s. They're on the front of the box right now.
Naturally aspirated goodness. Gotta love it.
Hey, also, I got plenty of messages too. The 93 of Aaron James is indeed, it's a Ford EcoBoost turbo motor.
Yeah,
as soon as I was reminded, I did remember that. But anyway, it's funny how things slip your mind while you're chatting on the microphone. But yes, EcoBoost, Lumicraft, big one, 2 seats. So a nice drive in here under brakes for the 451. Michael and Ben. Out of Queensland, that is one of those rush trucks we were talking about. The 432 off the line as well. Nick Burt and Alex Burt out of South Australia. And again, another rush truck. This is what we're talking about. You know, the guys are doing a really good program there. And if you're looking for an Australian-built truck with a lot of R&D and a lot of cars out there that are racing, it's a good opportunity to grab one of these.
Yeah, they've definitely proved their point in how well these vehicles are presented and how well they do get around the championship. And like Billy was saying, a lot of these trucks are getting a little bit older now, and they're being passed on, and a couple of the younger generations are starting to get their hands on these things, and it's just great to see the development in it. And it will be very, very interesting because the 407 is next out onto track. That would be Chris Roche and Ashley McLean as the 451 makes it across the line, and I do believe that may be the final vehicle for our prologue this morning in the car section. That's Chris Roche and Stephen Walton as Mr. Diggett comes across the line. Again, another really good sounding engine. Again, I hope you guys are getting some awesome sounding clips in through your speakers at home if you're watching at home with those effects mics. A big shout out to our team that have set up these awesome microphones and cameras all around the joint so you guys can get all the action from the start finish line here in Alice Springs. As another one of our competitors make their way through. And yes, a big shout out to Global Headquarters for their crew here this weekend. We couldn't have done it without them, and they are a great, great crew. So big shout out to them. So the Team Cosgrove boys and girls are making their way out there in this one. This one is Jamie Lawson, I do believe, behind the wheel of this one, with a 486. Doing very well here in this section as the other one of, so this is a couple of teams, the Road Boss Rally crew running the same style of body on these ones. One's a little bit newer, but really so far unofficially, and I do say this unofficially, our top three is Toby Price, Bo Robinson, and Travis Robinson. So the Robinson brothers are on the top step. Well, let's see what John Lawson can do as he crosses the line. Sorry, Jamie Lawson, I apologise. That's a 607, not bad at all.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Roaring across the line in that lovely looking Owen Commodore. Let's see what Cole Desbro does, and that's a 539, so in the top 100. And it looks like our final vehicle making its way into the stadium section now. So just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 so far, this is unofficial, by the way. Toby Price, Bo Robinson, Travis Robinson, Josh Howes, Aaron James. Round out your top 5. So you've got 2 extreme 2-wheelers on the front row. And then you've got a contingency of some pro buggies back into the trucks. And then that sneaky Brent Martin has put it in the top 10 again in a pro light, which is absolutely amazing to see. Andrew Moles is up there as well. Where's he? 13th or maybe even higher than that? 12th, actually. So, yeah, great to see some Alice locals up there as well as the 477 makes its way in. That's Jamie Henderson in the Chevy Pro 2 truck. So this would have been out of the States originally as a stadium truck. They like to race these on short course dirt tracks over in the States, and let's see what they do as our final vehicle crosses the line here for Prologue this morning. And it is a 6-minute 10. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do stick around. We still have a heap of action coming to you. We still have our top 20 bikes to come. They get let loose first to the track, and we still actually have our Method Race Wheels presentation to crown our outrights for qualifying for Prologue. And we will hand out some prize money and some prize wheels from the Method Race Wheels team. So yeah, awesome for them. They've come on 3 years in a row, and there you go. Prologue is scheduled for 12 p.m. So stick around for that. I'm going to throw downstairs and be quiet now because we do have a briefing going on as we speak. So get down there and listen to that one.
That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Now that ain't working. That's the way you do it. Let me tell you, damn guys ain't dumb. Maybe get a blister on your little finger. Maybe get a blister on your thumb. We got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color Hawaiian noises. He's banging on the bongos like a chimpanzee. Oh, that ain't working. That's the way you do it. Get your money for nothing. Get your chicks for free. We got to install microwave oven, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. working, that's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working, that's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Look at that, look at that. Money for nothing and your chicks for free.
The world is a vampire sent to drain. Secret destroyers hold you up to the flames. And what do I get for my pain? Betrayed desires and a piece of the game. Even though I know, I suppose I'll show all my cool and cold like the Joe. Despite all my rage, I am still just ready to cave. Despite all my rage, I am still just ready to cave. Someone will say what is lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I am still just ready to cave. Now I'm making nothing but an animal. But can you fake it for just one more show? And what do you want? I wanna change. What do you got when you feel the same? Even though I know, I suppose I'll show all my cool like old Joe. Despite all my rage, I'm still just ready to cave. Despite all my rage, I'm still just ready to cave. But someone will say what is lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I am still just ready to Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. And someone will say what is lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Tell me I'm the only one. Tell me there's no other one. Jesus wasn't on this I'm never alone, I'm alone all the time. Are you at one, or do you lie? We live in a wheel where everyone steals. When we rise, it's like strawberry fields. I treated you bad, you bruised my face. Couldn't love you more, you've got a beautiful taste. Don't let the days go by. Could have been easier on you. I couldn't change, though I wanted to. Should have been easier, the three. Our old friend Phil and you and me. Glycerine. Glycerine. Don't let the days go by. Glycerine. Don't let the days go just regress. Am I just me? Clear, simple and plain. Well, that's just fine. That's just one of my names. Don't let the days go by. Could have been easier on you, you. Glycerine. 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 Glycerine.
Feel it, see it, hear it today. If you can't, then it doesn't matter anyway. You will never understand it, cause it happens too fast. And it feels so good, it's like walking the glass. It's so cool, so hip, it's alright. It's so groovy, it's out of sight. You can touch it, smell it, taste it so sweet. But it makes no difference, cause it knocks you off your feet. You want it all, but you can't have it. Crying, bleeding, lying on the floor. So you lay down on it and you do it some more. You got to share it, so you dare it, then you bear it, and you deserve it. You want it all, but you can't have it. is it? Let's say, what is it? Let's say, what is it? Let's say, what is it? You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. I got my first real six string, bought it at the 5 and dime, played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married. Should've known we'd never get far. Oh, when I look back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had the choice, yeah, those never broke. The bloodwood and the desert oak, holding wrecks and boiling diesels, steam at 45 degrees. The time has come to save fair's fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share. The time has come, a fact's a fact, it belongs to them, let's give it back. How can we dance when our earth is turning?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for another year of the Method Race Wheels Finke Desert Race Prologue. We have our fastest times, and we're not going to do much up here other than just celebrate our winners with our UTVs. We call them side-by-sides in Australia. Our fastest time with a 5 minute and 09 second, James Cook and Mitch Orcott. James, an absolutely fantastic run there, mate. You were holding it wide open and you're inside the top 20 for Prologue. That's a fantastic place to start. Tell us how it was.
It's pretty wild. We went pretty hard the whole way. You know, start off, didn't lift maybe till the fourth corner. Mitch was fairly up me today, screaming in the ear, you know, keep it up. It's an important track to get a good Prologue on. Obviously, we're probably only going to have faster cars coming up behind us, passing us, hopefully. And look, hopefully this is the start for the weekend we want, and it kind of sets a statement.
Yeah, awesome, James. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for our UTV winners of the Method Prologue. And again, a side note about James Cook, he's doing very well in the Australian Championship and actually won a round outright at the start. So something to be said for those side-by-sides getting ridiculously fast. Now, without further ado, our fastest overall with a 4 minute and 36 second, none other than Toby Price and Jason Duncan. I tell you what, this is the third time he's won. He'll soon have a full set of methods if he keeps this up. Toby, you were talking about track conditions back there and how tough it is, how fast it was. 10 seconds off last year's time, which is absolutely ridiculous. How was it out there?
Yeah, look, I honestly thought it was going to be a little bit slipperier than it was, and we went into about the third turn and was on two wheels, so worked out pretty quick. There was some grip there. So, the poor little 6 litre, she got absolutely beaten in that 8 kilometres. So, yeah, we're just got to get through day one and back day two. So, but we're in a good position, so it's happy days.
Yeah, a fantastic starting position, mate. Somewhere you're very comfortable out of that front. Third time is absolutely a charm, and to put it on the box for the third time, obviously awesome.
Yeah, for sure. It's nice to get that 3 in a row there, and we're looking forward. The Tisco machine's running really well, and the Fox Shocks with the SDG boys, so it's great to have Duncan in beside us. He definitely fine-tunes everything, and then he's screaming at me to go faster, and I'm like, I think I'm already at my limit, and I'm trying, so stop yelling at me, please.
No, awesome. Congratulations, mate. A huge round of applause for Toby and Duncan, the winners of the Method Race Wheels Finke Desert Race Prologue for 23. This is the 47th running of the Finke. It is a massive year, and if Toby can put it on the box again for the race, it'll be the third win in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for all our winners up here. It takes an absolute hellman to put it on the top step of this box, and they deserve the spoils. Now, 12:15, we're going to get underway with the sighting lap and the motorbikes. So let's make it happen, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for a great think.
Time so foolishly, but now that I found you, together we'll make history. And I know it must be the woman in you that brings out the man in me. I know I can't help myself. You're all my eyes can see.
leaving just a memory. A snapshot in the family album. Daddy, what else did you leave for me? Daddy, what you leave behind for me? All in all, it was just a break in the wall. All in all, it was all just breaks in the wall.
Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. 8, 7, 6. Commencing countdown, engines on. 3, 2. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the ex-king of the desert is now making his way around. We've got Prologue starting right now here at the start-finish line. My name's Joshua Graveling. Welcome back into commentary. Dan will be back up here joining me very, very shortly. But here we go. We're down to the business end. Top 20 bikes. Next off the line will be Jacob Smith on the number 2. out of absolutely nowhere last year and put this thing on the top step. So it will be interesting to see how Jacob runs that 501 bike out there. Next would have been Jack Simpson, but he's had to pull out. He hasn't had enough time to be able to prep his body and the bike for this event. So next up will be the number 4 bike. If I'm not mistaken, that one is Corey McMahon. Yes, correct, on the gas, that MC 450. Orange lights are up and running. It looks like Walshy has made his way into that back section. Corey McMahon gets off the line and it looks good as the start. Making his way out through into the desert. Next up, we have the number 5 bike. Brodie Waters out of Mildura, another one to watch. Man can ride pretty much anything he's thrown at him.
Yeah, we had that awesome interview with him last night where he said that he wanted to go up the box. He doesn't see any reason. He's done all the work out here. And I tell you what, it's going to be a good run here for the 5 bike. I tell you what, there's nothing like the nerves of waiting for those flashing yellows to go green. And we are away, ladies and gentlemen.
Really is anyone's game out here for the top 20 bikes, and Brodie Waters gets off and running like he did say last night. He wants to be on that top step. He thinks there's no reason why he shouldn't be, as we desperately look down through the back end to see our first rider come through, that number 1 of David Walsh, ex-King of the Desert. He could really push himself into the history books this weekend.
Listen, Josh, I got to pull you up. There's nothing X. He is the king of the desert at the moment. He is the reigning. He is the everything. And he is holding on wide open in position 1 of this prologue track. Can he put it on the top step? Can he put it on that method race wheels? Can he take home the trophy?
Next one on the line is Ivan Long. He's been really quick, and we've watched the videos of him come out. He's another one to watch to put it on the top step. The ambers are flashing. He'll get the green light, and he'll be off. Ivan Long is off on his journey for the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
There is no nutbag like the number 6 that is Ivan Long. This man, I've seen him do things on a dirt bike that I've never seen possible. As Walsh, you have a look up high on that berm on the live feed. Yeah. Oh my goodness. It is loose. It is wet. He's trying every single thing out here.
Yeah, it doesn't look the most comfortable he has on the bike in the last couple of years. It's going to be interesting to see what time this bike does. I was expecting it to be a little bit slower, the bikes this year, but it is, definitely looking like it is a bit of an issue out there for the number 1 at the moment. But let's see what he can do towards the line. I'm not going to put the mockers on him yet.
It's an interesting setup, isn't it? Like, he's got that slightly wet track, so those damp conditions that the others don't have. But then the flip side of that is he doesn't have the dust. So that's going to be the battle here as he blazes around this final corner on his way under the start-finish line here at the Method Race Wheels Prologue. And we're going to be looking very closely at his times as the number 7, Luke Hayes, on that big 500 is now thundering off the line.
Yeah, watch the number 7 of Luke Hayes as well as Jacob Smith makes his way into the stadium section now. The time from David Walsh was a 4:55 with a 9. So that's the time to beat. It's not the quickest we've seen around this prologue track, and if this man's got anything to say, he came out of nowhere last year. He was down in the pack and we weren't even watching it. He went and put it on pole. So let's see what this man's got to bring.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'd be like a phone bull at a gate right now, because he is looking at, he's had that number 2 played a couple of times. He's actually been on the step beside Todd. Todd won that year, and Jacob's had a couple of times on that second place, so he wanted to go up that step one more time on that massive big bike of his. Jacob Smith with a cracking run on that Husqvarna 500.
Yeah, he now is sitting in the top position, ladies and gentlemen. A 450 with a 4 as our next competitor does get out there. Another man to watch, Ben Grabham, the number 9. He is going to be on song, and he's looking quick this weekend on this new KTM.
Yeah, I don't believe Ben had a top 20 start last year, so to come out of this top 20 position is a huge advantage for him. So it's going to be great. He's got a clean track. He's not battling bars with anyone. But again, if there's anyone that knows their way around this Prologue track, Ben Grabham is the man. He is a king of the desert. He was the reigning, he was everything. And he brought KTM to the desert, which was a big change. That's not actually true. There was KTM obviously in the desert, but he brought them back in a big way when the KTMs came through, and they have dominated for a long time since. So Ben Grabham out of 9th.
Corey McMahon making his way down towards the start-finish line, looking like it's going to be quick from the 450 gas. Let's see what he does. He puts it second, a 455 with a 6. He beats David Walsh by 0.3 of a second. There's nothing in it, ladies and gentlemen. Cody Stevens, number 11, is out there now, and it is excitement plus. I am sweating up here in the box.
Yeah, it's really definitely getting wild because, our king of the desert is starting to get a little bit pushed down that order, and that's going to be tough because you're going to have to work through the dust, through the race. But again, if there's anyone that knows the track, it's the local David Walsh. So we're keeping an eye out here. There's plenty more bikes and plenty more really, really fast guys to come through. It's super impressive that Jacob Smith ran that 50 with an O. So that was crazy fast from Jacob Smith. 5 seconds faster than the other 2 competitors at this stage, so that's given him a little bit of breathing room there.
Yeah, here we go. The number 5 of Brodie Waters making his way around the loop and making it towards the start-finish line. Let's see what he can do. It's on the noise. Let's go on the bopper. And that is a 458, so puts him in 4th position so far. Sam Hadley out on track now on the number 12 bike. Another person to watch as we come into this from Yarra Glen. And then you got Samuel Stockman, who'll be out next on the number 16 bike. But as we look to the stadium section, Ivan Long, let's see what he can do.
This man, I've literally seen his handlebars in the dirt. He does a clutch pop and brings it back up and qualified second behind Toby one year. This is the loosest of the loose, and Ivan Long, have a look at that style. This kid just rides fast, riding for his own team, I believe, this year. Has been for a couple of years now, doing his own program. Moved to Queensland, and he's doing plenty out there, and there's plenty to follow on the socials with Ivan Long, the number 6, and can he go faster here this year at the qualifying, the Method Race Wheels qualified here. Wide out, using all of that track, and he's holding on.
Yeah, where does that put the danger man, Ivan Long? We'll wait for it to pop up. It goes 4th position, a 457 with an 8. Next off the line was Jackson McGrath on that number 13 bike on that gas, the second of the gases in this one. Luke Hayes making his way around the stadium section now, the number 7 bike. They've always said you need a little bit of weight behind you to get down the track in a good condition and be able to hit them square edges and still be able to be upright and continue riding. So Luke Hayes, let's see how he goes, getting that rear wheel out there through that berm.
Yeah, doing a little lead drag there, Luke Hayes, but no dramas at all as he gathers it up and he's made his way around on the big KTM. Again, Hazy, no stranger to these fast Finke sections, works well in the rough, knows the track well. He's one that will come out very well. And again, Josh, just amazing. Every single bike so far, sub 5 minutes. That just shows you how damn fast these guys are on motorbikes. As the 16 is off the line now, Samuel Stockman. Nice clean ride there. The KTM 500 making good power.
Luke Hayes across the line for you locals. Let's see what he does as we wait for it to pop up on the screen. It's a 5:12. Unfortunately, the slowest so far there from Luke Hayes. So whether the dust is becoming an issue now out there for people, but Ben Grabham now is out there, and it does look like some iffy conditions out there. Looks like the big trophy trucks and the buggies did cut out that section there in the stadium. So it looks like our bike riders are actually having a little bit more of an issue through this section here.
Yeah, listen, there's a few guys that are always notoriously slow starters in Prologue. Luke Hayes is one of those guys. Ben Grabham as well, like in the last couple of years, has been a little further down the order in Prologue, but then on day one, they just charged through with that track knowledge and that ability, and just God-given right to hold onto a dirt bike really does shine through.
Yeah, Ryan Crossan's now out there on the Sherco, the 500. As Ben Grabham crosses the line, let's see where he puts himself in the mix, and it is good enough for 6, the 5:06.
Yeah, that's a good ride. That's a good ride for Ben Grabham. Remembering, he's got a 9 on the bike, but that guy's in the veterans class, for goodness sake. He is so damn fast, and that is impressive that he's having a great run there. Ben Grabham with the 5:06 will put him in a really good solid spot, I believe, for a run down to Fink. You'll see him really push the mark this year.
Yeah, Cody Stevens out there in the stadium section now. Let's see what that number 11 bike can do. And then I look down to the start line, another one of our locals, a quick local at that. And his father is ex-royalty out here in the desert. It's Stephen Greenfield's son, Bradley Greenfield, on the KTM. Rode it into the top 20 last year. The man was quick. Let's see what he can do. A little bit of a wheelie up there off the front of the line, but he'll get down, put his head down, and get going.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you reckon they have some long conversations about Bradley riding a KTM rather than a Honda? Do you reckon Stephen might be a bit unimpressed with his son on that one, or what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think he would be, but as long as he runs his suspension, I don't think he'd care, to be completely honest with you. Cody Stevens across the line. Let's see what he can do. It's good enough for 8, so 5:20 on that one. So we are losing a little bit of time here, but your big competitors are still pushing up there. Stephen Greenfield would probably sit around that the 6-7 mark, I would say. Bradley, I apologise. And then we've got the next bike into the stadium section.
Yeah, it's hard because, again, we talked about it. A lot of these guys are really, really awesome desert racers, not necessarily prologgers. We've seen it a lot of years where guys have struggled. They've sort of been out of 50th position in qualifying and then run through into the top 20, you know, because of their performance down on that 452 kilometres of track. And that's what I think we're seeing here. You know, some of these guys that are 7th, 8th, 9th sort of thing, you're going to find that when it comes down to the desert portion of racing, these guys are killers.
Yeah, definitely. As we had Sam Hadley across the line, good enough for 6. Wow, that was a good time, a 5:04 there for Sam Hadley. So he's pushed himself up the position so far. But again, ladies and gents, we still have a heap of competitors that you will not expect to come through here, and they'll put themselves up there nice and high. And it will be interesting to see how this top 10, top 20 works its way out throughout the rest of the day, as we have these awesome shots under that Method Race Wheels banner.
It's good to see the 688 off the line too, the Yamaha, the first of our Japanese manufacturers. It's all Euro out here in the desert at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely is.
But that WR450F absolutely screaming at the hand of Wilkinson.
So that bike off the line now, the 258 of Jesse Moore. We'll see how that thing goes. As I believe it's Corey McMahon making his way through. Sorry, the 13 bike, I apologise, that's Jackson McGrath.
He is laying low on the tank there and got all the pace coming in.
So he goes in 9th position. Number 16.
Yeah, Samuel Stockman coming in now, running that nice high line, leg out, getting up on that berm. It's pretty crazy when you're literally jumping around the berm, hey. That's not very common in the motocross industry. I suppose it's got a little bit, but it's definitely a desert racing thing. There's millions of these things down the Fink track. It is just absolutely relentless as it beats you.
Yeah, so as we continue watching our competitors make their way through here in the start-finish line section, we'll throw down to Kate and have a chat with some of our competitors.
Anita Boston, fly 94.
Yeah, so, we are raising money for Sirens of Silence, which is a charity that looks after first responders with mental health, PTSD, suicide prevention, that started out in Western Australia.
And tell the journey that it's taken to get you here. It was a very cool livery on this bike as well.
Yeah, Sticky Mojo did that for me. Yeah, so family has all been involved in Finke since the very beginning, and were a big support for me. And I got diagnosed with PTSD back in 2020 and started the journey on bikes and decided to raise money and come to Finke.
Wow, this is an incredible challenge for you. Is this your first Finke?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. Good luck out there. I'm going to go and now talk to the other incredible women that are also riding here. But yeah, go kick some ass.
Cheers.
All right. Cancer research.
Absolutely, yeah. Racing funds for cancer research in memory of my dad. So yeah, pretty stoked to have raised 10 grand. So yeah, definitely want to say thank you to all the people who've helped me get here, and so excited to meet you as well. So yeah.
Tell us about this noble steed of yours. I know you've been pre-running.
Absolutely had Greenie helping with that, and
So I've got Jeremy alongside me up here in the commentary box, otherwise known as the Burrito Man, I've been told. Great to have you up here, man, and how exciting are these bike competitors? We've got the first row of our women out there now. The first time we've had the women's class out here, that's great to see. But yeah, Bradley Greenfield, I apologise, is out there now, and he's looking to try and set a stonker.
Absolutely, it's absolutely awesome to see these riders go and set those times as well. A 5-second split from Jacob Smith is on fire. Absolutely crazy.
Bradley Greenfield across the line. Let's see where he puts himself in the lineup. And yeah, 11th there, 5:18. So not too bad at all there.
No, they're definitely flying this year. The track looks great. It was a bit of rain up there at the start, which we hoping was going to hold the track together, but it's definitely starting to dust up now.
Yeah, definitely kicking up the dust, and it's becoming a little bit of an issue for some of the competitors, but the others are keeping their way through. They're sort of carefully making their way through the stadium section here now. They're not so much on the bopper as some of our big guys and trying to run some of those berms a little bit higher than usual, but that's everything that comes with the racing we have out here. So
that's it. They're trying to keep off that slick that the buggies have created inside the line. They're trying to keep it nice and high, but those wheel ruts are starting to really pop their head out in the berms. But it's great to see the girls out there now flying around, so hopefully they can hold it wide as well.
Yeah, Chloe Barton, Alexandra Long and Susan Coop, the latest grid to go out. Alexandra Long, another person to watch this weekend. She was third in class last year, and she's had a really good setup coming into the event this year, and she's probably one of the female riders I would watch to take out that class is Alex Long. So let's see how she goes this weekend as more of our bike riders continue to make their way through and out of this section. Brad Wilkinson just made his way through with a 5:19. Not too bad at all there.
No, you can definitely see the top 20 bikes starting to slow down a little bit. The track's really deteriorating, so it is exciting to see what times we're going to get in from the later part of the field that didn't get to run last year as well.
So the next set of girls are off and racing. Let's see who they are as we just wait for them to pop up on our screen.
Absolutely. We've got Chloe Barton, absolute legend in the off-road scene, so it's good, exciting to see her head off now.
Yeah, will be interesting to see how she goes throughout the weekend. Again, there's so many big names here this weekend that we continue to go over and flush over as well. We're really trying not to because there are so many big names out there, and it's going to be very, very interesting, especially day one now that David Walsh has sort of been kicked off that top spot, how he goes. But I do remember last year Simo and Jacob both sort of had a bit of a run for their money with him out that back gate, and as soon as it got to the 10k mark, he jumped over one of them and just said that's it.
Yeah, I think by the 50k Jacob got overtaken, which is crazy. He gave him a bit of a thumbs up on the way through, which is even wilder to think about, and that's really where they've been focusing this year, that first 80k's, to get as much training as they can to get that speed out.
Yeah, definitely will be important. It's all about the leave on the line, and here we go. The next set of grids are off. Rachel Johnston, Catherine Scoble, and Taylor Morse. I believe she's another one to watch, the 939, another local on the Honda.
Absolutely, Catherine Scoble as well. West Australian girls come over, done a lot of racing over in the West Australian desert scene, so it's amazing to see her come over here on the Honda and hopefully send it as well. She's definitely one to watch, and I'm not surprised if she won't get on the podium.
Yeah, and it's great to see the level of competitiveness in the female class, because we used to have 5 or 6 competitors make their way through each class, and it was really hard for us up here in the commentary box to follow those competitors, and they're great stories, because it is hard. They don't have as much experience and all this stuff, but for them to come out here and really in a male dominated sport get out there and have some fun, it's been great to see. And these girls, they're quick on a bike, they really are.
A lot of them are racing now more time, almost full time, and it's amazing to see. You see overseas, we've got some amazing girls racing, and to have them here lining up, it's just it's inspirational for other girls out there riding, and I really hope that this 20 large group can grow.
Yeah, well, I definitely think it will after this first year. Everyone sort of heard that is the go now, and I think it will inspire a couple of young females to get out there. And I know through my time with this event, we've had quite a few young ladies make their way up through the ranks, like 16, 17 years old on a bike, taking on Finke is absolutely ridiculous, and they're just getting out there and having fun, and they just want to get there and back, and that's what it's all about. And that's the great thing about this event. You can be a brand new competitor and have never ridden the event, or you can come out and be one of those person who is down at that sticky end.
There are 2 ladies out here that are doing it for a good reason as well. First time out here, Naomi Finlay, and they're absolutely killing it. It's exciting to see them out here. But then you've got girls like Danny Foot, who didn't make it this year, but she did a double last year, and a lot of people didn't get to catch that. So they're absolutely sending it and really pushing the boys along.
Yeah, no, Danny was very, very quick last year and was one of those competitors that we did keep our eye on. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it out to the event this year. But those rolling whoop sections are looking really good down in the back section there, and I hope you're enjoying all these awesome shots of our starting grids and the surrounding areas here at the Alice Springs start-finish line at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, as we all go into our next class, Class 7, I do believe. And some local legends in this class as well. And the first one off the back, Rick Hall.
Absolutely.
That's a big name.
Big name for the Finke Desert Race. It's awesome to see him line up and have a go as well.
Yeah, definitely will be good to see how Rick Hall goes. So the girls making their way around the stadium section now, and it's going to be interesting to see who gets the bragging rights for this first class honours here and who takes out that class. It's good to see these ladies out here and running, and as we were talking about up here in the box, there are a couple of young ladies up here as well racing the event this year, so it's great to see that, and all for a good cause as well. So that's another great story that we'll continue to focus on over the weekend. But here we go, the first of our female competitors making their way through, the 999 there making her way through. That would have been Heidi Gretsch. And then the 987. So we'll see how they go. There you go. The 987 of Alexander Long is currently your leader with a 6:35.1 in that class. Then you had Heidi and Katrina closely followed behind her with the 7:29 and a 7:35. So they're just having a bit of a feel for the track and obviously aren't pushing for that win in class. So they're looking to just get that spike and get there and back. So you'll see some measured riders throughout this this top half of our running, and then you'll see some more people as we go through the classes and get quicker and quicker.
Absolutely. Chloe Barton setting at 6:55. That's an amazing speed for the young girl, and it's exciting to see what they are. You have to also remember, a lot of these girls are choosing these bikes because of their height as well. They can't actually hit the ground, so it is great to see them wheel these things.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I can tell you right now that they probably wheel these bikes a lot better than I could ever. So, massive respect for these ladies out here this weekend. They're really putting on a show, and it's great for the younger audience out here, especially our girls who love their racing. And I know there are some diehards when it comes to the motorbike racing, especially in this desert country. It's something that you live and breathe. So, yeah, definitely great to see everyone out here this weekend having a good old crack as well.
And the dedication to come out here and pre-run and watch the track deteriorate and still get that motivation to come on, it's just amazing. You know, a lot of people just are hoping to get to the end. They're just hoping to get there before the time. So it's definitely a different mentality to take into the race.
So as they fly through this section here, it's going to be good to see these ladies come through here and where they put themselves on the line. There you go. Taylor Morsey's just knocked off Alexander Long. What did I say, ladies and gentlemen? Girls to watch.
Yeah, Catherine Scoble
she's just come through as well. Wow. Top three there, very, very close. So three quick girls there.
Very quick, very close, and it's going to be exciting now watching them take off tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they seed themselves in that section once we go through all our bikes. We have around about 500 odd bikes this weekend, so there is quite a few out there, but
the dust is really going to settle them as well. I think it's going to be all over the track, a lot of different lines. The pre-running will kind of go out the window as soon as they see the dust, and the rocks and things like that are getting exposed now are really starting to play on their minds. But so far we've heard of no dented rims, so it must be good out there.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Haven't had any offs yet, so we keep our fingers crossed for that as well, and wish all our riders the best of luck and all healthy rides around this track as well. But yeah, they're coming out here and they're setting some half decent times out here at the moment. So the women's class is going to be interesting to see when they leave tomorrow. But we're also into our seniors. That's our 45 to 54 years of age competitors. So always good to see the old bucks out there. Or maybe we're still in Class 8. I apologise. The veterans, 55 and over. I apologise. Sorry. So we're in Class 8 as we speak.
Yeah, they've come around now really quick, and they look smooth. I mean, they may be veterans, but they've probably been racing here longer than we've been watching it. So it's great to see them. But it's also a lot of first-timers in the mix as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's the great thing with this event. There's so many different calibers of riders coming out to this event, and you can see it really on display here in the Prologue. They leave together or in grids of 3, and then all of a sudden, you drop back or you do go up. So it's all about seating and how you want to run your race, especially on the bike. It's all about that mental game that you've got to play with yourself and to where to push the bike and where not to. So
yeah, but we see Amy Butler come across the line as well, a little bit back in the pack, but it's still a great time for her. So hopefully she can pick up tomorrow and fight her way through the dust.
So Shane Sullivan, Adrian Fitzgerald and Shane Sullivan off the line that time round as Amy Butler and Rachel Johnson made her way across the line. And then you had, there you go, Naomi Finlay. Does an 8:13, so not bad at all there. Puts herself in the top 30 so far.
No, she's only been riding for 2 years as well. This is her first Finke attempt, so it's amazing to see her push such a good number as well.
Yeah, definitely is. Like, these girls are really pushing, and then you have Letitia and Rhiannon come through there, 7:28 and 7:29. So they would have had some bar bumping moments, I think, out on that back section there. It's always great to see. And this is nothing yet. We're only doing grids of 3. Tomorrow, when we start letting these boys and girls off, we get nice and large with our group size and we start sending them off. It's always great fun here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
I think we just missed as well Anita Boston. She just came across the line as well, raising money for Fly Like a Feather. She's raising money for first responders, so she's come all the way out here just to race for that, and she's raising a good amount of money, so it's exciting to see so many great causes on the track as well.
Yeah, it's always another great thing with this community and this event as well, is that everyone comes out of the woodwork. Like we were a little bit worried about the running of this event this year and whether we were going to be allowed to get out there. And I have to say a massive thank you to the Finke committee and to everyone who's come out of the woodwork to get this event happening this weekend. Our spectator marshals, just all our officials over the weekend. Without them, we wouldn't be here. So a big shout out to them for getting this event ahead. And just a reminder to everyone who's going out over the weekend, when you are camping or you're going to watch down along the track, please, ladies and gentlemen, we're not trying to be annoying to you this weekend. It is just our new safety measures. Please stand back 30 metres from the track and obey all spectator bunting.
Don't be the reason the race is cancelled, really.
Exactly.
That's what it is. There's going to be a helicopter flying up and back trying to make sure everyone stays safe from the track. So, yeah, don't be that person.
So another one of our competitors come through. That's Kate Raymond on the Husky.
Yep.
And 8.19. So not bad at all for the old 350 there.
Look, the 350 is a great bike. She's chosen a motocross style bike, which is interesting, but there's also a TM and Sherco. It really shows the diversity in the bikes that are out there nowadays. It's not just KTM country, so it is really good to see them slowly come through.
And it is interesting to see what different riders do with bike setups and what bikes they do run. Some run the MX, some run the Enduro, some run, just your competitor bikes. So it really is interesting. And there you go, Tony Lockett out there now, another famous name.
Absolutely. He's part of the Grabo track and trail team. He's looking fit, he's looking mean, and he's been here a fair few times, but it's great to see the big man out here swinging off the back of it for sure.
Oh, always good, and I know my dad would be very excited to see him out there on the track. I can tell you he grew up around this racetrack, and he said that was always one of the best things I ever watched was that man racing on a bike. So yeah, great to see him out here this weekend again, and he'll be quick on that bike, don't you worry about that. With Grabo's expertise helping those boys out, it's going to be very interesting to see how they go this weekend with that VIP ride situation.
Absolutely. Grabo says he's still got the strength and can rip tyres off, so I'm excited to see what he's going to do behind the bars and down the track.
And that's the thing with a lot of these competitors in Class 8 and your Class 7 and stuff like that. These guys really they have to put a little bit of effort in. They have to pre-run and get their bodies into shape, because otherwise they're very, very sore when they get down there to the other end, and some of the joints aren't in the right position. So these guys, there is a lot of prep that goes into it, even for the older blokes that are trying to get up there at the pointy end. They're still trying to go out there and be able to ride the race. So
I think the other thing is a lot of these guys and girls don't get the time up on the track too, so it's a lot of off-bike training, a lot of motocross, things like that, the best they can, and when they come up here they really try and squeeze as much time down the track as they can, and it's just one of those things where David Walsh should do 8,000 Ks this year alone running up and down the track, and he'll know it like the back of his hand, but everyone else who comes out here and just battles from the back and through the dust, they're way more of a kind of a warrior in our opinion. It's just amazing to see.
Yeah, and that is another thing as well. Like, you've got those top 20, top 30. Like, you really look at the top 50 bikes are really your competitors that are going to go out there and really push the bike to its actual limit, and they don't care about if they hurt themselves or not, or what they got to do on Tuesday or Wednesday. So those guys are the ones that are really pushing, and then you've got these competitors that are making their way through. Some are pushing for their class honours and stuff like that, but others are just having not a leisurely ride, but they're having a good time riding down there and trying to beat that time, because that's one thing in it itself, is riding on a track this rough and this long, and you've got to be consistent on the bike, otherwise one little slip up you'll have a big issue there.
To think of the track length and to get down to 4 hours, you think that may be long, and you want to try and average 60, 70 kilometres an hour, but when you start throwing dust and whoops and big square edges, it's a real mind game. And you're right, like the top 50 are amazing riders, and with such a variety of bikes, it's really interesting to see, but most people here just want to get to the end, get back, grab their little steak and be able to brag to their mates, which is exciting.
Yeah, the 850, the Honda there looking very. Oh, sorry, the Beta.
Yeah, Beta 480, which is awesome. And we have three exciting bike to get out. There's a couple of XRs out there. There was a DR400, I think, in the pack as well, which is I think is going to round up the sheep after the run, which is exciting as well.
So, 2-stroke or 4-stroke on this track? What are you looking at?
Look, it's 4-stroke country every day. I think the 2-stroke's great if you don't want to, rattle your bones to pieces. It's still nice and quick in the corners, but to get a podium up here, you need to be smooth. You don't have to be fast all the way through it. It's those corners and dunes and ruts that really kind of will split everyone. Hence why the 450 from Corey McMahon can hold the lines and get to the position. But don't take it away. Grabbo took a 300 out here, and he can still top 20 it. It's kind of anybody, as long as the pilot knows the track, he'll get it through. There was actually going to be a CR500 as well here from Dean Ross, but he didn't get to make it, which would have been really exciting to watch the old boys run it, or run an old boy bike anyway.
Oh, he's always brought some awesome bikes over the years, that man.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it is unfortunate he can't make it this year. I was looking forward to seeing what he was going to ride this year. But anyway, we have Andrew Nicholson on his KTM 500 making his way through in 8:18. So these times are, some of them are pretty good. Some of them are a little bit down on time.
Yeah, but it hasn't changed really in the top 5, top 10. But I mean, it's great to see the Sherco 500s out there as well running. They're really looking really strong compared to last previous years, which Callum Norton hasn't had the best run out there on his one. So it's exciting to see such a big mix of bikes.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's so many different manufacturers out here this weekend, and they're all trying to pin for that gold in class. And that start line's looking very, very treacherous at this point in time as we look down at that.
The wind seems to be up too. The dust seems to be quite nice. They don't seem to have much issue except for the start line, but hopefully if you just stay tight on the back wheel, you'll be able to keep up with them.
Yeah, a lot of the car competitors will be spewing at this wind at the moment because that would have really helped them. There was a situation there where we had our last couple of big cars come through and they just couldn't stand on it because of how much dust there was out there. And now, our bike competitors, they're having a good run at the track, and it looks like that wind's picked up and pushing in the right direction. So that's always a good thing. As we had Scott Blanchard, Antonio Boracool, and Mark Rue come across the line, and all not too bad times, and the 804 making their way in through the stadium section as the revs build and the competitors get on the bopper.
Oh, there it is. Tony Lockett's just come across the line. I think just outside the top 30 as well with a 7:21.31. That's awesome from the big man. It's very exciting.
Yeah, Tony Lockett back on the bike this year, and he's on the big 500 as well. So see how he steers that one tomorrow and see where he ends up in the seating.
Just another two-stroke screaming across the line. It's always exciting to see it. They are a great noise, and there it is.
Yeah, Nathan Kelly coming across on the Honda.
Yeah, that's it. There's CR500. He's going to have a good weekend.
Yeah, definitely will do.
Righto, so off the line, we've also had Paul Callett, David Turner and Adrian Copeland, which is fantastic to see those Class 7 guys out there. The 7's being our seniors, 45 to 54 years old. I'll tell you what, that is a maximum effort to be out there and having a ride. These guys are still cranking along very nicely as 7:58. Brendan Summerfield, Phil Connell and Miles Nichols is off the line now, 7:63 as well. Do let them go in classes, obviously, so Class 7 out there battling it now, the seniors, 45 to 54.
It's exciting to see Miles Nichols out there. He's done a fair bit of off-road racing in his time. Come to Finke a fair few times, and he's a bit of a legend out in the big high country as well. So he's not afraid to hold off the back of it at all.
Absolutely not. Stephen Marriott's crossed the line as well as Jason Borkart now. So good run there. Run at 6:28, put him in 21st. So Jason having a great run in the 7:89 there. Should be very happy with that.
On the start line, someone just holding it on. Just holding it on. Cut him off as well. That's racing.
That's so good. Yeah, they were into it. Jason Gunther and Dale Anderson.
Yeah.
Oh, Honda AF 500. There you go.
I saw that. What a legend.
Yeah. And a 450 KDM there for the 754. He wanted that clear run, bit of limiter bopper.
Yeah, that's it.
The 753's up next. Again, so if you're not a Fink local, we run from the highest number in the class down. So you'll be running with all those numbers. As Russell Gibson's now home safely with a 719. Matthew Masterson in 788 is back as well with a 726. Nice rides from those guys. Being inside the top 100 will be a good spot to run down through the Fink.
Absolutely. Now we've got our first Kawasaki out there as well, which is exciting to see.
Yeah, super quacker. Good to see. Always good to see a bit of colour on the start line.
He'd be a very angry Kermit the Frog, I reckon, that bike.
Absolutely. High seat. Got the Stegs pegs. He's ready for desert racing. Absolutely. Big tank on her. So again, can't stress this enough. It's an interesting game here because there's some guys that are out for blood. They're looking for positions. They're top 50s, top 100s, whatever that may be for them and their goal set. There's also guys that really, truly do want to go there and back. And, you know, it's an interesting one because as a guy, you know, with the there and back thing, it's amazing because there's a lot of guys here that if you've done it there and back, if you've got a spike, they'll shake your hand and know just how much of a hard man you are that you've achieved that. Because I don't think that that's well enough recognised just how hard it is for someone to compete down here this weekend. It is a tough race, and I tell you what, that spike is hard-earned as the beer at the casino at the end, I tell you that. Now, we are going to throw down, we've got Kate on the start-finish line. Yeah, unfortunately, obviously a little bit of audio issue there, but we're cranking back up. Hopefully we can get Kate back down there and sorted very shortly. But we do have many more 7 classes coming back through. Paul Murphy's home safely. David Singleton's in now. Robin Kennedy's also made their way home. Again, all of these guys having a good run. Grant Brochup's had a great run there on the WR450, 5:57. Anyone running under a 6 here is very fast, as this Kawasaki. Holy moly, he is on.
Absolutely. And it's great to see Kawasaki really get into the off-road scene. They're really starting to make their way in the desert with things like Hatta. So it's great to see a bike like that out here, and hopefully we can see more of them coming up in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. The 753, a beautifully turned out vehicle. Or motorbike. Mason Venables. Jason Dybel's home as well. Sean Cheatham.
Slot straight in the 22 position.
It's a good spot, isn't it? 621. It's mid-6s are very fast.
Yeah, and they seem to be quite constant as well, but
I don't know if I missed that. The bike coming across the finish line just then looked like it had a very flat-looking tyre. Maybe he was running a bit extra traction. I'm not sure. Holy moly, this guy's hooking in as well. We'll get a number here, but they're having a good crack on the, looks like the 70, might be the 770 that came through.
His back was really stepping out there, just all gas.
No brakes?
Oh, no, I don't think that. They take the brakes off after a while here, mate. It's
Adam Munro, and with a 6:48. So, yeah, again, in that mid-sixes, 35 position. That's very good. So those guys, they're the guys having a dead set crack. They're looking for a top 100 position, maybe even a top 20 plate at the end of the weekend. I tell you what, can't stress enough how coveted those top 20 positions are. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, we think that we are ready to go with Kate down on the starting grid at the moment.
Brodie and Chris, you're just taking a few minutes to jump off the bike and cool down and watch everybody take off, yeah?
Yep, pretty much. Just getting an idea of what's going on with the start line, being the first time in that. So, it'll be exciting. Keen.
What about you? What number is this for you, or is this your first?
It's my first time as well. It's both of our first times, so it's going to be a bit interesting.
Are you? How are the nerves, the butterflies? What good advice have you got to take on this insane track?
It's more nerves when you get to the start line, but pretty much everyone's saying just send it. So that's where it's at.
It's be the theme of the day. Okay, boys. Well, good luck out there. And just a little bit, how interesting was it to set up your bike for this style of race?
It's a little bit of investing and a bit of time and practice pre-running and things, but it's good. Good to get into it.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, you enjoy your time out here before you have to send it. Hello, my friend.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, give us your story. Where are you from? Have you done Finke before? And what are we riding? A Husky 500, I'm guessing?
No, it's actually a 450. I'm from Echuca in Victoria. This is my fourth Finke.
Excellent. And why do you keep coming back?
I'm a fool.
That's probably a pretty fair response. And what about you? What tyres did we go with? How's your suspension? Are you happy with everything?
Just went with the Desert Race on the back, like most guys do, and a Mitchie on the front. Nothing special, just what's been proven to work here and not go flat.
Yeah, exactly. Just make it to the end.
Yeah, that's it. There and back. That's it.
Yeah. Enjoy Prologue. We might just pop back and grab someone else. We did have a few technical difficulties before, so I was unable to grab all the riders that I want to, but now we have some more here. Hello, tell us a little bit about yourself. I don't have your name yet.
My name's Mark. I'm from Adelaide, South Australia, and it's my second attempt, and hopefully just get there and get back.
Yeah, and how did the first attempt go?
Got down all right, but obviously we didn't get to race home, so that's the reason I've come back this year.
Good, redemption. All right, my friend, you get out there. They're all moving, so we'll catch you at the other end. See you, boys.
Yeah, awesome stories there up and down the line, isn't there? So many people that have done it multiple times, so many first-timers. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how everyone, deals with the conditions, the racing lines, the different changes of this event this year. Everything's a little bit unique. I mean, it's much the same, but it's very unique as well, which is interesting. So as we've got 3 more bikes off the line now, having a good crack there.
You're right about lines, though. This year, the pre-runnings have been a bit weird with that bit of rain that they've had here. They're really starting to push the lines wider and wider. I think at one point when they were running, there was water between the whoops, which is a very exciting time for the bikes.
Yeah, Jeremy, well, another thing that has changed the game a little bit is the side-by-side guys now are being able to be registered recreationally, and that wasn't a thing back, in 2010. So we didn't really have any cars other than, like, say, four-wheel drive dudes that were mad and Brados, like the OBR boys that used to go and do pre-running. A lot of people really didn't pre-run unless they rode a motorbike. So it's interesting because those buggies are very, very quick and do chew the track up a bit. So probably even there we see a degradation of track with pre-running now more than we used to. And all the bike boys, I mean, it's more of a thing. It used to be just the locals riding the track. Now, guys come up months out and pre-run the track and fly in and fly out and do different things in an effort to get those, coveted top positions, don't they?
Absolutely. Look at the guys like Liam Walsh. He's relocated up here to really get a good crack in it. And you're right about the side-by-sides. They really start worrying the riders because they chew the whoops, so they don't get to float across like the big trophy trucks. They go up and down and chew it out. And you have to also remember with the winds over the off-season, they kind of blow southerly, which kind of makes it a lot better to come home rather than go there because it really squares up the whoops. So it is definitely a live track, and it's always going to move. From Callum Norton saying that, at the start of the year it was a lot smoother compared to now. I think it's just going to be an amazing race, and hopefully we can see some great results.
Yeah, absolutely. Great points. Hey, off the line, we've had Brett Smith, we've had Jeff Gordon, we've had Darren Wade, we've had Stephen Ralph, Leon Compagni, and Ryan Kemp. That's what I'm running with. Anyway, 744, 743, all those bikes are off the line. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening at home along, listening for your favourite rider, we're here to cheer them on and have a great time. Get involved with the live stream, leave us a comment, have a chat, do all of those great things that you can do in this day and age on a live stream. But again, off the line, we've got some more weapons. Mark Blake, Clinton Letton, and Wayne Smith all off the line. The 736, the 738, and the 741. And a bit of bird chasing out there as well. A couple of farm bikes out there just going for a muster.
Oh, mate, it's great to see such a diverse range of bikes. You got the motocross all the way through to I said before, DR and the old school CRs as well. It's definitely a wide field.
Yeah, well, the first of our girls I noticed while you guys were talking there with Josh came through with a number plate on the back of it. So, you can ride it on Monday, race on Sunday. That's the old adage, isn't it? So, back in the day, that was a thing. So it's very cool to see that, and these guys with the XCs and the motocross bikes and all this stuff going on. We even have Matty McFerrin out here on an XR, which is super cool. I mean, he's a bit nuts, but it's good to see.
Yeah, there's three of them out there. I saw them have a bit of bike issue at the start of the week. Hopefully they can get back on it and line up, which is very exciting. Well,
hold on. Did you just say someone had a bike issue with an XR?
Unfortunately, I think there was. I'm pretty sure it was sorted. They just hit it with a hammer.
It must be 1 million kilometres in, mate. First service.
I tell you what, the way those boys run it, though, I think it's probably under a fair bit of stress, and we've got the Kawasaki coming through as well, which is exciting.
Absolutely, mate, yeah. The 753 through now on that Quacker, so very good to see that come through. Did you see the footage of him? He was on his story and he was jumping that XR600 and fell off it, and he's a wild man. There's no way that you should spend that much time in the air on an XR600.
I mean, look at the footage from last year as well, that he managed to wheel it down the track. It was poetry in motion for a big bike like that. But I mean, that's what they used to ride at here as well. So Definitely. It's kind of back to its home roots.
Absolutely, yeah. They were real men when they were riding those crazy IT495s and all those sort of things. So, yeah, it was absolutely wild, and it is in its home country there. Next off the line, we've got a number of guys off the line. I think I missed Paul Grosvenor, Samuel Burton, Mason Venables, and now, Mason Venables has come back in on the 753. And again, we will have a number of other bikes off. Gee, the old orange bikes have taken over, haven't they? But Kenneth Hicks is out there on his Honda, along with Henry Buckler and Simon Bulk. So all couple of Euros, couple of Japanese bikes. We've got some good manufacturers out there, and we're having a good time here at the Finke Desert Race. The 47th year. It's crazy to think that we've come that long. It's a worry because I remember getting dressed up and partying for the 40th, and I didn't think it was 7 years ago, but apparently it is.
Look, it's exciting that the race is still going. There's been so many up and downs this year, and hopefully everyone can just follow the rules and keep the race going for another 50 years as well, and see where we are. Maybe it'll be electric bikes by then, we don't know.
No, fossil fuel all the way, brother. We'll be making it work, I'm sure. But you're absolutely right. Good point there about making sure that you look after your mates. I reckon that's one of the big things. If we can all keep our mates and look after each other, then we're going to be okay. So if you see one of your mates doing the wrong thing, tap him on the shoulder and go, oi, we don't want to be the reason, because that is not going to be a good day if you're the reason the Finke Desert Race never goes ahead again.
No, absolutely. Everyone works so hard. There's so much money that goes into it and so much time. If you're the drunk idiot that kind of stops it, it's going to be hard for everyone to swallow.
Absolutely. Hey, Troy Stevens off the line along with Damien Bingham and Ian Griffiths. There is plenty of riders out here battling this course. What do you think's going through their head? I reckon right about now, well, I rode it in 2010, and right about now I was thinking, I'm not really sure what I signed up for.
Absolutely, especially that package took off there. There was 450s and a 300 four-stroke, so you kind of be lining up going, well, I'm going to be sitting in dust for a little bit. I might as well pace myself. But with the dust kind of settling down, you just kind of find your own groove and just keep looking out. Those booms are really starting to whoop out a little bit, and there's going to be a few hidden things in those back whoops to catch you out if you're not paying attention.
I tell you what, Jeremy, one of the interesting things that I had trouble with the first year I was here is that because you can't pre-run the track, you can ride it on your mountain bike and have a walk around it, bits and pieces. But in actual race pace in dust, one of the things I found is I got really lost. I came out through the dust and was doing it. I got around to these back whoops over here and headed it out the other side, and then all of a sudden I come onto a bit that I actually remembered and went, oh, I know where I am, and it wasn't where I thought I was. So it's an interesting one. So a lot of these guys will sort of pop into the stadium and go, I know, I'm almost home, I know where this is. So yeah, it's funny because obviously there's a lot of guys that have taken it very seriously, done brekkie bash, have ridden this a number of times, like Toby and Davey Walsh and all these boys that have got all this track experience, but there's a lot of first timers out there, a lot of guys that are just testing the waters.
Absolutely, and there are great videos out there of people doing the track, but until you get out there and see it, and your hands are pumped up, your forearms are all burning, the dust is in your eyes and your mouth and your teeth, it does kind of take away from any knowledge you may have had unless you've been out here for years.
Jeremy, the other crazy thing that happened to me the year, and I couldn't get over, I got about 20 or 30 Ks down the track on race day one, and this young fella come clipping past me, and I thought I must have been off the pace. I had no idea what I was doing. I was in, blinding dust, and then he was in the trees falling off. I went, that's right. That's why I'm riding at this pace. I remember now. So, you got to ride your own race as well, don't you? You don't have to worry about, sometimes they don't know any better than you, but I must admit, I thought, I don't understand what he sees that I can't see, but it turns out he couldn't see either. So,
especially last year, talking to so many of the riders, Lukey Hayes had a big moment where he kind of came through the dust and he used his knowledge to know exactly where the track is, but he said that half the time you pop out of the dust, you don't even know where you are. It's just completely whited out, and there's so many great photos out of there of bikes flipping over with gloves and things coming off because there's just that white talcum powder through the river.
It's crazy.
Just a complete whiteout.
Yeah, absolutely. That first 30 Ks is really, I don't know what it is.
It's
devastating.
It's fast.
It's fast and it's hard because it's just so dusty.
Even the top boys are saying that that's kind of the area that they're focused on the most, just to get the speed to get away. Oh, we've got a collision.
Straight off the line.
I clipped him on.
Oh, didn't even make it to the start line. That is not a great start.
Just cut off. Oh, and the big Husserberg too.
Now, no dramas. He's up and moving, and we're just going to see whether he gets cranking again. Or the other option, and I've talked about this a little bit here, Jeremy. It's a bit of a battle at this stage, so it's an interesting one here. Because I don't want to say you'd fake it, but you could potentially say in this position, and I can tell you from experience, it would be better for him to DNF now and then say, let's get seeded tomorrow. And sometimes it's a mistake to get back out there 3 minutes late and you're now at the very back of the class. Or is that the wrong attitude, you reckon?
Look, it all depends on how you want to do the race. If you feel you're confident enough to get some passes in the dust, it is kind of okay to start at the back, but I would have to say that, starting at the back of the pack would just be more of a nightmare.
It's a tough day. We've seen it with some of the cars where they've fixed the car in Prologue and then limped over the finish line, and that's put them at the very last car off the line, and that's made it very difficult. Sometimes it's better to know when your Prologue's done and make that decision and go, hey, seed me and I'll be ready for race day one. Because in case for everyone listening along at home, Prologue is purely just Prologue, so it doesn't count towards race time. So it's only day one and day two, so you can actually get seeded after Prologue, and day one you get that position and you race away. So as long as you finish day one and day two, you've completed the Finke. Prologue is just part of the seeding.
Absolutely, to get that spot, and that's why for the top runners it's always important to get that fresh air. It's going to be banging bars in the dust, which is hard, as we said, but if you're back at the pack or a weekend warrior and just want to get through, you're just going to be used to just absolutely sucking grit for potentially 4 hours.
And reality is that 100 or 150 or 200, you're sucking grit. That's what's happening. Unless you're in the top 10 or so, and even then it's going to be dusty.
Look, and the other thing is your mates aren't going to read the finishers list. You could tell them that you're 56th and they won't ever know. So
Perfect. I like that answer.
It's as long as you get finished and get that trophy at the end, it's the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, again, I do come back to, even if you did come 280th, 300, whatever, I'll shake your hand, because I'm telling you that if you've got one of those spikes, you've been there and back, there's a lot of guys in the motorcycle industry that'll go, man, that's a tough job. When I first came a couple of years ago, there was guys out there that had told me that they'd been here 2 and 3 years and still hadn't done a there and back yet. So just proves how seriously you got to take this track and how much you got to respect it.
There's a great crew here for the 627 boys from WA. One of their riders has been here for his 4th year and hopefully to try and finish it, because it's been a very unfortunate thing. And even look at the top runners, they have DNFs with engine failures or flat tyres. So it really is a battle with both the body and the machine.
Yeah, which is crazy when you think how much these motors can take. To think that these guys are revving them and pushing them that hard that they're having motor failures, that's crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, if you even look at, say, go check out Ben Grabham's bike, it is a 500, but the gearing on it is something special, same as the exhaust and the setup. He loves the 450 out here, but it just doesn't last.
Righto, so we also got John Downey off the line, Peter Johnson, Michael Harvey are off the line, but coming back through, Simon Bulk with a 716. Got a couple of 633, so put themselves in 31st and 32nd respectively with Damien Bingham and Troy Stevens. So that's a great run out of those two bikes. Both Husky 450s.
Well, look, it is exciting, and also to see that kind of in the top 50, it's all kind of sub 7 minutes. That's a quick time to be sitting around here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very quick. Two more off the line, Daniel Dietrich and Damon Wayborough. Daniel Dietrich, I'm sure that we read that name a couple of times last year, so the 703 out and about, so he'll have a good run. And again, that's crazy. Some of the guys that are just lined up to do it year and year. Phil Lovett's a prime example. I mean, he's raced it that many times, so very cool to see that. So it'll be very interesting to see how some of these regulars do. Now listen, we've got Kate down on the start-finish line, on the start line again, to have a chat to some of our fantastic competitors.
Yes, we've got Ryan Branford here. Ryan, you mentioned to me before that I think it's your 13th, or that's how many things you've done around that number. You took a break, but now you're back.
Yeah, so it's first year in 8 years. Coming out for a ride with the STE racing team. Come out with Stewie and his outfit just to have a bit of fun and get back into it and see what it's all about.
And you've got a pretty good mechanic with you as well. You got Scott Watts, who's Pro MX's Brett Metcalf's mechanic. How's he going?
Yeah, Scotty's been looking after us. It's been really good. So he's helped build the race bikes and put us on a sort of get our bikes up to where they are, which has been really good. And yeah, look, we'll just get through today and see what the weekend brings, have a bit of fun while we're doing it.
Totally. What would you be happy with place-wise for this Prologue?
Oh, look, it is what it is at the moment. No pressure, so yeah.
Careful, that start line looks sketchy. Good luck out there. Okay, we're just going to head back to Chris on the 694 Sherco 450 four-stroke. Chris, tell us about the program that you're on with through Michael Vroom. It's the adventure kind of race program, and it looks like a bit of fun.
Yeah, good fun. We come and did a tour a few weeks ago with Finke, and first time, but yeah, unreal. Just fly in, ride the bike, and fly home again. It's a great experience.
Wow. So Vroomy just sets up the entire program, and you come in, you race, it's your first time, and he shows you the ropes.
Yeah, great advice from obviously a veteran and that, but yeah, it's a great experience. I love it.
Yeah, you a bit nervous?
Yeah, very nervous. Very nervous.
Okay, good luck on Prologue. We'll just come back here very quickly. On the 690, we've got a Honda here. It's great. Your name is Mark, yeah?
John.
Okay, close enough. Not really, but so it's good to see a Honda because there aren't a hell of a lot out here in the field. How's the bike going? Tell us a bit about it. How big's your tank?
So 11 litre tank. We've done a little bit of running on it back in Townsville with me mate that I've come out with, Big Dave. Yeah, great. So we're really, really happy with the way the bikes are running. We've done a fair bit of preparation for this, so we're keen to get amongst it.
Yeah, great. And what would you be happy with for a Prologue result?
To get to the other end without coming off, so...
Well, someone's already come down to the start line, so you be careful. It looks pretty sketchy.
Thank you very much.
All right, good luck out there. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see some of those awesome... We were just literally sitting up here, Jeremy, weren't we, being nostalgic about all these legends that we have racing. Ryan Branford is an absolute killer, and he is looking so good on that bike. You know, just for him to turn up again, it's like... it's got me all nostalgic, mate.
Absolutely. You know, back from the Husselberg days, he's now on a brand new KTM 500, and I think it's exciting to see him kind of swing off the back of it and almost have the same kind of style as he did back then as well.
Yeah, he was just just such an icon of Fink back in those days. So Ryan Branford, big yell out. He's going to have a good crack here today. And again, I'm sure there's plenty of people that have got Ryan Branford stories. We'll save them, but yeah, that'll be cool to see. And again, we were talking about Grabo. You know, got the Smith brothers. Unfortunately, I don't believe Todd's racing this year, just Jacob. But yeah, you know, like it was an era. You know, how crazy would it be to see Williscroft turn up again back in the old days? And, I mean, he was another one that was racing in the early 90s, and he was still racing in, you know, the late 2000. He was racing in 2010, 11, I think, I believe. You know, he was in there in those early Toby days. So,
and I mean, the fun fact for Jacob Smith is that this was 10 years ago this year that he first got on the podium, and his actual brother Todd Smith won it that year as well. So it was a very special. So hopefully, you know, Jacob can pull the win off this year and make it quite a special moment.
Yeah, that'd be awesome to go up that one step 10 years later, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and the same 10 years from when your brother did it to his first one. So
yep, crazy. That would be amazing. Yeah, and that's crazy even for me to think that you're just saying it's 10 years since, Todd stood on the top step and Jacob was right there as well. That was a good year.
Last year for Honda.
Yeah, last year for Honda. And then, that's right, because Stokey was on a Yamaha. The first one was on a Yamaha.
Yeah.
Yep, so it's crazy all those things that happen over the years. Boys off the line now, look at the wrist pumping there going on. I was just having a little look on the
elbows
big screen. Yeah, getting very aggressive there on the line, so it's good. Nice, neat run. He's got a good position there. This is the bit. You're going a bit faster at the end of that straight than you think when you walk it or you ride it on a mountain bike. I can tell you that.
And the dust is definitely starting to settle a little bit more on that start straight. It seems to be clear over in the stadium, but on that start run, it's definitely a bit dusty. You kind of want to try and get ahead of that.
Yeah, on the end of that video there, you just saw how bad it was just sitting there, but we're doing okay. I think that it's still pretty manageable, especially if you've done a bit of motocross over the years. You know, some of the dirt and the dust in some of that sort of situations, you know, this will put them in good boat to have a good run here today.
People underestimate the dust as well. This week there's been a fair few bikes that have been dusted because of that. So it's really important that people get out there and make sure their air filters are done right, because it happens. And I think in our camp this week alone, we've had 2 KDMs in there getting completely done, re-shimmed. So it's definitely something that people need to pay attention to a little bit more as well.
There you go. Crazy to think that it is that dust and it's that fine dust. Yeah, so that's one of those things, those bike maintenance, just keeping right on top of it.
Yeah, something can be overlooked, similar as an air filter, but as I said, we've had 2 KDMs in our camp alone with a full valve job, which is definitely not what you want a week before the race.
Definitely not. So the 705 over the line now, the 703's coming through as well. I did miss the bike in front of that, I apologise, but there is plenty of these Class 7 bikes coming through now.
Definitely starting to look a bit rough out there. Those holes are starting to open, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Now some of our very fast Class 6 boys about to crack off. Our Masters. And again, it's crazy to think Ben Grabham he's already run his time, obviously, but he's part of this Masters class.
Yeah, he is a master, though. That's what people need to really appreciate from the big man. He's not only just out here absolutely killing it, he does the flat track and hard enduro, and he's just everywhere he goes, he seems to be able to touch it. And I guess that's why his bike nowadays is looking a little bit kind of Frankenstein. There's so many different parts and so many different kind of styles in the one bike.
Yeah, even his experience in Australasian Rally and Dakar. I mean, the guy really has done everything, hasn't he? So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, listen, that was Ryan Branford off the line, along with Shane McGrath and Scott McKenzie, I believe it would have been. So those guys are off the line now. So that's one to keep a good eye out on, the 698, Ryan Branford, out of Howard Springs, Northern Territory, on the KDM 500. And again, keep a good eye on this Masters class, because this is often one that inside the top 20, you'll see a couple of 6 bikes. They are sneakily fast, these 35 to 44s. So Adam Ferguson, Christian Gillies, from Yeppoon, Queensland, good old Yeppoon, and Benjamin Johnson are now out having a run. Again, we're going to get through all of these Class 6s. There's a number of very fast Class 6s out there. Again, you can see on this feed just how rough those whoops are if you're not up on top of them. It's easy. Dave Walsh makes them look very easy. They're very, very fast, but I tell you what, they're deep. They're half a wheel deep, and they just roll and they're relentless, aren't they?
Absolutely. You can see that bounce with the back tyres trying to overtake him, and they're really struggling to keep the bike straight. If you're not on top, unfortunately, it's going to be a hard day.
It's a little bit hard to get the bike set up for everything as well, isn't it? Like, you know, you really got to be able to take those high-speed rough, because there's quite a lot of sharp edges out there on the track, so you need to, you know, make it soft enough that it'll do what you want it to do, and that it's plush enough that it's comfortable, but it also has to handle those big hits.
It's not only that, a lot of the riders out here will set their bike kind of in the middle. They're not just designed for the dunes and the real big whoops. They have to take the fast kind of square edges and also the exposed rocks that come out. The speed is here is not only just in the straights, but it's holding it through the corners, and that's why the 450s of like Corey McMahon and guys like that can really keep up with them, because they have that corner speed.
Yeah, if you've never been down the track, ladies and gentlemen, you know, like down past that 140, 150, 160, like, I mean, there's some four-wheel drive type rock ledge hill climbs out there, isn't there? Like, you really don't understand what's out there. It's not just fast desert race like what you see there. There's a lot of winding track, there's up over cuttings, there's all sorts of things.
Lots of off-camber sections as well that you probably don't see. There's almost like a 30, 40 degree slope in one section of the road. It definitely tests the bike, tests the riders, and tests fatigue.
697, that will be Scott McKenzie through there at the moment. So that was a good ride there from 697. 699 through there as well, Shane McGrath. And the 690, was that 696? No, that must have been 698 possibly. That was Ryan Branford.
It was too fast, mate. It was just too fast.
Just too fast.
Too fast.
Slipping by there. 694.
Yapoon.
Oh, the Yapoon boys. I'm a big fan. Christian Gillies on his Sherco 500. That actually looked like a stonkingly fast run out of Gillies as well. To have come there, he was right on the back of a few of those other guys.
Yeah, I saw his bike set up under the Sherco tent. It looked really fast, so it's exciting to see them line up.
So we're just talking, we got some times up. Christian Gillies ran a 6:46 to put him in 53rd overall, so that was a good run. And the 6:86 had a good run as well. Anthony Tyson put himself in 28. That's solid as rock, 6:25.
Yeah, well, look, 6:81. Scott Huggins came in and in 16th, so we still have a top 20 battle going on now.
There you go. That's crazy, isn't it? And again, out of our Class 6, our Masters, it's so good to see when they just crank it on.
On a 450 as well, really shows that he can be anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, it's always good to see all the times live and keeping us up to date. There's plenty going on here. Thomas Jacobson, Trent Wilson and Edward Hartley off the line now. Jacob Smith, though, still holding that top spot.
That time will be hard to beat, though. That's a quick
crazy
time. He did set the record last year for the fastest bike time, so it was kind of going to be his game to lose, but to set a 450, crazy.
Nuts, hey. And to have a couple of guys that are under that 450, actually all the top 5 are under 450, isn't that crazy? Sorry, under 5 minutes,
yeah.
That's what I meant. Yes, absolutely, in that 450 range, which is nuts.
Yeah, Brodie Waters, Ivan Long, David Walsh and Corey McMahon, all under the 5 minutes. They were absolutely hoofing.
You got to hold on to it with that, isn't it? Like, whew, you are flapping off the back.
I tell you what, with Ivan Long sitting there, the other boys must be scared because he's going to get back on pace from where he was, years ago.
Yeah, that's absolutely awesome, isn't it? Starting out at 4th, it's a great spot for Ivan.
Yeah.
And running his own program, he's got control of everything. You know, Ivan's always been a little bit looser than most, and I think that didn't necessarily mesh with the KDM style of professionalism. Not as in that he's not professional, but just that he's just a bit too Ivan Longy. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, look, we got to sit down with him this week and have a chat, and look, he seems to be really genuinely happy to be back on the bike and enjoying what he's doing. So he did only mention he may be here for a couple of years, so let's hope that he can keep him around. I know there's a lot more racing out there for him.
Yes, absolutely, and that's hard. That's what exactly right. There's so many things to do, so many things to see, and I mean, he's got a young family as well. You know, that sort of stuff changes the game, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of these riders do have young families, and they're still able to swing off it, but there's so much racing nowadays. It's you can be so wide and variable with what you do.
Absolutely. Luke Grivell off the line, Ian Venables, Andrew Young as well, as we've got a couple more races over the finish line. That was Josh Murphy, came through with a 6:21, still in the 28s. There's so many fast guys here. And Phil Lindenmeyer on a 300, inside the top 100 too. That's a great starting spot. Again, lots of people are sort of, top 100, bull. Come out, show me that you're top 100. That's a different game out here. It's very difficult to top 100 out here at Finke.
Absolutely, and there's definitely groups of riders, and that's the other thing you want to do. When you do Prologue, you don't always want to start at the back because you've got to fight through riders that you may be more confident in. And that's a lot of the issue that you have when you come here. You may be faster in, say, the corner sections than you are in the whoops, but then you have to battle through that. So it's always good to try and get a good prologue to kind of fit yourself with riders at your own capacity, but at the same time, it's also hard to kind of figure that out here on a prologue.
Absolutely, mate. And again, because the prologue track is quite different, we talked about it with the cars, as compared to down the track. You can have a lot of guys that, they prologue much higher than they probably race the desert race, and vice versa. Guys that are much faster in the desert than they prologue. I've seen guys out of the top 80th, and then after day one, they've moved themselves into the top 20. Those guys, unfortunately, obviously just not gun prologuers, but they know how to run a good, solid desert pace.
Yeah, that's the pace. That's the whole thing. They come out here, they blow up in the first 50, 60, 70, 80, and then it really starts to show at the end. I know a lot of guys also have issues going all the way there. They kind of blow up, they get in their head a little bit, and they find the way home a lot faster. So it really is that mind game, that mental game to get there and back, not only just on the bike.
Absolutely, mate. Dead set. Now, Devon Brown's off, David Millington and Owen Perry all off the line. A trio of 500 EXCFs, I can see that.
Can't see him now, mate. It's all dust.
All dust, nothing but talk. Spelled T-O-Q-U-E.
No, but T-A-L-K, mate.
Gotcha.
It's a KDM rider.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good. They will tell you. I love it. Good ride through there for Lee Piggott, and he ran a 6:28, putting him in 35th position.
You talk about the top 100, but the top 50 seem to be moving all the time as well.
Constantly, isn't there? Like we saw a 27 there from Dan Baker, so he ran a 6:18 on a Husqvarna 501. So inside that top 30. Yeah, a lot of fast Class 6 guys running right now.
And they're already going to get down the pack too, which is going to get a lot of the hungrier guys as well, which is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, we haven't even had the Class 2, the 500cc bikes, the young fellas out.
And Callum Norton out there, he'll definitely lay something down fast.
I tell you what I love hearing is some of those little 250 four-strokes. Man, some of those guys hang off the back. I was just flipping through to see how big Class 4 is this year. Yeah, there's a good number of riders there. Probably 20, 25 riders there on 250, so that'll be screaming. There was a year when Steve Hengefeld came over. I think that was 2010 maybe. And man, he just put it on the limiter from start to finish. That poor thing, they actually rebuilt it at overnight, which I know a lot of them do now, but that was pretty unusual down there in those days that they rebuilt it overnight and ran it in and did all the other things because that motor couldn't take any more than 226 Ks the way he rode it.
Mate, just melting pistons, and it is really hard. A lot of the kind of main force and wear on the engine is actually hitting that roof, loading, unloading the tyre. So it is really hard, and 450s are a great bike, but that's why the 500 always, unfortunately, big thing in the desert.
Absolutely. Can't beat the cubes. Tony Knott off the line, Brenton McDonald, Nick Oakley now all off the line as well. Great run from there. I think it was the 655 coming through. It was Thomas Jacobson. His 500 pushing all the way to a 6-minute 18 and putting himself in 28th position. That's a great run there. But that is interesting, actually, when you start looking at the times, because not that that's a big jump, but when you talk about 20 seconds, I guess it is a big jump. So to go inside the top 20, you now need to be into the 5-minute run. So our 21st place only, our 22nd place only snuck through with a 5:59. So he's the last of our 5 minutes. And then to be on the top step, you're a minute faster. Isn't that crazy to think you're pretty fast, like as in you're silly fast if you're a top 20 rider here, prologuer, but you've still got a minute to catch our top guys. Yeah, so it's amazing to see that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have a little bit of a break here in the action and throw over to some Finke action.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 24 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Red Centre Technology Partners, Asprint, APJ Concrete, National Australia Bank, High Tech Industries, Thrifty Car Rental, Centre Pest Management, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Alice Springs Airport.
The Finke Desert Race ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. These women all bring a wealth of knowledge, experience and passion to the event and broadcast the race to a wider audience. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Get same race multis on tap. Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, this, and this. The same race multi on tap. Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
Always stand 30 metres back from the track, even in the absence of signage. Obey spectator exclusion and no-go zones. Stay behind and obey all bunting and signage. Motorsport is dangerous. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tab app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Don't camp, park or spectate within 30 metres of the racetrack. No campsites, vehicles or temporary structures within 30 metres of the track or in any spectator exclusion zones. Race vehicles can be unpredictable. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
Tear it up and win. Here's your chance to win a Honda and Jetcore package valued at $15,000 or a cash prize. Which would you choose? Play with your Lassiter's rewards card. Win one of 10 entries daily during designated times or earn one entry for every 50 points accrued. Then swipe to claim. Easy. Earn entries now with the major prize drawn Tuesday the 13th of June. Not a rewards member? It's free to join. Tear it up and win at Lassiter's.
Respect our spectator marshals. Obey all directions of Tatts Finke Desert Race spectator marshals and event officials. Always stand 30 metres back from the track. If someone won't stand back, tell a spectator marshal. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
There's Best Friends, and now there's Bets Friends. Create your Tab team. Share your bets, tips, and banter with your betsies. And let your favourite expert tipsters keep you in the loop. For Bets Friends on Tab, download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 24 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show
Blue sky, you better throw a party on the day that I die. Green, green grass, blue sky.
Aaron on the 500 EXCF. You're probably getting a little hot out here. You're probably a bit thirsty. I don't see a lot of camelbacks going around.
No camelbacks whatsoever. Very thirsty, and the nerves are just getting worse as we're waiting.
Yes, well, there has been an incident out on track. We've got the 5-minute board at the moment, so yeah, we're just waiting. I guess we have to make sure that everything is safe and good for you boys and girls out there on track. But are you excited to kick off your Finke weekend, regardless of the slight delay here?
Absolutely pumped. I just can't wait to get this all over and done with.
Yeah, I feel like the tension's on the line. You're almost there.
Almost there. Just make it all happen. Hope the person out there is all okay, and we'll get on with the show nice and quick.
All right, Aaron. Well, good luck out there, and we'll catch you at the finish line.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll just move on back here. Who's my next victim with some pretty rad gear, my friend? Looks like you've had a little on the scratchy side.
A little bit, yeah. No, it's a bit dated, but still going.
Tell us your story. Where are you from? How far have you come to be here?
We've come over from Brisbane.
Yep.
So I have done Finke before, but not in the last 10 years. So yeah, I'm sure it's changed a bit. I'm a bit older.
And what made you come back?
My brother, basically. Yeah. So there's 2 in the race, which is handy. So just got a bit of a battle between us 2.
Oh, yes, the competition is fierce, racing for sheep stations. So it looks like you do a bit of other racing or some off-roading at least. How did you find setting your bike up for Finke?
I haven't done anything really too special, to be honest. Just go over it, do everything you can, put good new chain sprockets, whatever, do your fork seals. But just try and get as reliable as you can. This thing's pretty old. So.
Yeah, okay. What year is it?
It's a 08.
Oh, okay, vintage.
Nearly a vintage class. Yep.
Do you reckon it's going to make it to the end?
Oh, we'll see. Yeah. Maybe.
We'll keep an eye out for you.
No worries, thank you.
Okay, good luck out there. And we'll just move down to another KTM. Gosh, you guys are everywhere. What's your name? What's your story? Give me the juicy details.
My name's John, just from Brizzy, and a bit of a bucket list for me and the mates to come up and have a go.
Yeah, excellent. So how many mates have you got with you?
4.
4, cool.
Yeah, 4.
And so everybody is out there to be the winner of the group, I'm guessing?
Pretty much, yeah. It's just a competition between us 4.
Great. And where did you come from?
Brisbane.
Yeah, okay, cool. And did you all come in a truck? How did you kind of get here? What was that journey like? Because that's usually a bit of an adventure for people as well.
Pretty good, just in a caravan and a couple of cars, so nothing eventful, which was good.
Okay, fantastic. All right, well, we'll let you get back to it. There's a bit of a wait going on at the moment. Have you got a camelback on? No, you must be a little parched.
Won't be too much longer. We'll have a beer.
Yes, exactly. Straight to beer. Who needs water? Okay, well, you enjoy the prologue when we get kicked off, and we'll catch you at the finish line.
All right, thank you.
Cheers. All right, boys, back to you.
Well, a massive thank you to Jeremy for coming up in the box and bringing his insight in. And that man knows so much about the bikes. It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got his podcast as well there. So a great opportunity to jump on and have a listen. Said he's doing some interviews and bits and pieces today. So that'll be great to keep everyone updated. But yes, absolutely a wealth of knowledge in the bike class and some of the history. And it's been great just talking about some of the old days as well as all the new action that's happening. You know, we've still got a lot of great riders coming up. Liam Walsh is coming up in one of the next groups, Callum Norton as well. So we've still got plenty of guys coming through this list that is going to be very, very fast. So we could see some shake-ups to the top 20, even the top 10, if we're talking about 2 of these guys, Liam Walsh and Callum Norton, as well as a number of other guys that are going to be very quick here today.
Yeah, that Class 5 is packed with people that you don't expect to be down there, but with last year's event and how it was run, there was a couple of people that had a couple of injuries coming into the event. Like Liam, he did have an injury coming into the event, so unfortunately couldn't actually ride, but then got recovered and had a very good ride down at Don River. So it will be interesting to see where he prologues the bike, and a couple more of the Alice locals in there as we'll start to see the X numbers come through there. So very, very interesting to see as I look through these numbers here. There's still a heap of action to come, and we have not set this top 20 bikes up yet because there's still some big names to come through.
Yeah, crazy. Now, the other part of that is, Josh, we haven't even talked about this. Like, there's teams now on their way down to Apatula. We are ready. It's race day. And the logistics of this race for the competitors, for the cars, for the bikes, it gets pretty busy pretty fast down here at Alice Springs, doesn't it? Cars, it's about 400 Ks the long way around, maybe even a little bit longer, 450, something like that, all the way down the Stewart Highway and then turn in as you head to Apatula into the Finke River. There'll be people camped down there tonight, hoping to get there before dark. But we've also got the bike riders who are still running. You still need your trailer, you still need your spares, you still got to do your prep on your bike before they're ready to go. So it's very interesting. There's a lot in it. There's crews down there doing pit fuel stops. There's people all over the place. This race, it is not simple, but that is what I think makes it just so special.
Yeah, and you've heard stories over the years, like I remember Toby when he got into Finke a couple of years ago in that trophy truck, and Billy actually ended up giving him a gearbox to help get that thing going out of a truck that was parked on the side of the road. So like, there's so many different stories that you go up and down, and a lot of the car competitors, they went straight into Prologue, went and did their Prologue, and they got that car straight back out onto a trailer or onto their workshop or wherever they are around the traps this weekend. To do a bit of work on it, you know, give it a last-minute service or check your tyre pressures, anything like that. And these pictures that we're seeing from around the grounds, it is really great to see this crowd in here this weekend. I'm glad to have you here at this great event, the 47th running of this awesome event, as we have a look down at the start line with some very patient Class 6 competitors. They're just slowly waiting to get the go-ahead, and yeah, not too much longer there until we get into the rest of these Class 6, and then we'll go into Class 5 as well. So a heap more of competitors to come in and make their way through, and it's going to be very interesting to see how we finish the day off with our Prologue. At the moment, our top 5 riders are Jacob Smith in first place. Second place is Corey McMahon. Third place is David Walsh. Fourth place is Ivan Long. And in fifth, you've got Brodie Waters. Rounding out the top 10, you've got Sam Hadley, Ben Grabham, Luke Hayes, Jackson McGrath, and Ryan Cossins as well. And hello, hope you're having a good time out there, ladies and gentlemen. Stand back, have a good little spot there, having a couple of beveraginos. I hope you're having a good time out here this weekend. And ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder again this weekend, always stay back 30 metres from the track. That's our safety messaging this year. Always listen to our spectator marshals and officials as well. It's great to see the family and kids out here this weekend. Give us a wave on the big screen. I hope you're having a great time here this weekend. And this is what it's all about, the kids and the family, isn't it?
It really is. We've got the same photos there with the kids on the back of the ute. I tell you what, they get pulled out every year. The little tykers having a great time at Prologue. This is probably one of the best parts of the race, honestly, for for the family to enjoy it. There's great camping all down the track, all that great action. But I tell you what, you can see everything. You get to see the big screen. The stadiums are still pretty packed, I won't lie to you. Obviously, it's, again, we sort of talk about, we sort of have a bit of a ramble off at this time of day, only because teams now have to start getting really organised. They're packing swags, packing food, all the things that happen when you go down to the far end. It's very interesting being a 2-day race, how much that changes it. And the pits, they're 226 Ks away. There is not the pits in the same spot. There's pits all the way down the other end at the Finke River at Apatula.
Yeah, it is. It's a long grind to get down there, and it's also another interesting thing as well is that a lot of the local riders actually don't stay in Finke anymore. They actually come back to town, sleep in their bed, and then jump in the car and go down and jump on the bike. So that's also another little bit of a local advantage. If you don't want to swag it out, you can jump in the car or in the the plane or the helicopter, depending on your budget, and get back to town. So that's another interesting thing. I know a couple of local riders that did that last year. They were nice and fresh, and that's what they said. It was actually really nice to be able to go home and sleep in my own bed and not have to worry about having to get out there and work on the bike and all this. They just sort of go home and leave the team to do their work.
It makes a lot of sense. Like, a lot of these fast guys will be down there, before 3 o'clock tomorrow. So, you can easily make your way back. And then at 11:45 or 11:30 start down there the next day. It's not too bad a drive down. In sort of long pretty well, so that does make a lot of sense. Although it's still an 8-hour round trip for all of those guys, unless, as you said, you do run the plane. I know that was a thing that they did a few years ago. The KDM team were flying the guys back to the motel and making sure they were fit and fresh. Although I don't believe Toby does that anymore. I think he stays out, but he does have a reasonably nice little setup down there. I'm sure he gets a good night's sleep. And I tell you what, one of the things that I love the most about going down there is the Apatool entertainment. It's always a good time. There's always plenty of action down there. I don't know whether I'm allowed to say this, but there seems to be some partaking of fireworks down there. I think that's not a secret to anyone, and it is always a good night down there. Well, again, we can't stress enough. I hope you have a safe night. It's very important to manage things and be very smart. Stay 30 metres away from the track and all those sort of things. But once again, we offer, it's a fantastic family experience here at the Finke Desert Race. The 47th running there too, Josh. We're almost 50 years in. Absolutely crazy. And have a look, there's still people on the line, down the fence line everywhere. They've got those fantastic views down there. They've got their camp setups. It's great. Hey, now listen, Josh, we're going to throw down to Kate. She's on the start line again with another one of our fantastic competitors.
Yeah, I've got an amazing bike here. We've got a DRZ 400. Talk us through this choice of bike, and how old is it?
She's a 2008 model, been very reliable, done a lot of mustering work, that sort of thing in this time. Time to come and give it a bit of hard work and actually make it earn its living.
Have you taken it to Finke and back before?
No, it's only, I've come out and I've done some practice runs on it this week. I haven't done Finke before, so it's its first trip on Finke.
Fantastic, you've got the mirrors still, just in case?
That's so I can ride at home, so.
Sorry, excellent. And how big is the tank?
28 litres.
Oh, wow, okay. You're going to fill it and just do no stops down to Finke?
Yeah, not planning on stopping down to Finke. Should get down there, and if I need to, probably a quarter of the way back.
Wow, okay. And what else have you done anything to the bike for Finke? You obviously haven't changed the seat or anything. You just kind of kept it as is.
Yeah, a little bit of suspension adjustment, that sort of thing to make it suit the track. But other than that, no, it's pretty stock.
And where'd you come from?
Central Queensland, Moranbah.
Cool. Well, I think we've got another 15 minutes till you guys get out on track, but don't overheat here. Don't let the bike overheat here. We wish you the best of luck out there in Prologue.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Mate, DR400, no chance of that thing overheating. She is an absolute weapon. It's got about 1 million kilometres to go before it's run in, I'm telling you. What an absolute classic that thing is. But we've seen plenty of DRs run over the years just quietly. They're, less around now, but we talked about the XRs and the DRs, and, it wasn't so long ago that there was a number of DRs competing. They're a fantastic bike. They got plenty of horsepower, although the 28-litre tank, that's a lot of fuel to have on board. She's a heavy girl.
Oh yeah, I could tell you right now, it would not be fun to try and pick her up with a full tank. And those old school bikes, that's what we love and what we love to hear and see. And I've always loved the old school sound of those bikes, and just how cool they do sound, and the pitch of them. They're just amazing.
Josh, I wonder when he said ride at home, whether he means ride at home to Moranbah, Central Queensland.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't surprise me. He's probably come across the plenty and
straight across
all that. So if he's made it that far, well, I don't think the 226 Ks is going to stop him anytime soon.
Easy work, mate. It's going to be a good time.
So we're going to have a recap of the event so far this weekend. It's an awesome weekend here at the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
I've been a fan of Finke for many years. I'm here racing it with my son with Ford Performance in Ranger Raptor, and the course is excellent for the vehicle. It's where the vehicle was developed. So we have the whole community out here. We have race cars down here, people signing autographs, a lot of liveliness going on here in Alice tonight.
First time down here for me, and definitely loving being a part of it. We've definitely got a lot of attention here at our tent, bit of awareness out there for young veterans.
Well, the perfect way to find out how all this buggy racing goes is to come out and do it yourself. So that's what I thought I would do. I've got Ryan Taylor here with me. Ryan, what do I need to know?
We've been doing this a while, so it's a bit hard to sort of explain, but I mean, yeah, it's you come out in the middle of Australia and just the car's prepped, ready to race, and just got to be prepared for a lot of fun and excitement, really.
What do I need to do as your navigator?
Just tell me where to go. So basically, you got to be my eyes, on the track. Look ahead. Tell me what's coming up, because when you're doing 220 kilometres an hour, down these roads, it all happens pretty quick. So you got to tell me if there's a bump coming up, a corner, or a dune, or a tree.
And in terms of Finke, it is a tough track. There is some fun out there, but there's also some chaos. So what can we expect out there?
Oh, yeah, it can be pretty hectic out there, a lot of carnage. So, you never know what you're going to come up against. So if you've got cars in front of you, there could be rollovers. You get a lot of dust as well. So, yeah, you never know what you can come across.
All right, well, I think it's time that we give it a go, shall we?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Let's go. Well, that was really, really epic. Thank you so much.
No worries.
But I think I'm going to stick to my day job.
Not too easy. We'll go for a ride anytime.
Thank you.
No worries.
The Finke Hero is our annual Volunteer of the Year award, and we give it to someone that has been involved with the event in all manner of different forms over the years. And this year's recipient has certainly been around for nearly 50 years. He hails from Warrnambool in Victoria, and he moved up to Alice in about 1976, soon after, about the time the first Finke was run, that was called There and Back. And in the early 80s, decided he wanted to go out and camp along the track with his wife and family, and he established a radio point in between checkpoints known as Henry Hill. And for 38 years, he was at Henry Hill and would often call on the radio, race control, Henry Hill. And then after 2018, he moved to Rodinga, and he's been the Rodinga checkpoint chief since then. So, ladies and gentlemen, this year's Finke Hero is Scruffy, Ray Henry.
I think I'm down there in Miss Pretentious.
Tell me about Henry Hill in the early days.
Oh, well, it was pretty primitive when we first started down there, to the effect that we used to help all the cars. They'd break down. We even rolled cars up on their side to fix them underneath so they could keep going. Kids were only really small, and we had a fire lit beside the track to sort of warm up in the morning. And one morning I sort of get up and the kids are yelling out, "You got the fire going, Dad? Got the fire going?" "No, not yet, not yet." I walk up the top of the hill, and here's a car right beside the fire pit, and the kids, "Come on, you got the fire going." I said, "No, we can't. There's a car broken down." Boom, the kids are up the hill, got the torch, and here's one bloke sleeping in the car, second bloke's laying on the side. and they got the torch. Oh, Dad, look, there's a bloke in here. There's a bloke in here. I said, he's trying to sleep. He said, no, we're not asleep. If you got the billy boiler, I said, as soon as you move your car, we can start the fire. We can boil the billy. So we made them a cuppa at the same time.
And they were competitors?
They were competitors, yeah, father and son. Little Datsun. They'd done their steering so they could drive a little way. The wheel would lock around, so the other bloke, the father, would have to jump out, kick the wheel straight so they could keep going. They come all the way back to home, back to Alice like that.
Now, a lot of people that are new to Finke wouldn't be aware that back in the day the cars came home in the dark.
Dark, yeah.
And what was that like?
Well, whoever invented it was crazy because you couldn't even see the numbers. So we worked a light that we had sitting on the ground, shining sort of away from the drivers so we could try and pick up a number on the car. And then for a while after, you have an argument which number it was, you know, because you couldn't see much, you know. So the first few cars were always pitch black and you could see the lights coming, you know, from the miles back. And yeah, it certainly made a difference to it.
And tell me, after 37 or 38 years, you moved to what is now Rodinga checkpoint. Tell me what it's like down there.
Well, I should say something else about it. My daughter, when I said I'm giving away Henry Hill, and then she said, why are you doing that? Oh, well, you know, I said, they need someone to look after Rodinga. She said, are you crazy? You give away Henry Hill, they're going to run one of the checkpoints. But, Rodinga's different. On the official side, we used to always record the numbers and bikes and cars, mainly for later on when you were looking for people that are lost. They could call up and, you know, we'd sort of go through our rough list that we had. And, that bike went through here with bike such and such. So then you could sort of find them. And one case was they couldn't find one. We went out, here's the bike, he hid it under the tree in case someone stole it.
Well, some of the top flight riders would hide their bike under a tree so the others didn't know they'd broken down.
Coming, yeah.
And so you're back down there again tomorrow?
Yeah, back tomorrow. Luckily, the Finke Desert Race found me a ute to tow my caravan down so we can do it. And my ute was, I just showed someone a photo on the back of a tilt truck. Gone into a mechanic, I put a call out here for anyone that could help me. And one of the local blokes here said, yeah, bring her in, Scruffy, we'll get it going for you. So I'm leaving my caravan down here. It's having a holiday as well as my ute. And then once Matt fixes my ute, I'll come back down, pick the car and caravan up and take it back home to Darwin.
Good stuff, Ray. Look, thank you very much. Congratulations, and enjoy this year at Rodinga.
We will.
That's Ray Henry, everyone, or known as Scruffy. So this year at Rodinga checkpoint continues with the manual checking of all competitors that come past, bike and car, in case the transponders don't work. Does a power of work. He's up for a lot of hours, and he's just another one that epitomises what a Finke hero is. Ray Henry, our Finke hero for 2023.
And what number Finke is this for you?
This is my first.
Oh, wow, that's quite exciting.
First time at Finke, just here to have some fun. This race is nothing like any other race.
Who's your favourite driver out there this weekend?
Toby Price.
So you're going to show us how many you got?
I don't know.
We've left our machine pretty much the same as last 2 years. It's been faithful to us.
3 weeks ago, I ran into Brent Smoothie down the track, and he said, what are you doing? Do you want a navvy? I said, yeah, why not?
He's in the navigator's seat, so I still got the chance to try and go one-on-one driving and riding.
These are our 2023 Tatts Finke Desert Race ambassadors.
I was just immediately hooked. I love the buzz of the town. It's amazing.
What advice have you got for a first-timer riding Finke?
Hold on, have some fun.
race. Diddle with the titty in the middle. And he's swinging like it just don't care. So I took a big chance at the high school dance with a lady who was ready to play. It wasn't me she was fooling, cause she knew what she was doing when she told me how to walk this way. She told me to walk this way. Told this way. Walk this way. Told this way. She told me to walk this way. Told this way. Walk this way. Told this way. Well, just give me your keys. Well, like this. Schoolgirl, sleazy, with a classic kind of sassy, little skirt hanging way up her knee. It was 3 young ladies in the school gym, like her, and they found they were looking at D. I was a high school loser, never made it with a lady. Till the boys told me something I missed. Then my next door neighbor, the daughter had a favor, and I gave together little kids like this. See, stop swinging with the balls in the school, with your feet flying up in the air. Singing hey diddle diddle with your skinny in the middle, I'm swinging like I didn't care. So I took a big chance at the high school dance. Miss who was ready to play. Was me she was fooling, she knew what she was doing when she told me all about this man. She told me to walk this way, talk this way. Walk this way, talk this way. She told me to walk this way, talk this way. Walk this way, talk this way. Well, just give me some starting the day. She don't like that kind of behavior. She don't like that kind of behavior. So throw down your gun. Don't be so reckless. Throw down your gun.
20-story buildings coming down on me. Mountain ranges sliding into the sea. Rivers of blood running red. I got a broken heart and a broken head. I got a broken heart and a broken head. I had a little accident. Nothing too serious. Take a look at this place. Take a look at this mess. Nothing too serious. If you close your eyes, it may go away. lies the snake in the sun in my disgrace. Boiling heat, the summer stench, beneath the black the sky looks dead. Call my name through the cream and I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun won't
about Jack and Diane, two American kids growing up in the heartland. Jackie gonna be a football star, Diane's debutante backseat of Jackie's car. Sucking on chili dog outside the taste freeze. Diane sitting on Jackie's lap, got his hands between her knees. Jackie say, hey Diane, let's run off behind the shady trees. Dribble off those Bobby Brooks, let me do what I please. Say, oh yeah, life goes on.
I'm down at the Chicane Club with Jack, and Jack, this is the prime position, I think, for to watch this incredible race go down. What kind of view have you got here?
Yeah, look, it's an absolute grand inclusion that the club's put on here. You get to see the start and the finish on both days, including the prologue, but the best part about it is you get to see all the good things and bad things on the big screen behind as well, so you don't get to miss any part of the race.
Yeah, and as we can see, the bikes have taken off, which is great. There was a bit of a delay there, but there's also a help yourself bar.
Yeah, look, they do this Chicane Club as a package deal, so you buy your tickets and they cover you for the 3 days. You get your meals and your beverages here. The lovely ladies behind the counter do a great job in hospitality, so this is our second year here and we'll continue to do it every year.
Oh, fantastic. And what about you, Jack? Have you gone out and had a fang around this mega Finke track?
No, I don't think I've been fanging around as the hamburgers, but I come from the caves with my partner in crime here, King Billy, but he's sitting out this year while his truck's getting repaired, so we're just here for the atmosphere, and they do a wonderful job, and we want to give a great thanks to the volunteers and everyone associated with these clubs, because they are a lot of work, so they've done a great job.
Totally. Oh, well, it's been great to chat to you, Jack. We've got some more racing happening out there, so I'm looking forward to going and chatting to some riders, putting it up on the big screen for your entertainment and watching some of them get down to the Finke end.
Excellent, thank you, and good luck and safe travels.
Cheers. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, how good is that Chicane Club down there? It's absolutely brilliant. Those guys are having a cracking time down there. And if I know one thing, the boys from the caves know how to use that help your own bar. I've seen that a bit at the caves.
Yeah, definitely would be. They'd be going through a couple of beveraginos down there in the Chicane Club, and I can tell you right now that I wouldn't want to be anywhere else this weekend. They've got a really good spot there, and yeah, unfortunately there we did have to bring a rider in the ambulance, so I don't have a full confirm on who that was yet. I'm not going to speculate anything, so we'll wait to get the exact on who that was, and we hope they are okay. But yeah, we did just have to pull a rider off the course, so we're back into our Class 6 runners. So the last of our Class 6 runners before we get into the all-important Class 5.
Yeah, Clint Miller's had a run through there on the 630 on that DRZ 400 that we were talking about before. So he's out and having a bit of a crack. We've also had a run through with Patrick Nolan. Aaron Davies is off the line. Jason Griffith, Keith Ball, Joshua Oliver and Philip Keys is all out there now. Josh having a good ride around this track. Now they'll have a little bit of a dust gap now, won't they? So it's actually a good position to be in. Although they've been sitting on the line a little bit, they're probably a little bit hot from sitting out there, and it has pushed us back a little bit, but no stress. We are on track again and having a great Finke Desert race. It's going to be a good ride here for everyone.
Yep, as we hear the boppers go, and someone got some real big action there on the front wheel. So we'll see how these boys go. That's John Goebel and Nathaniel McKay and Wayne Harding there, starting off in the groups of 3. So that's what we run through in our prologue categories. You run in 3 groups of 3. The first set that just took off from the start, they'll be expected down in through those rolling whoops on your big screen at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the guys lapping around in about that 7-minute category. Somewhere in there is a pretty good average time. Obviously, our real fast guys are running down in the 6s, and then our silly fast guys, 5s and then 4s. We've got a number of people in the 4s, which is crazy. Our top 5, all top 5 are in 4-minute bracket, which is nuts.
Yeah, it definitely is. And to see the progression of these bikes and exactly there is how close it is. There's only a couple of seconds between all of these top competitors. So it is really going to be interesting to see how they make their way out on the run and how those two, the two grids, like your two, your pairs, they leave at the start for the bikes tomorrow. So that will be interesting to see how they race out there. And looks like at the moment we're going to have a Jacob and Corey front row, but we still have that Class 5 to come. So there's still a heap of big names to come through there, and we're looking at really the person we are looking forward to is Liam Walsh. He's probably the one that we are most forward to.
Absolutely.
And he'll probably chuck it in that top 10 like it's nothing. So
yeah, and Callum Norton as well.
And Callum, yep, I forgot about him.
Through, so yeah, we are still looking for a few guys that could potentially run right up inside that top 20. So still plenty of action today. We're only at sixes yet. We've still got 5s and 4s and 2s and then the big banger two strokes, the 500cc two strokes. So still plenty of action to come here today. We're only just kicking off.
Yeah, we're getting into the nitty gritty of it at the moment. The last of our Class 6 competitors making their way out as we speak. There'll be a couple more grids of these guys. But again, it's really good to see in your top 30 even, you've got pretty much a bike from every manufacturer out there. So that's really good to see. One, there's not a real big dominance apart from the top 10 there with the KTMs, and that's always expected here at this race. But again, good to see those Husqvarnas and especially a 450 Gas up there like that. That is really cool to see Corey McMahon put that 450 up there.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Very, very fast. And again, the Husqvarna of Jacob Smith right up there, our fastest qualifier so far. And he was last year's Method Race Wheels qualifying king as well. So wouldn't be surprising. Interesting that we will have, if that stays that way, I'm not saying we'll have an exact repeat of last year. Toby and Jacob Smith were the two winners in the overall cars and overall bikes. And that looks like at this moment that it might be repeated.
Yeah, definitely looking that way. So gonna be interesting to see. We'll see how they run out this afternoon. And all our riders and competitors making their way on the start line. They're just going through their last little bits and making sure that they. I think old mate there was having a look at his heart rate. He's trying to bring it down, and the Troy Lee Designs get up there. So again, always good to see these competitors get out here.
He was bumping up the throttle control. That's what he was doing.
There we go.
Set to full attack there, my friend. The 610.
So waiting on the ambers, they'll get the green light, and they'll be on the bopper.
The 609 away as well. Again, Class 6, fantastic class that is just packed full of performance. These guys are very serious, have been riding a few years now. They've got the skill sets for desert racing, the 35 to 44 years.
The 631 making his way across the line.
That's interesting because he actually came across the line off the gas. Hopefully he doesn't have a mechanical issue or anything like that, or he's just not too worried about his starting order. Just nice, clean run. But he seems to have had a nice, good run there.
Yeah, 7 minutes and 20 seconds there. So what we're expecting out of this class so far, just for those who are just riding the bike there and back. And there you go, 7:42. So a little bit more of a let off of the throttle there as these 600 bikes continue to come through. A little bit quicker there from Patrick Nolan on the 629 as the 628 crosses the line.
The 607 of Colin Schwartz killed him dead, 607. The 606, Dewan Blackburn and Luke Symes on the 605 is off the line. Jason Griffin has come across the line now for the finish with the 620 on the 627 KTM 350 with a 710. That's good, just inside 99, although I think he'll get just bumped outside that top 100 by the end of the day.
Yeah, Clint Miller on 100, making his way through, 8 minutes and 23. So a little bit of a paddock bash, I would believe, out there in the back there. So, you know, good to see bikes of that caliber getting out here, and old school bikes as well being ridden out this race. It's always great to see as the 625 makes his way across the line, and that's Joshua Oliver on his Husky.
Yeah, no worries. As Mouse McCoy says, he'll get him in the whoops. He'll get him in the whoops. It's all good. The DRZ exactly where he needs to be and making kilometres with that 27-litre tank.
So Sam Varley out there now on the Sherco, your class winner for last year. So with the smaller numbers, your 601 or 2 or 03 in each class is normally your class winners from previous years, so make sure to look for those numbers as the 626 comes across the line, as well as the 622. So Philip Keys on his 530 KTM, as well as Nathaniel McKay coming across the line on his 500, and then Keith Borg on his 624. So that was the last of our starters for Class 6, and we'll be 3 minutes away from our Class 5 riders, and this is where it gets very, very interesting.
Yeah, Class 5 is definitely going to be one to watch out. A lot of young fellas strapped to absolute weapon machinery, so it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Obviously, our Class 2 is a class that we want to look at as well, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. Again, Class 4 and Class 1. So, really, there's still plenty of vast classes yet to come.
Yeah, definitely is. And we're going to turn it up here in a short little bit. Look at all these competitors getting ready. We'll start with the X numbers from what I can see down on the start line there. So that will be very good to watch. We'll see
the
how
454 strokes. Oh, as we just see old mate just pumping out there out of the whoops on that berm. He's got it under control though. No dramas, the 612. Having a good ride there. Up nice and high on the berm, making his way around. Yeah, very good ride there from the 612. But again, we're talking about those 450cc, so we're talking, this is actually going to be interesting because this will have a lot of the Japanese bikes in it, have the Hondas, the Kawasaki's, the Yamahas, a lot of guys on YZs, a lot of guys on the motocross 450 bikes. These guys notoriously qualify very, very well. A lot of guys come out of, club racing and or state level racing motocross. So this is very much like a motocross track, this Prologue track. I know that's an unusual statement when it doesn't have any big jumps in it. That's true. Oh, just looking at the finish line there. Again, I'm sure that's the 612, and he is hanging off the back of this thing. He's going to have a cracking run there, I think.
Yeah, quite literally hanging off the back of that thing as our first two competitors get off in the Class 5. I believe that's Will Rush on the X97 up against Nathan Glider on the X96. Both, one hailing from Queensland, one from WA. So we're getting into the thick of things as these boys start to make their way through.
Yeah, it's crazy here looking at this footage. You really get to see how nuts it is that there is whoops all the way up and down the sides of these berms. That's true of all the way out on the track. It is nuts when you start doing it. You get down to Bonduma and you wonder, because there's about 70 Ks of these bad boys. They're up roads, down roads, hills, around berms. There's just whoops. That's all I can tell you. 70 Ks of the sucker. And it changes your life after running this Finke track. I can tell you that. I'm a believer. As these guys are taking off now, the X bikes. Again, this is the Class 4s. So all the 454 strokes. Anything over, so 251cc's to 450cc's. Anything over that is in Class 2. And again, we got our little class. And they are always awesome to watch. The little 254 strokes. Love it when you get that full rev. Holy moly, them valves just floating. And they'll pretty much put it on the bop right here at the start line and then just basically slip the clutch to control the speed. Never let the throttle off.
So the next set of boys hanging on in Class 5. Let's see what they've got. And quite a bit of the swish-wash there. Heaps of dust lingering in the air at the moment. Jack Colbert, Corey Bannister and Joel Paxton, I do believe, out here on this one. We do apologise about the timing screens at the moment. We're just having a couple of technical difficulties, so we're trying to get that one fixed for you, as well as for us up here in the box to see who's coming through and who is doing all what time. So it won't be too much longer until we get that back up and running. But our competitors are continuing to make their way through. Next up, I do believe we've got Chris Meredith, Luke Clem and Edward Hampton from Alice Springs as the 607 makes its way across.
Big class, this one, mate. 2 pages of riders here in this class. Which I'm sorry, did I call it Class 4 before? I meant 5. I'm not really sure even what I said anymore, but it is Class 5. And because it is such a big class, this 454 strokes, they do run the X's as well. So again, X99 or an X98 and all those numbers are all part of this Class 5, which is our 251 to 450 cc's. You're going to see a lot of 450 cc motorcycles out here today, having a good crack here. So I believe that was a 605 coming past there.
Yeah,
Luke 601.
And then, yeah, the 601 of Sam Varley there. So we've got Hampton out there on the X66. I believe Jack Hudson and Simon Gowler on this row. So we are going back down from the numbers, so we'll start with our X's and make our way from those higher numbers down through that order. So if you're looking for a certain someone with a certain number, that's the way we run our grids here at Fink.
Yeah, absolutely. Shouldn't be too hard to find your favourite rider. So it's going to be a good time there. And again, we've got the X64 on the line, and we're guessing the X63 probably as well. Now listen, we're down there with Kate, just having a look at some other ridings down there on the line and having a great chat with some of our competitors and the travels that they've made. I think we got a little time here to have a bit of a chat about these guys. X60, holy moly! Was that the X60? It was out in the dirt there for a little bit. That looks like Ned Clem. He was about to run down the drag strip over there, Josh.
Yeah, definitely was. He was far pointing right there, but ended up getting it nice and straight, got it off a little bit off the throttle and back into it, and it's now off and racing into that dusty desert around this 6.8 Ks of this loop prologue track as the first of our X-Riders make their way through. So into the stadium section now.
So, yeah, again, starting off the line there, it would have been Asker Blake as well. Sorry, Blake Asker. Man, I'm dyslexic. That's backwards, isn't it? X57. Sorry about that, Blake. But anyway, and on the starting line now, we've got the X54 of Samuel Currell, X55 of Tate Prime, and X56 of Daniel Kessner. Those guys cranking out of the Method Race Wheels start-finish line. Again, big shout out to all the guys from Method and the awesome effort. One of the most overlooked fact and fun fact is that a wheel and tyre upgrade will give you the biggest performance boost to your truck. And Method's a race proven for every day. If you want to be like Toby Price, you run Method Race Wheels. Also Ryan Taylor, the Australian champ, the #1 plate. is Method Race Wheels. Lighter, stronger, faster. If you want the best, you're running Method Race Wheels, and go to methodracewheels.com.au to find a dealer near you, as well as grab some of that awesome Finke gear, which I know you grabbed yourself, Josh.
Yeah, awesome Finke gear up for grabs from the legends at Method Race Wheels, who are supporting us here at the Prologue today. 3 years in a row from these legends. And some front wheel haulage there from our start line as our ex-competitors make their way down through the stadium section, and we're starting to see how they are fending with the other riders. The X77 is absolutely on song. That thing he was holding off the back of it was Jack Colbert from Walkie in SA. So the Husqvarna there, the FX450. Very, very quick. It will be interesting to see what time he puts up.
Yeah, he was absolutely on a mission, so I'd say that we're going to see him inside the top 30 or 40 sort of thing.
They're all hanging off the back of it here.
Yeah, that poor old Yami didn't have anything more to give. And the X84 also having a good crack coming through there. That's Jackson Gold, Knuckley Lagoon, Northern Territory on his 450 KDM.
Yeah, these competitors making their way through into the stadium section now. And not full song by some of these competitors, but we'll see how they go. The X78 there.
Yeah, on the line now, though, we've got the X26 of Gary Burns out of Howard Springs, Northern Territory on his Yami. X25 looks like it's there as well. Nick Elliott out of Warrnambool, Victoria. And the X24, Terry Packer out of Barmera, South Australia on his KDM 450. So the guys on the line, the yellow light up. I tell you what, the nerves, the anticipation, they'd be ready to go. Very exciting here. And we haven't even got to the bulk of the 4 numbers. We're still running with X's here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that start line is treacherous. And I can tell you right now, I would not want to be on the start line in class 1 or 2. It's going to be pretty dug up, but they will get through there and make it all happen.
Yeah, that's some of the advantages of having last year top 20 play. You get that single run, you get all that clean air, and you get early time on the track. It's not just completely destroyed. Oh, we're 3 wide out here, coming around onto the main strut. Sorry, the start-finish line. Wow, there is no throttle left on that X65 bike. The X72 as well, and this X78, I believe that was. Nice and safe home now.
Yeah, these competitors coming in a lot closer together, which means there is nothing between these competitors.
Yeah, the X75 home as well now. Oh, I think the X22 and the X24 got together there, but they held it together off the start line. They are neck and neck, though.
Yeah, I reckon there was a touch back up on that sweeping right-hander as well, as the next 2 of our competitors make their way across the line, the X74 and the X69 making their way across the line, as well as the X64 there.
Wow, the 64 was hanging off the back, wasn't it? That's Simon Gower, Alice Springs boy, on a gas. However, looking at the pack, might have been the boys in front of him that started with him, so maybe he had a little moment out the back and had to come back very fast. He looked like he was on the go over the start-finish line, though.
Taya Prime out on the big screen as we were having a look at that, and then next we've got the X21, the X15.
Yeah, I'd say that's Billy Barlow on the X21 out of Alice Springs. X20 is Caden Rogers, Balhana, South Australia, and the X15 is William Fitzgerald out of Western Australia on a Husqvarna FE450.
Yeah, all different parts of the country, and they all meet in the red centre to try and put their bikes as far up the field as they can here for the Method Race Wheels Prologue for the 47th running of this Tatts Finke Desert Race. We're having a great time up here in the commentary box. I hope you are having a great time around the traps here at the venue or live on YouTube. We still have a heap of action, and look at the lineup of bikes we've still got to come. There's some seriously fast names in there as well.
Yeah, there sure is, mate. There's no question about that. We're talking about our Class 5s, which are the 450s at the moment, but we've still got Class 1s, which are the big banger 500 two-strokes. Back in the day, they were the absolute dominance of Finke Desert Racing. Obviously, it's changed a bit now with the technology of four-strokes coming along so far.
So Alex Hendrickson, Justin Simpson and Zachary Erra all out there on the track, and we can start giving you some more times as these boys and girls make their way across the start-finish line here in Alice Springs. And we had Leon Jamie and Thomas Tuckerman get up there, but Dan's just pointed to the number X55 of Tate Prine, who's chucked himself into the top 20 with a 5:37, and then you had Ned Clem closely behind him with a 6:07 into the top 33, and Simon Gowler on the X64 is now in the top 20 as well. He goes 17th with a 5:25. So that's what we were talking about.
Wow, as well as Jackson. The more I look down, Jackson Hudson as well, the X65, is in 19th now with a 5:35. So we've just fully shuffled up, as well as Jackson Gold has put in with a 5:55 to put himself in 24th. So we just fully shuffled the top 30 in that little period there. So some big names pushed out, some big names pushed in, and it's going to be interesting. Some fast 450s. I did warn you, ladies and gentlemen, these motocross boys are fast and can prologue.
Yeah, Connor Gibson just came through the line, as well as Tyrone Marcus. They put themselves in the top 50. It's anyone's game right now. These competitors will continue to put them through. And, oh no, a little bit of bike issue on the start line there. Hopefully he does get that thing started back up. And Sam Harmon as well in the X42 making his way across the line. But the revs are brought up and you're straight onto the blopper.
Mate, you are getting a few people very, very drunk here today. I'm telling you that, and I like it. That's what I'm telling you. I like it. Ben Miller off the line, Cameron Mongacan and James Brockhurst all off the line now in 591, 594 and the 597. And we just had Jet Hicks across the line. And the X32, the CRF 450R.
The
Another fast ride there. Yeah, yep. Nice clean ride there from the X33.
Hayden Burford on his KTM 450 with a 6:28, so good enough for the top 100 at this point in time. And a lot of these competitors will be sliding themselves in those positions. The X25 makes their way across the line. Let's see how that one goes. That's Nathan Elliott on that 450. Puts himself in the top 30. There you go, 22nd position. 5:45. These are all provisional positions, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, as well. Still have a heap of competitors to come through. Christian Frank, Oliver Hampton and Thomas Winter out on the bike now. There's another quick competitor. Wow, they're just coming through thick and thin at the moment. X29. I do believe that competitor was, Noah Milne on his Sherco 300 in the top 50.
He was just checking that his valves were floating at the perfect level at about 11,000 RPM.
Sam Hunt on his gas, a little bit slower than some of these other competitors, and the X28 makes his way across the line as well.
The X23 right down, Jack Ashby laying off the back of that fender. No timing run there for Jack Ashby, so might have
to get him to go around the track again. Might have had a transponder issue there. But Thomas Coulgra, Bailey Crotts and Shane McLiff making their way out onto the Prologue track now to set their time to see where they'll line up for the race tomorrow as the X24 makes their way across the line. Let's see what that time is for Terry Packer, and it's a 6:22.
Yeah, nice run there. Puts him in a good position for his run down to Finke tomorrow. Christian Sprenger on the X22. The YZ450F ran a 6:36, so they'll put him in 80th, as you said, Josh, provisionally. Still plenty of bikes running, still plenty of shuffling up and down this order, no doubt. And again, we've got Class 2 to come yet, the big boys, the 500s. And in that group, there is the Callum Nortons, there is the Liam Walshes. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that shuffles up the list. Very high up on the berm there on our big screen. Nice ride though, no drama, he's got it under control.
Yeah, I can't imagine how long these guys have been sitting on that start line after that little mishap we did have. So, you know, what could have slipped into these boys and girls' minds as they're sitting on the start line. I know some people are very ritualistic with what they do at the start line, and they do a certain warm-up into it. So that will be interesting to see whether that's hurt any of these competitors. But William Fitzgerald and Billy Barlow cross the line.
Good ride from William Fitzgerald there on the X15. Put himself up inside that top 50 with a 34th position provisionally with a 6:03. So if you're cheering along there, make sure you give young William a big shout out. Oh, Billy Fitzgerald is having a cracker on his 450.
Yeah, and you got Alex Henright, who's just come through as well. And then, the X14 looks to be out on track, and no, he's got it kicked into gear, so get that thing going, my friend. You're nearly there. And it will hurt his time a little bit, though. He'll fall back in the pack as the 6:99 makes their way across the line. Sorry, the 5:99, I apologise. That's Jack Cobbin. We are in Class 5 as we do speak. That YZ450F, that's just come across the line. And our next row is getting ready down on the start line. And again, Bopper City, as they make their way down out into the desert. You've got Luke Smith out there, Broden Connell and Matthew Lane all attacking the desert as the X14 gets around. And that's Zachary Era. So yeah, definitely, unfortunately, there drops out into the 148th position. As 598 makes their way across the line. Let's see how the first of our 590 riders, so the higher riders up there. So we're starting to get a little bit quicker as we go. Stephen Morfitt through there.
Ben Miller on his WR450 runs a 5:35.
That's a stonker.
Puts him in the 21st position provisionally. That is a great run there from Ben Miller on his Yami. Again, a 5:35 with an 8 if you're following along at home. Which actually puts him on the same time as Jackson Hudson at 65, but he ran a 5:35 with an O, so 0.8 of a second splits them.
Out on track, Dale Jordal, Scott Backman and Graham King out there now as the X06 makes his way across the line. That's Joshua McDonald with a 7:08.
Ricky Carmichael's out there, number 4.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely on the wrong brand of bike, though.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be too happy.
I think it's the 587, though, coming across the line. Again, just paying homage to the greatest of all time.
James Brockhurst there on that bike on his Husky 450.
Good time, too, 6:41. Yep. Anyone under that 7-minute mark, you're fairly right.
It is rough out of the start gates here.
Yeah, William Whittaker, Jaden Searle and Tom Fairhall at it, banging bars there as Oliver Hamilton comes over the line, as well as Cameron Monaghan.
And I think this is really where we do see our motocross riders come into their own in this class. Is they're not used to racing those big open roads and the enduro stuff out here, so they can, once they get given a course to ride, they can really get up there and put that one lap pace up there. So that's also a really interesting thing. Is that there's so many different discipline riders and there's so many different enduros and different events across the country. So yeah, interesting to see how these different discipline riders get out here in the desert as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with you. Hey, another great run, a bike up in there. So that's Thomas Kruger on the 5.83 with a 5.50, putting himself in 26th position. This top 30 is just shuffling endlessly at the moment.
Christian Frank across the line there on the 5.89 on his Husky FX 350. They're getting eager, more and more eager to get across the line. A lot of these guys still have quite a bit of work to do this evening and doing their final touch-ups on the bike. Brent Story goes through. There you go, another quick time, 5.38 into the top 30. This top 30 is definitely not set in stone and it's going to continue to move for at least the next half hour. Consistently, it's going to continue to chop and change.
Yeah, we're talking about the top 10 or the top 5 in the under 5 minute bracket, so in a 4 minute bracket. Then we're talking about those top, but now you are no longer in the top 30 unless you've run under a 5.55. So it's really stepped up its pace. And again, we still have our class 2s to go. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I think we're going to see these times tumble a little bit more. Can we get any more into the 4 minute mark? Probably not, but you never know. Callum Norton, one that possibly could. Liam Walsh, absolutely. And no doubt there's going to be a few other guys that are very, very fast. They're coming here for, a really good crack at this Finke Desert race. And this is where we do it. You've got to be up there in Prologue and give yourself the best opportunity to run.
Yeah, Brenton Keep through on his Suzuki, the first Suzuki I've seen riding this morning, and that's a really good position for him too. 5.37, that puts him in 22nd so far on that 450. And then Sam Currington also came through on the 5.79. Out on the track now is Dusty Clem, William Gibson, and Jason Martin, all attacking their Prologue lap in the Class 5 as Shane McCliff makes his way across the line, and that is an 8-minute 08. Great to see the different styles across the line as well. That's something I've also picked up. Samuel Bucket comes across the line, the different riding styles into the start-finish line, whether you want to duck your head down and try and get as much aerodynamics as possible, or you're just going to hang off the back of that thing and try and make the front wheel as light as possible and get as much weight over that back wheel as you can. So very interesting to see what different riders do. As we continue to send these competitors off into the desert. Mitchell Bowen, Jack Hoey, and Matthew Secret, all on the 450 KTMs. Luke Smith across the line. 6 minutes, 11 seconds. The 571 now making their way across the line. So that's Matthew Lane. Would love to go out and walk the track after today's prologue, just to see how cut up it is and how much these came through. And I think that was an X bike, so that will be interesting to see. there. No, that was Dale Jordal on the 566. I apologise. 6:01 for him, so not a bad time at all. Puts himself in the top 50. The wind here at the start-finish line complex has died down, so you can see that top layer of dust currently, that sooty sort of looking white powder in the air, so that's not moving as well with any wind direction at the moment, so you're getting a little bit of a double whammy if you're starting off the start line here and coming across the line. Scott Backman makes his way across the line. Number plate on the far right, so definitely tell this bike's been ridden to the shops and back a couple of times. Aaron Simmons, Darcy Thomas Michael and Jamie Smith all starting on those bikes. As Jaden Searle makes his way across the line with a 6 minute and 10, and Ray Cole, wow, Ray Cole, a 5:16, puts himself into 11th on the 5:56. So wow, that's a name I wasn't expecting up there, and he's definitely just put it in there and parked it in the top 20, all right. So, see, that's the thing. It's so dangerous with all these competitors out here coming in. These times are just going to continue to fall and fall and fall. These two having a fight down to the line. That was Tyson Spears Jackson. He puts himself in the 29th with a 5:49, and he was up against William Whitaker there on the 5:58 as Lyndon Wells, Callum Cosgriff, and Cameron Crusoe make their way out onto the start line and out on to the Prologue track. A little bit of bopper on the line. A little bit of limiter. We love to hear it. Tom Farrell on his 350 EXC. As the 552 screams towards the line. That's Drake Mills. 6 minutes and 43 seconds. And just a reminder, if you're trying to follow your favourite rider or driver, or you've already had one of those competitors come through and you've unfortunately missed those, you can jump online to www.finkdesertrace.com.au to check out all the results and see where your competitor is seated, where your family member or brother or sister, anything like that, any friends as well that you're trying to follow throughout the weekend. So jump online and check that out, see where they are, and a little later this evening they'll post the Prologue times. That's the 5:51 crossing the line there, or the 5:21. Yep, that was Daniel Piggott. Puts himself into the top 100, a 6:28, and then wow, Dusty Clem on the 5:41 with a 5:34 puts himself in the top 30. Capable riders out here at the moment. Wow, look how much the back kicks out on some of those bikes. 5:46. William Gibson, top 50. And Daniel Scholler with a 7:07. That's Mitchell Bowen. Wow, Mitchell Bowen, a 5:29 puts him in 20th. Alex Famalonga on his Sherco with a 7:37, the 5:38 having a bit of a moment in there. As the 5:47 makes their way across the line, that's Jason Martin. The 518 and the 514 fighting off the line there. Some unit branding on the back of his Guernsey. I haven't seen any unit apparel in a very long time in the motorbike scene, so that's always good to see. Is a little bit of an Australian brand getting back out there into the apparel side of things as well, so that's always good to see. Austin Gardner, Todd Shitner and Gordon Mallard all out on the line now as well. As we get a little bit of a breeze here, back at the start-finish line, you can see some of that dust moving away. But when you've got 3 bikes starting off and the dust is blowing in the direction over the track, it definitely does not help those competitors. But that's desert racing for you. And the 538 now makes their way across the line. That's Jack Hoey. Sorry, Jake Hoey, I apologise. The KTM 450 SXF. That one there with a time of 7:15. Some pretty serious riders down on the start line.
Yeah, you're dead right. Josh, we were just having a bit of a look up and down the order and having a look at the top 30. Again, the top 10 unchanged, but that 11th position, Ray Cole on that YZ450 running a 5:16. We have nothing but 5 minutes now, not even 5:50 will get you into the top 30 now. It has changed rapidly once these Class 5 bikes have come in. These 450 bikes really are stonkingly fast. The good thing is we do have some Yamahas, we've got some Hondas, we've obviously got some KTMs, got gases, we've got Kawasaki's, we've got Sherkos, we've got all of it. We've got Husqvarna on very top. So a little bit of everything there in that top 30, which always makes it exciting. Never want to see one colour up there too much, Josh.
No, you never do. You like to see a little bit of an array of different bike manufacturers up there, and these bike manufacturers, they're all fighting for that top spot out here at Finke. It's a big thing out here in the desert. You want to be known as a good desert bike, especially like you look at KTM and that Honda dominance for so many years that they were out here. The Desert Edge team were unstoppable in the desert here, and then all of a sudden KTM brought out their bike and they decided, well, no, we're gonna do a bit of an assault on the desert, and well, look now, it's pretty much KTM country out here.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
a really interesting thing to go in. And you know, we saw.
And it's so funny because again, I love bringing up that story when Ben Graham changed over to the KTM. It was literally laughed at and said, "You'll never win on that thing." Isn't that a change now? KTM have some serious dominance in the dirt out here at Finke.
Well, I remember as a younger bloke coming out to the event, I was always even told, you're not really going for a local unless you're going for a Honda. So that was the locals' pick back then, and KTM, they had some sort of a desert program, but it wasn't a very good one, and the bike just wasn't used to the long straights and how quick this track is. It's just insane how consistent it is and how quick you've got to be pushing these bikes, and it's been very interesting, and you sort of see that I see it in the drag racing scene. Every probably 7 to 8 years, we see a bit of a generational change with bikes, and you see next year we might come out and Honda might be the desert bike to be on, or Gas might be the desert bike to be on. That's the thing. We don't know, because they're always developing these bikes, and a a lot of those European companies at the moment, they're really pushing to try and get their name out there.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a lot of great riders coming through. I think the sport as a whole has expanded. It's only gotten better. So I think that's, it's an ever-changing climate with both bikes, quality, teams, fields, people that are just putting everything into it. Again, it wasn't so long ago that really, unless you're a KTM factory rider, you weren't coming out here pre-running in March. But now there's lots of guys that are pre-running in March, like they come out here early as soon as the temps come down and they're getting their kilometres in on the track. They're out here weeks before this race and they're really getting amongst it. And, I don't want to say they're names that, aren't household names. Like, it used to just be Toby Price, but now it's not just Toby Price, it's not just the locals. We've got the Sherco factory guys, the Gas guys, the Husqvarna guys. There's plenty of people out here doing the time, and I think that makes a big difference too.
Yeah, it definitely does, and to see those big names from other disciplines come into this desert race, it is awesome to see. Like, we've had some big names race here over the years and compete in the classes, and that's always good to see. And we've had some ex-championship competitors in the driving side of world, like the tarmac side of things. They come over and give the dirt a little bit of a go. Like, we had Warren Luff last year in that production car for Walkinshaw, so that was all really good to see, and good to see the backing Walkinshaw did for that car, and the discipline change and how the drivers do have to adapt to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. You're dead right. We've had some great names here over the years, including Craig Lowndes, although he hasn't raced. He's been here. We've had a number of the V8 Supercar guy drivers over here. We've had a number of American races. Again, we do this year as well. Hasn't got that start line just down. Wait for the green, boys.
Big time chicken playing on the start line.
Yeah, it was good and fun. I tell you what. Hey, now, just quickly, did we talk about Jack Larder too on the 522? Put his Kawasaki right up into that 26th position, 28th position at the moment with a 540. So that's another great ride coming out of our Class 5s at the moment.
Yep, and now dipping into the Class 4s as well now. Looks like we had Zachariah Wright, Lachlan Spilsbury and Lewis Mogan out in the Class 4.
Yeah, our 250cc bikes. Holy moly, hold on to your hats. This is going to get very revvy here. These guys, they know how to dial these things up. I don't think you've seen valve float like this until you see a 254 stroke just running at full tilt. But these things are notoriously, again, fast for qualifying. Bit more work to get them down the track and back. But these 252 strokes, have a listen. Oh, he's over in the fence. Oh, no. The 487, he got real loose there.
Yeah, definitely it is a bit of a disadvantage to have that far right hand run, like position into here with Reece James, Ansgar Jung and Aaron Bettelot making their way out. Berthelot?
Yeah, I'm running with Berthelot. I think it's good. But he was the man that got really wide out there in the fence on his 250 two-stroke EXC, big KTM.
Yeah,
little KTM.
Yeah, little one. Adam Rosell just made his way on that Husselberg 350 FE, as well as the 513 as well. And that is Kyle Miller on his 350.
And again, standing up, I don't think he was too worried about the time. He's just looking for a there and back. Very smart at this point in time. You just want to run a clean pace. And we heard Jeremy talking there before about trying to get in a position where you actually fit in with the team that you're racing. You don't want to be too high and you don't want to be too low. You actually want to be, running a good pace, fitting in with where your race position is. Because there's nothing more unnerving than being either too fast or too slow, I can tell you that.
Yeah, that's always been a story at this race. You really do want to get in that right position, otherwise you're just going to be either eating dust or just in a group of people that you really don't feel good in, and it doesn't feel the best. So we'll see how that one goes. And Gareth Tyler makes his way across the line, and Cameron Harvey as well. and Stephen Dalton making his way across the line now. Off the line, off the line, Oliver Pitchford and Arthur John Radford. And yes, we are into the Class 4 riders now. And as the 504 crosses the line, up in the commentary box, again joining me is Jeremy. It's great to have you back, mate.
Thanks, mate. This is an exciting group of riders to come out. The 250s is always going to be a little bit more pingy, so it's exciting to come and watch them go.
Yeah, definitely will be. And as me and Dan like to say, up on the bopper, these bikes do get. So we love that, and we're going to see how these competitors go. And again, there's still some big names in there as well.
Absolutely. There's going to be some great times, and the track's definitely rough. A lot of the feedback that we've just got from the riders now is there's a lot of sections out there that will catch them out, and I think there's a few seconds out there to be getting. So hopefully they've got the right gearing and know how to send it to the moon.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting with all the amount of bikes through there now, as well as the cars that we've had through there this morning. So, yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how these competitors go. And if you are this far back in the grids, you don't really, I know you want to push, but you've got to be careful with pushing now, because there may be some big open sections that you weren't expecting whatsoever out in that back section.
Absolutely. The feedback that we're getting is there's a big couple of sections out there with a lot of bull dust. Maybe knee high. They've caught a few of the guys out, and it is scary. And as Jacob Smith even said, that there's a couple of seconds out there for him to get. And so to have a 5-second gap, I could only imagine that guys like Brodie Waters and stuff had a good run out there. So to have these little bikes come out and maybe find different lines in the dust, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, definitely will be. So continuing on in our...
another crash.
And we've had a crash on the start line.
No.
That's unfortunate.
In the dust.
Not where you want to be.
No.
So...
and it was the Yamaha as well.
Oh, no. So Casey Rumble and Jake Gowley. So that was young Jake Gowley who got caught up in that, the 404, and then Hayden Dybel, the 405, the one who actually got down on the ground. But the 498 comes through, and that looked like a shocker of a time, like real quick. Let's see. Wow, 523. Zachary, right, 17. Just
told you.
Straight in the top 20 like it's nothing.
Absolutely. These 250s, they can scream, but also the pilot behind him, if they can pick that right line in the dust, he's going to have it still.
Yeah, the 499 now making their way across the line, and we're getting quicker and quicker as the day progresses. It's great to see this little shuffle up of the order as Lachlan Spilsbury makes his way through, and it's a 5:43, and that puts him in the top 30. So the last of our Class 4 competitors now, the 401 of William Nicol from Alice Springs on the Honda. Let's see how he goes. But far out do these bikes look quick. The 495.
It may be a little, but they get the right gearing on it and the right guy behind it to pick those lines, they can definitely fly.
Yeah, Lewis Monaghan there with a 6-minute, 16-second run there. And I do believe we're running into our Class 3 now, and that's up to 250cc two-stroke motors. So it's about to get a little bit higher pitched here.
These things will scream.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely scream. You know, they'll have the great gearing on it, but you'll hear them down this main straight just letting every angry mosquito out.
The 401 of William Nicol out there. First in class last year. He does have that 01 plate. As Jared Taylor makes his way across the line.
Another Kawasaki, which is great to see.
Yep. There is a heap of different bikes out here today, and it is awesome to see, like even still in our top 30 at the moment, there's, I think, one from at least each of the manufacturers that we do have represented here this weekend.
Absolutely. Suzuki, Kawasaki, they're all there.
Yep, even the cheeky Sherco in there as well.
Yep.
And like that's the thing, like Gas, I didn't even know was a motorbike company until last year, and then they come out and they're that quick on a 450. It's like it's insane. Just to see the progression of all these bikes and the bike companies as well, that they're bringing all these big bikes and trying to push as well. It's great to see.
Absolutely. With the merger with KTM and Husky, it was great to see Gasser really step it up and put so much development into their bikes. And obviously they've got some amazing riders like Chucky and Corey, so it's cool to see them come so far. And hopefully we can see them in big 500 territory at some point as well.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome to see, especially if Gas could get those things wind up and get something that could be competitive to those 500. And I'm not saying the 450 is not competitive to the 500, but imagine if see Corey, if he had a 500 or Gas, like imagine where he would be sitting.
Yeah, well, he did say that just before, that he gave it everything he could. He lost about 2 seconds, but he just couldn't find the others, and that's because Jacob just had an absolute warhorse. It pulled really hard out of the corners, and we even got to see it around the back straights. It just absolutely pulled. So yeah, Jacob's on an absolute rocket, but he also knows how to pilot it as well.
Oh yeah, heaps of experience here at this event. The 437 now making their way across the line. So Oliver Pitchford with a 550, that's 39th position there. As the 491 crosses as well.
Yeah, and we've got the chainsaws heading up. The two strokes have just taken off as well, which is exciting.
Yep, two-stroke country now, as we have Dylan Burnett and Cass Mundy out there. You can just hear that distinctive ping in the background as we watch these competitors make their way through the stadium section. You can see in even just the stadium section, there's a couple of sections that I wouldn't want to hit at the wrong spot, because definitely would have an issue there.
Yeah, like the boys this morning were saying that Brodie Waters in particular was really commenting on when the track was wet this morning, trying to cross from side to side and berms. It just was completely grease, and he was hitting it as fast as he could, but obviously that water just added to it. Now it's all dry and dusty, and the holes are getting bigger and bigger. It's definitely showing the riders what the Finke track's really made of.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit more than they probably bit off this morning, expecting going into the prologue, going, oh no, this is 6.8 Ks, going to have a nice cruisy run. We'll get out and jump back on the bike and we'll do it all again tomorrow, but it will be a little bit longer. Well, I think these guys have had their full experience of Finke in this prologue lap, and they've seen how treacherous it's going to be for the next 2 days, and we'll see how they go as the 412 makes their way across the line. And that's Shane Garth.
Yep.
With a 628.
It is interesting to see here in the top 30 that there's a minute that separates the entire top 30. That's incredible. 450 from Jacob Smith to 543 from Rhys James. Amazing times. And he's on a 250 on spot 30, so nothing left in that one. Nothing left.
No, the 420 was right on the limiter there, and that was Frank Wilson.
Tom Smith, a local Outback legend as well, so it's great to see him absolutely feeding that thing.
Yeah, the bikes are copping abuse this weekend, I can tell you that. This prologue track is definitely on song this weekend, and we did have a little bit of a break there with an unfortunate incident out on track with one of our competitors. Had to bring them in, and these boys and girls were holding on, and these guys they're fighting out there at the moment. They're having a good time. That's young Jake Gowley there, 6:36 his time, and then Casey Rumble as well comes through. Oh wow!
Just walking, those ruts at the start line are getting deeper and deeper, and the bike's just trying to overtake you when you take off, and that's why we're getting such wide takeoffs. It is getting wild there. You can see they're moving further and further back too, but it is a bit of a dicey game when you take off like that.
William Nicol puts himself in the top 100, 64th, 6 minute 10 there. So again, just like these times, and that's we weren't like your 450. I wasn't expecting to go that deep into the fours. I was like, wow. As soon as Jacob came through, and as you said, you just continue to go through, and it's minute seconds in there, and even some of them are split by a couple of tenths, and you're like, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's everything, and as you can tell by that top 30, everything has been left out on track.
Look, it really has, and the boys have pushed hard to get where they are. It's going to make it for an exciting day tomorrow. I know a lot of people are hoping, especially when we're coming up to the next class, that we can push a little bit back on David Walsh, put him back in the pack, but I just don't think it's going to happen at the moment.
No, I don't think it will. I think he's definitely going to stay up in that top 3, top 4 position, but we'll see how he goes. We're going to go down and have a chat with Kate on the start line.
I've got Mitch here on the Husky 500. Now, Mitch, tell us about your bike setup. It's quite a thick seat. There's some really thin motocross style seats going out there. What have you done to this bike?
Nothing really. Put some stag pegs on it, a big seat. Just trying to get away from the 200 from like the 2-stroke from last year.
Oh, sure. So how was last year on the 2-stroke? Quite an experience, I would imagine.
Yeah, I won't be doing it again on a 2-stroke.
Okay, we're here for a fresh year, though. What are your hopes? What are your dreams?
Just to finish. No mechanical issues. Yeah. About it.
And what about you at the other end? What's your setup? What's your camp like?
Pretty rugged. We'll swag it at the other end.
Yes, sweet as. The real deal situation down there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, excellent. All right, thanks for chatting, Mitch. We're going to head on back. This has got some cool livery on this KTM, my friend. What are we running? A bit of retro action.
Yeah, a bit of an old school look, something different.
Yeah, great. And tell us about the bike. How long have you had it? Have you had a lot of time on it? Has it been to Finke before?
KTM 500. Haven't had it a great deal on the track, but haven't
great.
been to Finke since Easter.
Oh, okay. So you've spent a bit of time out here before. Is this your first Finke?
No, it's my 5th Finke. I'm a local originally.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, live in Townsville now.
Yeah, great. All right, well, I'll let you get to it. Enjoy. And just finally, down the back here, hello, my friend.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, good. Tell us your story. Where did you come from? How far have you travelled to be here?
From Mount Gambier.
Yeah.
Done Finke a few times before.
Yeah, great.
Missed last year, but back again, so should be good.
Yeah, you're pretty pumped to be lining up again.
Oh, yeah, that's always a good weekend.
Good feeling. All right, everybody's revving their bikes. They're heading on out. It's about time. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, so we're in Class 2 now, and that means it's down to business time. Liam Walsh out on track now with Jack Murtha. Let's see how these two go.
Jack had an unfortunate year last year, crashing, breaking his back, missing out on running, so I know he's hungry. He moved here at the start of the year to really dedicate on his racing, and I think it's going to show, but we just hope he can keep it upright the whole way through.
Yeah, and well, you've got Liam Walsh there as well, Walsh's cousin, younger cousin there, so it is a family homage there, and let's see how he goes. He, unfortunately, last year broke his back into the event, so couldn't even get on the bike, and he was actually on that KTM with David, with factory support. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do this year in Prologue. It's going to be hard because we were just talking about how rough that track is. Like, as you see the start line, it's really hard to get even a good launch out there. But we've got Callum Norton in there, Ben Piggott and Brian Kent. So two big names out on track at the moment that are trying to put themselves in that top 10.
Absolutely. Seeing Callum Norton back out here on a KTM is exciting. He really did get a good pull there, so hopefully he can follow through and bring that ST crew onto the podium at the end of the weekend, but also today.
Yeah, definitely. It is good to see these competitors out back in the event. We haven't seen them for a little bit, and it is awesome. I know Liam did pretty well at the Hatar event, so we'll see how he goes out here. But the 297 now on the start line, making their way and ready to go. Yes, we're in Class 2 now, so that would be
Dylan
Ellison. So we'll see how he goes from Melbourne in Victoria. Gets that thing wound up, and here we go. This is 3:30. So That one is miles beaten, 7:11.
Just giving it the yeehaws on the way through.
Oh yeah, the little bit of come on, we're nearly home. Hanging off the back of the thing, the 322 now making their way through. My eyes are peeled on the back section there, trying to make sure I can be the first to see when young Liam makes his way through.
It'll be interesting to see what lines he takes. I guess he's been talking to a lot of the other riders as well, and really picking up the lines coming into the stadium, more especially with those holes opening up on the track, the slickness, and also the giant kind of ruts that are forming in those berms. The lines are really going to start showing from here.
Yeah, you've got to pick a very good line, otherwise you're going to be in the issues. That's the 304 bike there. That was Jitterburny, 6:03, good enough for the top 60 so far. But that's the 304, so I would believe that would mean we're very close to seeing the first of our 200 riders.
Just leaning all the way back on those bikes, trying to get all that power to the ground on the two strokes. It's absolutely awesome.
Alexander Pearson on that 305 bike. And here we go. I would say this is Liam Walsh. Looking quick in.
Smooth, very smooth.
Nice and straight through that rolling whoop section, and now down into that.
You'll be able to see this transition through here. Keeps it nice and tight. Up on the bar, slides it in, beautiful.
Yes, looks like a good run into the stadium section now for Liam. What can he do?
Yeah, see, that's what we're talking about, those big holes in the berms that are really starting to play. Talking to before, he was really going to have to negotiate whether he was going to get on the pegs or sit down. It really showed. It kind of bounced him quite high there.
Yeah, I think he's still trying to work out what he's got to do there, whether he needs to put that backside down or get it on the pegs. So
he's got that motocross background good. You can see him nice over the bars, really, really smooth. Just controls the bike, lots of throttle.
Yeah, great throttle control from the young local here. Oh, sorry, no, he's not local. He's from Darwin. I apologise.
No, he moved here at the start of the year just to dedicate this, and he's going to come in here very hot.
Well, Alice, get behind your new local Liam Walsh. Let's see what he can do. The young Alice
he
local.
Stepped it out. Look at him go.
Wow, it's on the bopper over the line. What is it? Ladies and gentlemen, it's good enough for 6, a 4:59.
So good, so close.
We still have Callum Norton to come.
That's it. Callum's going to be coming in too.
Here's another fast KTM, the 299. That was Jack Murtha. That's 5:14 his time, so good enough for 11th.
This is Callum, I think, as well. He's on the pegs. You can see really controlling that bike. Great body position. You can see really attacking it.
Yeah, from Lorne Vic is Callum Norton back on a KTM. It's great to see it.
Just railing it, just blowing it out, and he'll really just step on it now. It'd be great seeing him come down the start line too. It's just going to be all hanging out.
Yeah, it's all or nothing. Callum Norton making his way across the line. Let's see where it puts him. Is it good enough to slot into the top 10 just like Liam? It is. He puts it in second, a 4:53, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jacob Smith and Callum Norton on your front row. That pushes Corey McMahon and David Walsh down a row. Oh my God.
That's what they wanted. That's what they needed. They really were hoping that someone would slot in there just to push David back a row. This is really exciting now to see Callum come out and put that time in. 3 seconds behind Jacob, 2 in front of Corey. That's what we wanted.
We told you not to go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There was still bikes coming through, and look at that. Callum Norton at, what's the time? It's 3:46 in the afternoon. We started running bikes at 12:15, so around about 3.5 hours later, we've had a change up. But we've had it, and it's happened, and that's a whole new story.
Absolutely. He was
that
so
changes
smooth.
the game.
It looked great coming through. He was in a great position. He really got on it nice and early coming out of the corner, and it just showed all the way through.
So these Class 2 riders still getting out there attacking this track. And it's great to see because they are coming in with some blistering times. You can tell there's a couple of locals in this class. But again, just the different disciplines as well of how they're riding. The 295 makes their way across the line now. That's Ben Piggott, and it's good enough for the top 100, a 6:21 there. But wow, 2 450s up in the top 4. That's awesome to see.
He had such a hard time last year with running, and Callum really deserved this one. I think it's great for him to be there. It's a good position for him tomorrow to really set out, hopefully get ahead in the first 50 as well, and set a good pace. There's a lot on the track, as you guys know, and I think with Callum at that point and Corey and David behind him, it's just going to be a great race. You know, you've got such a stacked top 10, let alone top 30. Yeah, I'm just super stoked for Callum. It's an amazing result.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to be interesting because that changes the game up tomorrow leaving.
Yep.
Because you got Jacob Smith and you'll have Callum Norton on that front row.
Yep.
And then you'll have to wait. Yep. And then Corey and David will go. So that's for David.
Yeah.
For me, that's an interesting play because last year, you know, he still started second, but he was in the that front row, so he still had to chase. But you know, that was over in 50, 60k.
That's exactly right, and to push through the sand and well, especially the dust in the first 80. That's why all these riders have come out here specifically to train that first 80 to get that lead, because if they manage to get and pole in front of David, that's where they're going to lose it. And unfortunately, David knows this track better than anybody. 8,000 Ks just this year on the track. He needs the guys in front really need to push hard.
Oh yeah. So next out on track, you got Toby Fraser, Samson Steinhardt, Brock Fry, and Paul Kleinberg, all making their way out in Class 2. And again, some of these times still good enough to place these riders in the top 50, top 100. So there's still a great caliber of riders out here. And ladies and gents, please don't go anywhere. There's still heaps of bikes coming to you. And you never know, we could have one of those names that no one expected to get up there. They might just get up there. So you never know. That's the great thing about this event. You've got so many different names, so many different backgrounds of racing, whether it's, you know, your family racing every weekend or your MX racing or anything like that. That's the great thing about this event is there's so many different discipline riders, and it's just great to see everyone's different strengths.
Well, absolutely. This isn't like the Finke track. This is very motocrossy, kind of that flat track, kind of open grass track style of racing. So you can have guys that do motocross every weekend come out and instead of blistering lap compared to the guys who are used to holding it wide open in the whoops. I do believe that's Jacob Smith is just a great all-round rider and can really benefit, and that's why he's setting these times. But yeah, you look at the field, it's stacked with riders from all over the place in all different disciplines and bike sizes to be able to make up this field. I think the Prologue is just a great little exciter for the crowd, and also to kind of settle everyone down.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it also seeds some of your competitors that we're probably coming here to have a good we're focusing on the event and really want to have a good run. It sort of gives them a bit of a culture shock with their placing, and sometimes that is good because you don't want to go out there full bore and think you're this gun rider that can get down there in 2 hours and whatever it is, and
it does humble them. For sure.
Yeah, exactly. So that's another great thing with the Prologue is the humbling of some riders and drivers, because they sort of get out there and then they realise what the car's doing or how it is, and
I think that also you're right there in regards to it also gives the riders a bit of an idea of how the track forms up with the cars. They come out here and they may see the track and it's nicely groomed and they go, okay, it may form up different to what they expect, and then obviously when the cars go through, they get on the bikes, it's a completely different track, and they kind of get an idea maybe going down the track that, all right, whoops are going to square edge more or holes are going to form differently. So yeah, it's definitely a good little insight to what the race is going to hold.
Connor Adams on the 275 has just put himself in 8th position. He's just snuck his way into the top 10. So there you go, 5:01 from him on the 275 bike puts him in the top 10. And that's a good time, 5:01.
Yeah, there's some good riders here. So we've got Andy Brack, the 255 over from WA on the 627 team, and a great rider. It's exciting to see what he does. He does really well over in the West Australian racing team. So to see him over here and then also represent the 627 crew, absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome to see. And look at this footage coming in from that back section with those rolling whoops and they come through.
Can't see a single thing through that. Like, it is bad. And then they will be breathing heavy at that point too, sucking in that dust.
Yeah, big mind games here out in the desert. You've got to play to your strengths as well. It's not about the people around you as well. It's a big mind game here, and you've got to be quick with yourself. One, and two, you've got to have that self-discipline as well. Just because you can go out there full bore and have one of them big nasty accidents and be out for a long time.
It just catches you. You don't know. You don't know what in this track where it's holding. The bull dust can cover some amazing holes out there. That can just absolutely blow you. And some of the guys today have said, in that break that, they just hit some talcum powder. There was a hole there. They came off the bike, and I reckon that's where some of the time was lost. But the 450 and then time for Jacob Smith, that's just hard to beat.
Yeah, it will be. I don't think now that anyone will get close to that number. I think we've seeded through the majority of our top level riders. I'm not saying any of these riders aren't top level riders. They're still good, but yeah, we have seeded through a majority of those boys and girls. And as another competitor gets back on track after having a little bit of an oopsie out there.
Yeah, if you watch that footage then as well, you could really see how it skated across that dirt. It's getting rough down there.
Yeah, no, that first little bit there is really starting to hamper the riders, and that start line, man.
It's dusty now. You can, you can't even see the first corner.
No. Yep, you'd want to be hanging on for young and old. And look at this old
there it is
thing. That's awesome.
There's the big, there it is.
The QR 600, a 631.
Matty Mack on the XR 600, absolutely awesome.
It's a very cool bike.
Absolutely. He said a 631 as well.
Yeah, that's a good time.
That's a great time on the big bike. We were just talking about it before. It's great to see these old bikes out here. And yeah, Matty Mack knows how to throw that thing around. He's got some great footage out there. You should check it out. But to set a 631, absolutely ripper.
It is proper loose down on the start line. These guys are fishtailing all the way out of there. They're really trying to get up on the pegs and get down there. But some of them really should be hanging off that back wheel and trying to get as much traction as they can. But that's the thing. Everyone plays to their own advantages, to their own games.
And that's it. Cody Smith, another local boy. Yep. He knows how to spin it out here. And he's definitely one to watch.
.271 making their way across the line as we speak. And again, massive shout out to Global Headquarters for giving us all these awesome pictures over the weekend. Stand out in the heat and providing these awesome numbers. And here we go, another big field of races and some old school bikes.
XR 600 lined up. You could actually see in the footage there how deep that sand and dirt is getting. So it's bad. It's bad, but he's absolutely sending it.
Yeah, that's Mitch Yates on that one. Corey Hammond as well, alongside Alistair Harley out on that grid of three. The 263 making their way across the line, and whoa, big moment there for the 255, getting nice and high on the berm.
It just unsettles you, and if you're not prepared for it, it really can just moon boot you to the sky. So it's all about that body position, and they're doing really good. It's been great to see them come around in so many different styles.
Yeah, look at the ruts. So this is what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is how deep that soft sand is getting.
You'll be able to watch them take off too. Now it's really going to start getting crossed up.
So either they'll dart to the left or the right. It's the bike's choice. No, good starts.
No, you see that on the inside. He just got missed over. It's just a part of it. You're trying so hard to get that weight on the back.
260 coming across the line now. That there is Sam Bevan. riding the 705. As well as Andy Brack on the 255, making their way through. 100. And that's the thing, a lot of these bike competitors are just chucking it into the top 100, and that's the thing is there's so many capable riders out here. That top 100 is full of good riders. A lot of people taking that high line there.
Yeah, it's safer than that inside line. That inside line's quite slick. It's that hard pack clay. You get on that, and before you know it, you'll get a left and right swap. I've experienced that many times, so it's always safer on that outside line to try and hold it. But it's also that body position, getting that drive in the back, and keeping the pegs up, because you want to drive as much as you can through it without chopping too much throttle.
So, Jay Simster, Luke Morrison, and Christopher Felden.
Christopher Felden is a great rider as well, 227. He's a legend out in the Vic High Country. He does a lot of riding out there. He's a massive fan of the 500. He's one to watch for sure. Recently just bought a new Toyota Camry too. Very excited about that. So it's good to see him out here. I said if he got on the podium, I'd buy him a new set of Method wheels. So hopefully we can get him across the line as well.
Yep, that would be perfect. And did you say Toyota Camry? Hey, I'm not going to knock it. I've got one myself.
Absolutely.
They're a beast. Can't kill the good old 2AZ FE motor as these competitors make their way through. That was Tyler Radford there, the Husky 501, and then Mitchell Ireland on his Sherco 500. So our Class 2 riders at the moment, currently out there, 451cc and above 4-stroke motor. So all your big bikes out here to play at the moment.
That's it, and then the next field is all the big bore 2-strokes as well, so 250 and above. We're going to see some big 500cc 2-strokes out here, which is going to sound absolutely awesome.
Yeah, they always have that distinct note to them, those bikes, and they're always something I love looking forward to at the end of the day.
Wrist snappers and back breakers. That's what they are.
Yeah. Some of these competitors can't get those lines down packed today. No, too many ambers on the line.
Yeah, the fight.
The 218 is another number to watch. Will Ashby on his 500. I know he's quick in the desert. You got Riley Horan and G.I. Williams as well out there. And look at that, 1997 XR 600.
Mate, it's probably ran here at some point.
It probably has. Definitely so many different cool bikes out here this weekend.
But it also shows you don't need the latest and greatest bike to come out here and have fun. I think that's what's showing here. You can take any bike. You got 350s too. It doesn't matter. You come out here and have a great time. There was a couple of Beta X trainers out here, which are known for the hard enduro scene, just to see out here flying around. Just get that gearing right, some stickies, and you don't even need a steering dampener. All these bikes don't have it. I think it really shows that you just come out here, and as long as you're dedicated to getting to the end, you can put it in.
Oh yeah. The old madman Billy Geddes, I think, actually ran a postie bike down the track. 2:37 across the line into the 2:33. That was Alistair Harley and Blair Ottman.
Blair Ottman's another WA boy coming over to race, which is exciting.
He's done well as well. 31st at 5:33 there for him, so not bad at all. He slots himself into the top 50, and that awesome looking XR 600, 6:51 from Mitch Yates. Not bad time at all. The big 600. As we let the rest of our Class 2 competitors off. The 2:29 crosses the line. You had Trent Yu before that, and then Jay Simster just through the line there. And wow, that's a really quick time. He's put himself into the top 15. That's a 5:14.
Yeah, Jay's really come out and killed that one.
Yeah, Jay's just come out there and knocked on the door of the top 20 and said, hello, and I'm here to play. So, again, more names sneaking into this top 20 that we...
But that's only 24 seconds off the top. That's how close it is. For him to get 13th in 24 seconds, that's a tight field.
Yeah, definitely is. Definitely shows the levels of attrition as well, I guess. Sometimes, like you've got those real high caliber riders up there in those higher spots, and then you've got your sort of your more local competitors that don't really race as much as these higher caliber people do. And it's great to see that you can only have a field split by 24 seconds, and that's for around about the top 10. That's crazy.
And it's also a real testament to Jay. He's come out and set a 5:14 on a track that's had hundreds of bikes over it. Jacob came out at the start, Corey McMahon came out at the start and had a semi-cleaner track compared to what Jay's just done, and to set a 5:14 is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, definitely is. It's great to see it. We love to see it here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, because this year I was really expecting the track to be pretty rough. I'd heard from multiple accounts of people pre-running and a little bit of that lap on as he crosses the line. Come on, you good thing, get it over. Luke Morrison in the 2:28 is good enough for a 6:40 there. We're running into the last of our Class 2 competitors now. We'll go on to the Class 1 bikes.
Yeah, it was getting late in the day, so it's exciting to finally see the Class 1 turn around. They've been sitting in the sun for a while, so I bet you they're pretty G'd up to get out there on the track.
Yeah, definitely is. We're looking forward to it. A couple of these 200 riders just having the casual look over the shoulder, making sure that their mate might still be there. A couple of these blokes ride in groups of people, and they just want to have a good time and get down there and see who can get down there quicker, or who can do this silly, wheelie for however long it is down the track or whatever. There's so many different people and groups out here doing stuff like that. So it's another great thing about this event, is that you can come with a group of people and have a good time. So as we continue to welcome these bikes back through into the Prologue area, look at the 218 of Will Ashby there. This one's going to be a quick one. We'll drop back down to Kate to see who she's talking to on the start line. Sorry, we'll continue to go
also good. Christopher Fielding came across, the guy I had to buy rims for. Luckily, his Camry's safe. Good work, Chris.
The Camry's safe then. That's always good. Chris has saved it. Let's see what the 218 of Will Ashby can do. There's a lot of talk about him throughout the week.
And he's really battling to look at that line that he took real fight, tucked it in.
What's he run? Let's see what he does go through there. It's good enough for 30th.
Yeah,
5:29.
And look, that's not a slow time at all.
It's not.
5:30 is amazing to set that time, but unfortunately 30, that just shows how stacked the field is.
Yep, it shows how close it is in those top paying positions.
We also have this dust now. It's really starting to settle across. It's I'll be really across the end.
It's normally a day 2 on the way home back sort of a situation, is when you want to pop that wheelie. Not really in Prologue, but why not? Let's have a little bit of fun while we're at it. The only thing is, though, you don't want to ruin your day before it even, before it gets started, or your race weekend gets started. So
many people have layer looped out on the end. So just wait till you cross the line and then put it up.
But it looks like we're going into our Class 1 riders now, from what I can see, and they're starting a whole way back. They really aren't liking that grid position at the moment. It's very, very run and dug out. So be interesting to see how these Class 1 bike competitors go. It's not any longer to their timing, because their timing does start after the Method Race Wheels big banner there. Might get a little bit of speed out of it.
Look, they'll probably hit powerbound as well on some of the 500s. The two-stroke 500, winding her up and letting her go. She's going
through that rough stuff.
Look at her go, just skating left and right.
So a good group of competitors now. That's a Husserberg 300 that Damien Jones is on. Dylan River is on the 199, and then Dwayne Affleck.
Dwayne Affleck is a local guy from my area. He rides usually hard enduro, so it's exciting to see him come out and try his luck. I know he got a bit of a shake and a wake when he came out here, so it's cool to see. But to line up next to a CR 500, probably not the best bike to do.
Jelma Bangmar and Jay Williams across the line there, and that XR 600, not too bad, does a 730 as the next competitor makes their way across the line. That's Lachlan Frame on his 500, and the 212 is looking quick as well.
Just tucked in.
Yep, Jesse Bannister, good enough for the top 60. And how good's that noise of these awesome bikes. The Gas, Riley Larkin, William Turnbull, and Cole Johnson. The latter two both on those TE 300 Huskies.
It's a great shot down the track. You can really see them coming through the whoops and taking different line, taking different side, trying to stay as far wide as they can.
Yeah, it's always been an interesting thing for me, especially the first time I went camping down here at this event, was to see how those bikes do tend to run down the sides of the track. They really don't have an option otherwise to.
Yeah, look, the side of the track can be a bit smoother sometimes. It doesn't hide as many things. If you look at some of the pro guys, they've actually got big bruises and scars like myself that you kind of run down the side as far as wide as you can. It doesn't always work out, and you'll see them swap left to right quite a bit, but when the dust comes up, it's good to know so many different lines, and that's why they train that way, so they can kind of know what's going to happen whenever they ride. Also, it helps with bike setup as well.
Yeah, no, it's great. And I know a lot of these competitors at the moment, they've put a lot into the suspension side of things. I know Stephen Greenfield with GDR suspension, he's been doing years and years of suspension work out on this country. So a lot of people are running his suspension this weekend, and it's good to see different bike setups and how he does set those bikes up, and just those small, again, like I say, minute changes and rebound and stuff like that, and it can be a massive change to the bike.
Yeah, look, for the average punter, they probably won't notice a couple of clicks here and there, so Greenie and choice suspension and things like that really come along and try and set the bike up the best they can. You're never going to get a bike that's going to be absolutely perfect in every single thing, but they definitely try and get a good average across the track.
Yeah, massive step outs there in that section. They really got into the power band in that real rough stuff there, and like that first half of the track there is eaten up hard. So definitely going to be, see, they're having a couple of moments into that section, so it's definitely going to be hard for these guys to get some half decent times as well throughout this little back section that we've got here. Not too many bikes left here. We are in our final class of running for today, but that's the thing, we have a full 2 days of racing to come, over 236 Ks down to the track, down to Apachula and Finke, and then another 236 back here to the start-finish line.
So hats off to these guys on two strokes. Absolutely. They're machines to be able to hold on that long to something that's just going to vibrate, and I think the top speed on these can be varied too. It may not be able to run as fast, they lose a lot of power and they can't sit up on the sand or sit up on the whoops, so it is a bit more of a battle for these guys.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's always something I've always looked at and gone, if I'm ever going to race this event, I'd like to be on something big and quick, because it's just like, again, hats off to these boys and girls in the smaller bikes and the capacity, and it's
like
to
that,
them.
yeah. But all these riders also, like I race on a 350 in the desert, and for me that suits my riding style. It's very aggressive and quite high end. So like the 500 is great, but I know I would have probably put myself in a lot more trouble on the racetrack on a 500. And for me, a 350 is great. And these riders come out on what they have, and sometimes a 300 they want a bit more trail ridey and come out and race it. So
that's the exact thing.
That's the great thing about Finke. You can really bring any bike you want out here and have a run. I think it is 500 country, and if you want to win, if you do want to win, you got to be on one. But there's nothing more fun than riding in your class and racing everyone else.
Yeah, definitely is. So we got Angus Brandon, Lachlan Carter, Josh Harris, Shane Pintar, William Ross, Tim Kempstar as well out on track in the Class 1 riders.
Yeah, 123. Shane is on a YZ250, so it really shows the depth of the field.
Yeah. It's going to be a long ride down to Finke.
Well, here comes the big CR500 is coming in. She's going to sound absolutely awesome.
Yeah, this thing will sound on song, so I'll be a little bit quiet so you can hear it on the effects mic. Is there a better sound? I don't think there is.
Well, that's all the 500 four-stroke. Both of them sound pretty good, I reckon.
Yeah, that was Dylan River on that 199. Actually, I do believe that man has produced a Finke there and back film.
That's right.
About this great event. So it's great to see him out here on the bike. So.
And on a classic bike too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that loves the race, doing it on a bike that loves the race.
Yep, exactly. That is awesome. And I'm hoping, I'm trying to get into the committee's ear a little bit. For the 50th year, I'd love to see a retro class of bikes.
I don't think the riders would like to see that, but I definitely think the spectators want to see it.
I think the spectators would love to see it, and I think it would actually bring a lot of people out of the woodwork as well. Some ex-locals as well here.
That'd be great.
That would get out and have a go at it. So I'd love to see it. It would be something awesome to see, and as well as like even having some old school cars, like your first cars that got out there, and I've
classic
seen
round.
that classic round. So
maybe even a farm bike round. We get some ag bikes out there.
That would
be
cool.
We had a DR already lined up. That's amazing.
So it looks like we're into the last of our 100 bikes now. That's the 196, I think that was. Yeah. That was Riley Larkin on his Gas 300, 6:02. Good enough for a top 100 finish. Hanging off the back of that thing, both of those riders.
Just squeezing every single mosquito out of that motor.
Yep, squeezing everything out of it. And that was Dwayne Affleck and Kyle Johnson across the line there.
Yeah, I think people need to kind of see what these guys riding. They don't have that engine braking that the big 450s do, so they will maybe trail the brake a little bit more. Yep. Definitely ride the bike a little differently because they've got to be on it. They don't have that awesome engine braking like the four-strokes do to kind of pull them up. So it is a different style of riding to come out here.
Yeah, the 165 making their way towards the start-finish line here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. That's a pretty cool Husky livery on that bike that I just saw through there. And it looks like, I think that's 173 out there, as the 133 makes their way across the line. That was Mitchell Outram.
Yeah, Mitchell's another WA boy as well. Just outside the top 30, unfortunately, with a 5:32. That's a great result for him.
Yeah, some really good times still being put out. And look at that. The good old number plate on the back means it has been written to the course and probably will be ridden home, and then they'll jump back on it tomorrow and they'll jump on it and they'll ride down to Finke and ride it back and then ride it home again, which is great.
I don't know, mate. If you're doing this on a two-stroke, you're probably going to push that bike in the back of the shed and not look for it for a very long time. And I even think some of the guys on the four-strokes will be doing the same thing. It's going to be a bit of a break between rides.
Yeah. Good old two-stroke goodness in the ears. A little bit of a tank slapper there from the 122. Gave it a little bit.
We just had 173 Matthew come across on a TM, which is great to see. Another manufacturer here racing on the track.
As the 122 makes their way across the line, that one there would be William Ross on his KTM, as the 123 makes their way across the line, or towards the line. Another great sounding bike. I love these things. A little bit of, come on, we're nearly home. 115, Josh Harris.
Josh Harris, ACT boy.
Puts himself in the
absolutely
top
on
50.
fire.
Good
Just
on
giving
him.
a little yeehaw on the way across. Great to see.
So the 105 also in the stadium section, as well as the 123. Ladies and gentlemen, around the traps, make sure not to go anywhere. We still have the Method of Prologue bikes presentation to do, so stick around for that. As the last bit of last competitors make their way over the finish line, the 121 there, and that was Tim Kempser.
Got to give it up to these last guys. I mean, they've been sitting around all day waiting to go, and they've been excited. A bit of delay here and there. They knew they were going to be at the back of the pack, but to be sitting around all day waiting, it's big ups to them, and then to put it on the line and get across, it's awesome.
Yeah, good on Shane Pinter there on that YZ 250. Not the best time overall, but that's the thing. You never know what they want to run.
These guys are also just racing themselves or racing mates, and we just don't know what's going to happen during the race.
Hey, that is the key thing this weekend, is you don't know what will happen. And I had a good chat with Dan about this last night, is that people don't decide what happens. You don't decide what happens. The track decides what happens. If it decides to bite you at the 30K or the 10K or the 5K, it will bite you then.
Mate, you may not even get off the line. We saw this before.
Exactly.
A few incidences and run-ins, so it's the Finke. You don't know what's going to happen. You could have a beautiful run, then get a flat in the last 5, or you can get to the finish jump and stop because you think that's the end. So you don't ever know what's going to happen.
Yep. Angus Barden there on his 111 bike does a 7:25, and I'll never forget the year Ivan Long rode out of Finke, 10K out of Finke, probably broke his hand and jumped back on the bike and kept riding it and placed in the top 5. It was insane.
There's been so many stories like that of broken legs and broken arms being just kind of strapped to the bike and sent all the way down. I think if anybody wants to go and have a look there, have a look at some of the riders who've been pre-running, because their hands are just blown apart, and it's been interesting to see all the pro-running, all the riders afterwards. It's not the same hand. Everyone's kind of gripping differently, and it is interesting. So Monday night, if you'll be able to spot a rider because his hands will be completely blown to pieces.
Yeah, well, by that time, I think we'll all be at the Lassiter's Casino having a good time, presenting our winners with their trophies and all that fun stuff. So that's another thing to look forward to this weekend as well. After the event, we still have to crown all our Kings of the Desert and have fun with that. So that was Carl Lowen there through, and then Chris Keys as well. So that's our bike running done for the day. Do stick around though, ladies and gentlemen. There's still a heap of action to come. A massive thank you to everyone out here today, all our volunteer officials. And yeah, we're having a good time up here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Still a heap to go. And yeah, day one of racing gets off and running tomorrow. But do stick around, ladies and gents. We're going to go down and do our Method Race Wheels Prologue ceremony for the bikes. So stick around and we'll be back shortly.
I stain my sheets. I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end. She is starting to cry. When I'm walking, stop, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite. I just my hands up to check you out. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one.
Everybody knows you can be a winner. Come on and shout it